Chapter 31. Bronze Rank. It took more than 10 minutes for Ngo Thieu Than to finally run back to Kimlang City. Upon entering, he found that after his 6-hour rest, the city was now swarming with players. Simply time to make money had arrived. Feeling as though he hadn't earned an income in ages, he decided to turn in his quest first. Ngo Thieu Than headed straight for the city lord's mansion, only to be blocked by the guarding soldiers at the entrance. The city lord's mansion is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden from entering. Quite the imposing display, Ngo Thieu Than thought. He was forced to explain his purpose and present the letter. The soldier hurried inside to report and returned shortly after to lead Ngo Thieu Than within. Entering the great hall, Ngo Thieu Than looked at the middle-aged man sitting above them, whose face bore a majestic expression. He knew instantly that this was the city lord. "I heard you encountered Cat Thi. How is he now?" the city lord asked, stepping down immediately upon seeing Ngo Thieu Than. "I am very sorry, but he has sacrificed himself. This is the letter he entrusted to me before he passed, asking me to deliver it into your hands personally." Ngo Thieu Than handed the letter to the city lord. "Sigh, it is all my fault. I allowed them to go without fully understanding the enemy's background." The city lord blamed himself. He took the letter and read it intently. After finishing, the city lord clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage. After a long silence, he spoke. "Adventurer, thank you for bringing this letter back. This is your reward." Ding! Quest completed. Congratulations, you have received reputation plus 200, gold plus 20. Oh, 20 gold pieces. This quest was worth it. Just for running a quick errand, I get 20 gold. This city lord is truly generous. Ngo Thieu Than thought gleefully. He intended to leave, but seeing the city lord still frowning in distress, he felt a spark of curiosity and asked, "Is the city lord facing a difficult problem? I wonder if there is anything I can do to help." The city lord glanced at Ngo Thieu Than. A light flickered in his eyes before quickly fading. "There is indeed a troublesome matter, but with your current strength, you are not yet capable of handling it." "It's all right, city lord. Don't you lack options right now anyway? Why not let me try? Rest assured, I am quite powerful. Besides, we adventurers do not truly die." Ngo Thieu Than made a final push, sensing that this quest was surely extraordinary. Clearly, his words had an effect. The city lord pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well. There are currently no better candidates, so I shall entrust this matter to you. However, if you find it impossible, do not force yourself. I will find another way then." Ding! The city lord of Kimlang City has assigned you a quest. Content: go to the Black Wind Stronghold and eliminate the Black Wind Bandit leader. Bring his head back to the city lord. Time limit: 3 days. Reward: unknown. The Black Wind Bandit leader. Sounds impressive. And the reward is unknown. Does he not have high hopes for me? Ngo Thieu Than mused. He then asked, "City lord, how strong is this Black Wind Bandit leader?" "Level 20, silver rank," the city lord said solemnly. "Huh?" Ngo Thieu Than was slightly stunned. Had he just dug his own grave? A level 20 silver rank. He didn't need to think twice to know he couldn't defeat such an opponent with his current strength. Whatever. Since I've accepted it, I might as well go see him. Otherwise, where else would I find a silver boss? Besides, I have 3 days. If I can't beat him now, I'll just grind for a while, he told himself. Then, city lord, I shall take my leave. Wait for my good Ngo Thieu, then bid his farewell. Good. Be cautious in all things. Leaving the mansion, Ngo Thieu Than went straight to the Hall of War Gods. There were still many players inside. The War God's secret realm was a solo challenge that multiple people could enter simultaneously. They simply wouldn't encounter one another inside. At this moment, most people in the hall were idle players, reading about the deeds of the war gods. He walked directly to the swirling vortex of the secret realm entrance. Ding! Do you wish to challenge the war god's secret realm? Yes. The portal opened, and Ngo Thieu Than stepped through. The scenery shifted as he appeared in an isolated space. Soon, a phantom carrying a giant axe coalesced a short distance ahead. War God Phantom, bronze rank level, 13 health, 12,000 physical attack, 700 physical defense, 300 magic defense, 150 movement speed, 80 skill 1. Heavy slash. Swings the giant axe downward with great force, dealing 150% physical damage to the target. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill 2. Horizontal sweep. Swings the giant axe in a circle, dealing 120% physical damage to all enemies within a 1-meter radius. Cooldown, Skill 3. Block. Uses the giant axe to block the next attack. Cooldown, 5 seconds. This guy's stats were on par with the Black Bear King. Fortunately, his skills lacked crowd control effects. While the damage was high, it didn't exert too much pressure. Ngo Thieu Than activated extreme speed, rushed forward to land 2 hits, took a normal attack in return, and then casually retreated. He activated stealth, thinking it would make things easier, but he didn't expect the Phantom to see right through his invisibility. It clearly wasn't going to let him slack off. Luckily, the Phantom's attack range was very short. By landing only 2 strikes at a time, he only had to endure a single normal attack or skill, which wasn't particularly dangerous. In this manner, after more than 8 minutes, the War God Phantom collapsed. Moments later, Ngo Thieu Than was teleported out. Ding! Congratulations on your successful challenge. Your rank has risen to bronze rank. You have received plus 20 to all attributes and 20 free attribute points. Your War God medal, Black Iron, has been upgraded to bronze rank. As the first player to reach bronze rank, the system rewards you with plus 20 free attribute points. That feels great. Indeed, rising in rank was the most significant way to increase strength. Looking at his free attribute points, combined with the points from his previous 2 levels, he had a total of 60. After thinking for a moment, he put 20 points into agility and 40 into constitution. His defense still needed bolstering. While his agility was already very high, even against a boss, his speed was incomparable. Looking at the upgraded War God medal, which now gave plus 20 to all stats, it was insane. He reviewed his current status. Name Tran Phong rank, bronze rank level, 13 health, 2708 mana, 540 physical attack, 263 magic attack, 84 physical defense, 246 magic defense, 216 movement speed, 200 attack speed, 0.9% critical rate, 6% experience, 24 580,000 strength, 57 plus 1168 intelligence, 35 plus 742 vitality, 86 plus 17 103 constitution, 130 plus 26 156 spirit, 35 plus 742 agility, 174 plus 34 208 talent, poison damage, 260 points. Stacks up to 3 times. Immortal body, increases maximum health by 318 points. Equipment. Weapon, wooden sword starter gear, attack plus 2 helmet, Wolf King helmet, Black Iron rank, health plus 200. Defense plus 10, bonus attribute, vitality plus 6 armor, Boar King armor Black Iron rank, health plus 100, defense plus 10, bonus attribute, vitality plus 8 leggings, Bear King Greaves Black Iron rank, health plus 300, physical defense plus 20, magic defense plus 10, bonus attribute, vitality plus 12 belt, Silver Wolf King belt bronze rank, health plus 300, dual defense plus 20, bonus attribute, vitality constitution plus 10 boots, Black Bear King boots, bronze rank, movement speeds 50, physical defense plus 30, magic defense plus 30, bonus attribute, agility plus 18, constitution plus 15, necklace, Silver Wolf King necklace bronze rank, attack TWI 5 critical rate plus 3%, luck plus 3, bonus attribute, strength plus 10, agility plus 8 left bracer, Silver Wolf bracer white grade, health 20, attack plus 12, attack speed plus 1% right bracer. Bear King bracer Black Iron rank. Physical attack plus 50, attack speed plus 2%, bonus attribute. Agility plus 12 left ring. Toad ring white grade. Health, physical attack plus 8, attack speed plus 1% right ring. Silver Wolf King ring bronze rank. Health plus 100, attack plus 30, attack speed plus 3%, bonus attribute. Strength plus 12, vitality plus 10. Chapter 32. The first PK battle. Ngo Thieu Than had just stepped out of the Hall of the God of War when private messages began chiming incessantly. Tuyet Ni. You've been offline for so long, aren't you afraid of others surpassing you? I'm not worried. If I want to level up, I can do it in a heartbeat. No one can catch up. Ngo Thieu Than replied. He was being sincere. At the moment, he was actually complaining that his leveling speed was too fast. Ngo Thieu curled her lip at his response. Though she felt he was boasting, the reality supported his claim. Even with Ngo Thieu Than being offline for so long, she had only reached level 12 herself. Shaking her head to dismiss further questions, Ngo Thieu asked, "Do you have any mage equipment, Tran Phong?" "I don't." Receiving this answer, Ngo Thieu felt a twinge of disappointment but persisted unwillingly. "Then, is there any way you can help me clear the God of War's secret realm?" Tran Phong, bronze rank? Ngo Thieu gritted her teeth and replied, "Black iron rank." Tran Phong, "Oh, then this should probably work." With that, he sent over a screenshot of the stats for the Wild Boar King summoning scroll. He had kept this item for a long time without using it, and now he no longer needed it. Ngo Thieu's eyes lit up when she saw it. This guy certainly had quite a few good items. With this, she believed clearing the challenge wouldn't be difficult. She just needed the Wild Boar King to tank in front while she dealt damage from behind. "How much?" Ngo Thieu asked. "Just give me 50,000. Ngo Thieu Than said. Single-use items, unless exceptionally powerful, were usually worth only a few tens of thousands of yuan. The transaction was completed quickly. Ngo Thieu immediately headed back to the city, making a beeline for the Hall of the God of War. By now, many had realized that advancing their realm was crucial to their strength. After the trade, Ngo Thieu Than listed the Black Bear King armor, Spiked Club, Bear King necklace, and the Wolf King leg guards he had just swapped out onto the auction house. He set the auction duration to half an hour. A longer duration might fetch a higher price. Currently, the auction house was empty. Everyone had discovered that shops only sold white-tier items, while black iron equipment was extremely rare, snatched up the moment it was posted. Only various raw materials were available in abundance. The appearance of Ngo Thieu Than's 3 black iron pieces and 1 bronze piece immediately caught everyone's attention. Damn, bronze equipment. I haven't even seen what black iron looks like, and someone's already selling bronze? 3 black irons and 1 bronze. What kind of powerhouse is this aggressive? Hell, this armor's stats for a shield guard are insane. If I had the money, I'd definitely be the first to snatch it. At that moment, Ngo Thieu Than stared at the items on the auction house with a grim expression and asked, "Do we know who the seller is?" "Unknown. The seller is anonymous," Ngo Thieu Than replied. At this stage, the number of people capable of selling bronze equipment can be counted on one hand. Furthermore, this armor didn't drop from the Silver Wolf King. "Do you think Tran Phong is also in Jinling City like us?" Ngo Thieu speculated. "It's very likely. Bid on that armor first, then tell the brothers to keep an eye out. If Tran Phong really is in Jinling City, we must find him. I want to see exactly what kind of holy being this Tran Phong is," Ngo Thieu Than ordered. After listing the items, Ngo Thieu Than looked at the pile of white-tiered junk in his inventory and shook his head. He stepped into a nearby clothing shop and sold all of it. Each item only fetched a few dozen copper coins, which left him exasperated. Fortunately, he didn't have to visit different shops. Weapons and jewelry could all be sold there. Ngo Thieu then mentally resolved not to pick up white items anymore. They took up space and weren't worth the trouble. After selling his gear, he browsed the shop's inventory and realized the items he had just sold would cost several silver coins each to buy back. Truly, they were unscrupulous merchants. Skimming through the wares, Ngo Thieu Than noticed masks for sale. After a moment of thought, he decided to buy one. The mask provided no stats. Its only function was to conceal one's appearance. He was currently somewhat famous in Divine Oracle, so it was best to keep a low profile. Actually, revealing his face in-game wouldn't have mattered much, but he feared the consequences in real life. After all, he was just a nobody, without money or power. If he offended someone in the game, and they sought revenge in the real world, he would be finished. Donning the mask, Ngo Thieu Than headed out through the south gate once more. Along the way, he encountered many players heading out to grind mobs. It was already 4 or 5 in the morning. Didn't these people sleep? Just then, a group of 4, 3 men and 1 woman approached him. The man in the lead spoke up. "Hey brother, want to party up? We're short on DPS." "No thanks, but I appreciate it," Ngo Thieu Than replied politely, intending to keep walking. "Hey friend, this game is tough solo. Join us," the leader insisted. He noticed the other's equipment looked decent, hence the invitation. "Thank you, but no," Ngo Thieu Than emphasized once more. "Hey, what's with that attitude? Haotsa inviting you is a sign of respect," a young man standing behind the leader yelled, unable to restrain himself. Ngo Thieu Than stopped and turned to look at the youth. "I've been very polite. What, just because he invites me, I'm obligated to accept?" "Of course. Our Haotsa is a member of the Ngao the Quan Hung Guild. Being noticed by him is your good fortune. If you get on his good side, you might even join Ngao the Quan Hung later. Do you know it's the largest guild in Jinling City?" the youth said smugly. "Oh." Ngo Thieu Than couldn't be bothered to argue with such people and turned to leave again. Unexpectedly, the group refused to let it go and immediately surrounded him, blocking his path. "You coward! We gave you face and you threw it back at us. Believe it or not, I can kill you and send you straight back to the novice village in a minute," the youth threatened aggressively. Meanwhile, Haosa stood with his arms crossed, watching the drama unfold with a slight smirk. If this guy didn't know what was good for him, they would just kill him and loot his gear. "I don't believe you," Ngo Thieu Than replied calmly. "This brat is pretty arrogant. Today, I'll teach you who you shouldn't mess with." With that, the youth drew his weapon and slashed at Ngo Thieu Than. 12. An embarrassingly low damage number appeared, causing the youth's eyes to widen. He was a warrior who had dumped all his points into strength. Although he only wore white gear, his attack power was over 200. Yet, he had only dealt 12 damage. How could an assassin have such high defense? Players could hide their names and levels, but their class was impossible to conceal. One could recognize it at a glance. Is that all? Ngo Thieu Than glanced at the stunned youth, then leisurely pulled a novice wooden sword from his inventory. He spoke nonchalantly. "Then, it's my turn." The moment the youth landed that blow, the entire group's names turned gray, as they were clearly in a party together. "Ha ha! A novice wooden sword? You plan to kill us with a wooden sword?" The only woman in the group burst out laughing. Ngo Thieu Than didn't waste time. He directly activated extreme speed. He was so fast that the group couldn't even react before each of them was struck once. Then, without looking back, he simply walked away. "Damn, this guy is fast. But what's he doing? He slashes us once and runs? Does he think he can't win and is making a break for it?" the youth wondered aloud. "Something's wrong. I've been poisoned. Fuck, I'm losing 260 health per second. Tula, heal me quick!" Haoka cried out in panic. As an archer, his health pools was small. In just 2 short seconds, he was on the brink of death. Tula hurriedly cast a healing skill on Haosa, but the result was tragic. "I can't heal you. Haosa, drink a potion." Consequently, before Haosa could even pull out a potion, he collapsed to the ground dead. The others fared no better. By the time they realized they were poisoned, they were already falling. Even the shield guard, who had the most health, only lasted 5 seconds before the entire team was wiped out. Nearby players looked on in bewilderment, staring at the corpses that had suddenly slumped to the ground, utterly confused about what had just transpired. Chapter 33. Mage Equipment. Ding. You have been killed by player Tran Phong. Level 1. As the aggressor, you have randomly dropped more than 2 pieces of equipment. Tran Phong? Standing at the beginner village respawn point, Hao Cha's lips trembled. He never imagined in his wildest dreams that the man he had casually provoked would be Tran Phong. At this moment, his heart was heavy with a bitter, gut-wrenching regret. Turning abruptly, he delivered a sharp slap to the face of the young man who had first started the trouble with Tran Phong, cursing, "Damn it! You've ruined me!" The youth didn't dare utter a sound. The mere thought that he had spoken so brazenly to the great god, Tran Phong, made his legs shake uncontrollably. Once he had vented his anger, Haoca opened his chat history and sent a message. "Boss, I ran into Tran Phong. After dispatching the few players, Ngo Thieu Than acted as if nothing had happened and headed toward the fire lizards. He needed to verify if his talent could continue to grow after reaching the bronze rank. His strength had surged once again. Facing a fire lizard, he lunged forward, delivering 2 swift slashes before moving on to the next one, repeating the process. With his current poison damage sitting at 260 per second, 2 strikes were more than enough to finish a lizard off. Soon, the lizards began to fall one by one, and the system notifications chimed incessantly. A smile played on Ngo Thieu Than's face as he listened. It was exactly as he had suspected. Ascending his rank could indeed increase the limit of his poison damage. Let's keep going and see how high it can go, Ngo Thieu Than thought, continuing his slaughter. Just then, ding! An item you listed on the auction house has been successfully purchased for 50,000 RMB. After a transaction fee of 7,500 RMB, the remaining 42,500 RMB has been transferred to your linked bank account. Ding! 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 4 consecutive notifications rang out. Ngo Thieu then immediately checked his transaction history with excitement. It felt like forever since he had seen such a payout. The Wolf King leggings sold for 50,000 RMB, the Wolf Tooth Staff for 70,000 RMB, the Bear King necklace for 80,000 RMB, and, most significantly, the Black Bear King breastplate reached a staggering 180,000 RMB. Ngo Thieu Than narrowed his eyes. The total transaction amount for the 4 items reached 380,000 RMB. After deducting the 57,000 RMB fee, 323,000 RMB had landed in his account. It was an exhilarating feeling. It seemed that although everyone had completed their class change, most were still wearing common white gear. Those with black iron equipment were incredibly rare, and bronze equipment was practically unheard of. The population base in the sane city was far larger than that of the beginner village. Evidently, there were many more wealthy players there as well. Ha! Another step closer to a gaming pod. Keep it up! Ngo Thieu Than felt a surge of motivation and lunged back into the fray against the lizards. In Jinling City, Ngo Thieu Than had learned the full story from Hao Ca. He looked at Ngo Thieu Than beside him and asked, "What do you all think about this Tran Phong strength?" According to Zi Hao, the opponent has extremely high defense, high speed, and average direct damage, but his poison is devastating. We don't know if the poison comes from equipment or a talent, but it drains 260 HP per second and prevents healing. The critical unknown is how long the poison lasts, Ngo Thieu Than analyzed. In theory, poison damage usually lasts at least 10 seconds. If it's 10 seconds, I could barely survive it after equipping the Black Bear King breastplate. If it's any longer, no one can withstand it at this stage. Ngo Thieu, their top shield guardian, spoke up. Early stage equipment doesn't carry skills, so this is likely a talent. If it is, it makes sense that he's gained such a massive lead. Right now, this poison is an absolute bug in the game. But that's only for the early game. Once our levels and equipment improve, killing him will be as easy as turning over a palm. Ngo Thieu Than said arrogantly. Perhaps no one could have guessed that such a bothersome talent could actually evolve. Meanwhile, Ngo Thieu Than sat under a tree, his stealth active, browsing the forums. Before him, a pack of fire lizards scurried about like headless flies, white numbers of 574 constantly popping over their heads as their health bars plummeted. It was likely that in all of Divine Oracle, no one had a more leisure-filled leveling process than him. Suddenly, a private message arrived. Thieu Than, thank you for the scroll. I've successfully completed the challenge. With a thick-skinned wild boar king standing in front to tank, even a pig's would succeed. Ngo Thieu Than replied casually. The other side immediately went silent. It was time to harvest. Seeing that the lizards ahead had all fallen, Ngo Thieu Than stood up to see if any good loot had dropped. 3 pieces of equipment lay on the ground. Aside from 2 common white items, there was actually a piece of black iron equipment. Its quality was instantly recognizable by its faint glow. He hurried over to pick them up. This was all money. Flame Ring, magic attack plus 60, increases fire element skill damage. Bonus attribute, Intelligence plus 16. Requirement, mage. Oh, mage equipment. That's a first. The attributes are quite decent, Ngo Thieu Than muttered. He opened his chat window, took a screenshot of the ring's stats, and sent it to Ngo Thieu. She replied almost instantly. Tuyet ni. How much? I'll take it. Ngo Thieu Than thought for a moment and said, 80,000 RMB. Since the Bear King necklace had sold for 80,000 on the auction house, this price seemed reasonable. Tuyet ni. Deal. Once the transaction was finalized, another message pinged. Tuyet ni. Did this drop from a boss too? Tran Phong. No, a regular mob dropped it. Tuyet ni. Regular mobs drop black iron gear? Tran Phong. Yeah, the higher level ones do. The drop rate is just a bit low. He had killed hundreds of mobs just to get 2 pieces. Tuyet ni. Can you tell me which mob you're farming? Mage equipment is too hard to find. Ngo Thieu Than cast insight on a fire lizard and shared the information. Elsewhere, Ngo Thieu was hunting level 12 foxes in a forest. When she saw the monster information Ngo Thieu Than sent, she was rendered speechless. Finally, she understood why this man was always steps ahead of everyone else. While everyone was struggling with level 11 or 12 mobs, this man was farming level 18 creatures. It was utterly absurd. After seeing the monster's attributes, Ngo Thieu completely abandoned the idea of going there to farm gear. She could only vent her frustration on the surrounding foxes. Lu Thuk, standing nearby, watched Ngo Thieu with a look of concern. He noticed that his young miss had changed. Previously, she met everything with a calm, indifferent demeanor. Lately, he often saw her gritting her teeth in a huff. He didn't know if this was a good or a bad sign. After Ngo Thieu Than cleared another dozen fire lizards, a golden light flashed. Level up! He glanced at his talent. The poison damage had reached 337, meaning he had cleared 77 fire lizards, and he still hadn't hit the limit. The max HP from his immortal body talent had increased by 395 points, nearly 400. That was equivalent to gaining 40 points of constitution. It was incredibly satisfying. After the level up, his HP reached 2826. He continued to hold on to his 10 attribute points, waiting to see what he would need later. Level 14 experience, 200,000. It was time to go and see what Black Wind Camp was all about. Pratrandon, Chapter 34. Black Wind Stronghold. After accepting the quest, the coordinates were already marked on his map. Ngo Thieu Than followed the guidance, heading straight ahead. Passing Black Bear Peak and walking a bit further, a long perimeter fence loomed before him like a wall. In the center stood a grand gate, guarded by 2 men dressed as bandits. This area had originally been a dark void on his map, only lighting up when his feet touched the ground to reveal its name, Black Wind Ridge. The structure ahead was undoubtedly the Black Wind Stronghold. Ngo Thieu then crept closer, casting insight toward one of the bandits. Black Wind Stronghold Bandit. Level, 20 health, 40,000 physical attack, 450 physical defense, 230 magic defense, 150 movement speed, 78 skill. Take my blade. Swings a greatsword forward with immense force, dealing 150% physical damage to the target. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Level 20 mobs. Decent, not overly difficult. Should he start clearing them now, or look for level 19 mobs first? Would killing mobs 6 levels higher make him level up too quickly? Forget it. He thought. His talent had its limits anyway. There was no need to waste effort searching for level 19 monsters. He would start his grind right here. Ngo Thieu Than edged a bit closer and was quickly spotted. Who goes there, daring to trespass upon our Black Wind Stronghold? Seize him! The bandit wasted no words, barking an immediate order. Both bandits charged toward Ngo Thieu Than. I've given you lot far too much credit, haven't I? Ngo Thieu Than muttered, annoyed by their arrogance. He activated extreme speed, his movement speed surging past 300, while his attack speed hit 2.1, meaning 2 swings of his sword per second. He blurred forward, delivering 2 strikes to each bandit before retreating instantly. After putting some distance between them, he vanished into stealth, leisurely watching the 2 bandits march toward their demise. Dealing 337 poison damage per second per stack, 2 stacks totaled 674. In exactly 1 minute, the pair would be dead. At that moment, however, he felt a ripple sweep across the area. His stealth was instantly broken, followed by 2 arrows thudding into his body. 234, 234. Damn it, there are archers too? Ngo Thieu Than glanced toward the source. As it turned out, 2 watchtowers flanked the gate, each manned by an archer. He hurriedly retreated from their range, tossing an insight skill their way. Black Wind Stronghold Guard level, 20 health, 38,000 physical attack, 480 physical defense, 180 magic defense, 120 attack speed, 1.8 movement speed, 85 skill, Eagle Eye, increases vision range and arrow accuracy, grants the ability to see through stealth skills. Damn it, why do they just happen to have the Eagle Eye skill? This is going to be tricky. Ngo Thieu Than was speechless. While a single guard was no threat, his high defense meant their arrows only dealt slightly over 200 damage. Their attack speed was blistering. At 1.8 attacks per second, 2 guards meant nearly 4 arrows a second, draining 8 to 900 of his health every second. Furthermore, their range was immense. He had been attacked while at least 10 meters away from the towers. Even with extreme speed, it would take 3 seconds to reach the base of a tower and another 6 for the round trip. In those 6 seconds, he would surely be finished. I can't take them head on. Ngo Thieu Than sighed in frustration. Then, spotting An Tai Lang strolling behind him, his eyes suddenly lit up. How could he have forgotten the wolf? Normally, he didn't need help grinding, but that didn't mean the pet wasn't strong. An Tai Lang was now level 12 with an A-grade aptitude. Its growth was substantial. An Tai Lang, pet at aptitude. A level 12 health, 12,000 mana. Fun 300 physical attack, 400 physical defense. 240 speeds. 60 as. Based on raw stats, the wolf could already hold its own against Ngo Thieu Than. Only its speed was somewhat lacking, but that was no issue. When summoning a pet from the pet space, he could designate its arrival location. He could simply summon it directly at the base of the watchtower to draw the aggro. With over 10,000 health and 280 defense, it could easily withstand the onslaught for a while. Not bad. It seems if I want to change pets in the future, I should look for a defensive type to act as a shield. Even though the Silver Wolf King is an offensive type, it's already quite tanky. The 2 melee bandits soon collapsed. Too lazy to pick up the stray copper coins, Ngo Thieu Than recalled An Tai Lang. After waiting out the 1-minute summon cooldown, he designated the target location at the base of the watchtower and summoned An Tai Lang. As expected, the 2 archer guards immediately concentrated their fire on the pet. 200 damage numbers of 200 continuously popped up over An Tai Lang's head. Ngo Thieu Than didn't dare delay. This window of time was bought with An Tai Lang's life. He activated extreme speed and bolted. It took him only 3 seconds to reach the first watchtower. He scaled the structure, delivered 2 quick slashes, and immediately fled. The guard only had 38,000 health. 2 stacks of poison were more than enough. Once attacked, the guard immediately switched targets from An Tai Lang to Ngo Thieu Than. A volley of arrows forced Ngo Thieu Than to weave and dodge, leaving him no opening to strike the second guard. The wind is blowing hard. Time to pull back. Ngo Thieu Than hurriedly commanded An Tai Lang to run. A pet could not be recalled to the pet space while in a combat state. Fortunately, An Tai Lang was thick-skinned. By the time they exited the attack range, it still had over 8,000 health remaining. All that remained was to wait for the guard to die from the poison, making the second one much easier to handle. However, if the entrance was this difficult, there might be dozens of archers inside. If that were the case, he would be stuck. Sigh, one step at a time. Soon, the first archer succumbed. After waiting for An Tai Lang to regenerate its health, Ngo Thieu Than sent it forward again to bait the damage. He rushed in, delivered 2 slashes, and made a quick getaway. Chapter 35. A bold plan before long, the second archer was also poisoned to death. Level 20 mobs granted 300 experience points each, plus a bonus of 480 points for the 6-level gap. Even after the experience was split with Ngo Thieu Than, the 4 bandits had netted Ngo Thieu Than a total of 1,536 experience points. The moment the second guard fell, an alarm bell suddenly rang out from within the stronghold. Bands of bandits began pouring out in droves. Damn it, they can do that. Seeing the situation turn south, Ngo Thieu Than immediately recalled Ngo Thieu Than and ran for his life. Sure enough, before he had gone far, he looked back to see the stronghold gate swarming with bandits. There were swordsmen, shield-bearers, archers clutching bows, and even some holding magic staves. Crap. Good thing I ran fast, or I would have taken a free trip back to the city, Ngo Thieu Than thought irritably. Was the equipment of these bandits really this complete? They looked like a legitimate army. I've really dug a hole for myself this time, he muttered, eyeing the mob behind him. Over 100 had rushed out, with archers making up more than 20 of their number, and mages numbering around 10. If he tried to close the distance now, he would be dead for sure. Even Ngo Thieu Than wouldn't last a few seconds. What do I do? I need to pull them apart to pick them off, but the aggro range for the archers is the same. The moment I get close, it's over. Task lacking long-range damage is truly a headache, and an assassin's stealth is perfectly countered here. How annoying. Ngo Thieu Than looked into his inventory at 3 parchment scrolls, a fortune scroll, a protection scroll, and a stoneskin scroll. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Wasn't that stoneskin scroll, the one he had once utterly despised, actually the perfect tool for this moment? His current physical defense was 246. After using the scroll, it would double to 492, meaning that mob wouldn't be able to break his armor at all. His magic defense would also reach 432, which should be enough to withstand 10 mages. Although he didn't know their exact stats, he guessed they weren't much higher than the others. Their magic damage likely didn't exceed 500. Most importantly, the scroll lasted for 5 minutes, more than enough time for him to apply 2 stacks of poisons to every single archer and mage in that crowd. Prumprazenon. Chapter 35. This is how you mob to ensure his safety. He allocated his 10 remaining attribute points into Constitution, raising his physical defense to 256 and his magic defense to 226. Once prepared, Ngo Thieu Than closed the distance again. Just as he was about to enter their attack range, he crushed the scroll. His defense instantly doubled, reaching 512 physical and 452 magic, while simultaneously reducing the physical damage of nearby targets. He immediately activated extreme speed and charged straight into the group of bandits. The bandits quickly spotted the intruder, and a hail of arrows flew toward him. Upon impact, they only displayed meager 1 damage markers as they failed to pierce his defense. But before Ngo Thieu Than could celebrate, a barrage of fireballs rained down upon him. 124 and 24, damn it! I forgot to account for the skill damage bonus. Ngo Thieu Than was horrified. Mages had no basic attacks. Their 3-second fireball technique served as their primary strike, dealing true magic damage. After 1 wave of fireballs, Ngo Thieu Than's health bar evaporated by over 1,000 points. Having committed to the charge, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and press on. He hastily downed a large health potion, which restored 100 HP per second for 10 seconds. This was his only recovery item. There were better ones in the main city, but he had forgotten to buy them. Or rather, he had been too overconfident to bother with preparations. After drinking it, he painfully drew an instant healing potion and drained it to top off his health before continuing his assault. Fortunately, Fireball had a 3-second cooldown. Had they fired continuously, like the archers, he would have been finished. Seeing the bandit warriors and shield-bearers rushing him, Ngo Thieu Than pushed his speed to the limit, weaving through the melee units to target the archers and mages. The melee attacks only dealt a mandatory 1 point of damage, which was negligible. Though the warriors had armor-piercing skills, they were rendered helpless under the physical damage reduction of the stoneskin scroll. However, he had still underestimated the threat of a full formation. Halfway through his sprint, a shield-bearer slammed him with a shield, stunning him for 2 seconds. Damn it! This is annoying. Just then, the mage's second wave hit. Not fireballs this time, but ice freeze. 2 skills? You've got to be kidding me. Seeing the ice freeze about to hit, Ngo Thieu Than was forced to activate Void. It was a powerful skill, but with a 5-minute cooldown, he usually couldn't bear to use it, saving it only for life or death situations. Upon using Void, his body turned ethereal, cleansing the stun. The ice freeze passed right through him, missing entirely. In his void state, Ngo Thieu Than broke through the encirclement and reached the mages. These mages proved to be quite clever, immediately retreating. Unfortunately for them, with Ngo Thieu Than's movement speed exceeding 300, escape was an impossibility. Ngo Thieu Than lunged, striking the mages. At close range, their room to maneuver was severely restricted, making it difficult to lock onto a target moving as fast as him. This gave him plenty of room to breathe. He applied 2 stacks of poison to each mage before moving on. Mages naturally had lower health than archers, so 2 stacks were more than enough. Soon, all 10 mages were poisoned. Throughout the process, Ngo Thieu Than only took damage from 3 fireballs and 1 ice freeze. While the latter slowed him, his base speed was so high that the effect was manageable. Once the poisoning was done, Ngo Thieu Than retreated without hesitation. He would deal with the archers after the mages were dead. Otherwise, he couldn't tank that much magic damage. Even the instant healing potion, which restored 1000 HP with a 10-second cooldown, wouldn't be enough to sustain him. After taking 1 more wave of fireballs, Ngo Thieu Than finally escaped their range and vanished from sight. Phew, that was close. Damn it, I wasted a scroll and an instant potion on common mobs. What a loss, Ngo Thieu Than grumbled. He timed his return, arriving back at the camp less than a minute later. As expected, the mages had all fallen. Now Ngo Thieu Than felt bolder. The stone-skin scroll still had 4 minutes left. These purely physical bandits couldn't break his defense. He strode forward arrogantly, charging the archers. Even though extreme speed hadn't finished its cooldown, his natural speed was over 200 and his attack speed was rapid, making the poisoning process go smoothly. It took over a minute to poison all the archers, mainly because the shield bearers and warriors kept obstructing him and their shield bashes were incredibly frustrating. Once the archers were afflicted, Ngo Thieu Than began poisoning every bandit he could grab, activating extreme speed as soon as it came off cooldown. By the time the scroll expired, he realized with surprise that over half the bandits were poisoned, with only about 20 remaining untouched. Most of those poisoned earlier had already collapsed, leaving only about 50 still standing. Now this is what I call mobbing for levels, Ngo Thieu Than remarked. He led the remaining bandits on a chase, checking the fallen for any high-quality loot. To his delight, he found 2 pieces of black iron equipment among the pile of white items. Based on the quantity of gear, it was clear these bandits had a much higher drop rate than other monsters. Furthermore, he spotted dozens of silver coins. Not copper, but silver. The fact that these bandits dropped silver made his efforts feel worthwhile. He quickly snatched the 2 black iron items and the silver. He didn't even look at the white gear or copper. He finally had the capital to be picky. Looking at the remaining 22 bandits, Ngo Thieu Than still felt a slight headache. They wouldn't pull individually. Once he entered their aggro range, the whole group would swarm. Being surrounded was troublesome, especially with the shield bearer's 2-second stun. Without the defense scroll, a stun could be fatal. He checked his status. In the last 5 minutes, he had killed 124 bandits, and his talent points sat at 420. He was currently level 14, meaning his talent points were 30 times his level, increasing by 10-fold per rank, exactly as he had calculated. With his current poison damage, warriors or shield bearers would die after just 2 stacks. Whatever. What was there to fear? He had already wiped out over 100. Why be afraid of 20? With extreme speed and void back online, Ngo Thieu Than activated his speed and charged. His speed gave him the upper hand. Being 3 times faster than his enemies meant he was unlikely to be surrounded. With 256 defense, a warrior's basic attack wouldn't even deal 200 damage, and shield bearers with only 400 attack would hit for less than 140. Only the skills were a nuisance. A warrior's strike could deal over 400 damage, but it was still tankable. They were all melee units. Even if he stood still, only 8 could hit him at once. If he moved well, that number dropped to 4. Even 4 simultaneous skills would only cost 800 HP. Not a problem. He just had to avoid being stunned, or he'd have to use Void. Ngo Thieu then lunged, weaving so he only faced 4 at a time, 3 warriors and a shield bearer. While extreme speed was active, he could land 2 strikes per second. In a single second, he applied 2 poison stacks to the shield bearer. Before the bandit could act, 2 warriors used their skills. Ngo Thieu Than gritted his teeth, took the hits, and poisoned 1 warrior. Seeing his health at half, he backed off to break the encirclement and poisoned the other warrior. As the shield bearer raised its shield to strike, Ngo Thieu Than dashed away, successfully dodging the bash. His eyes lit up as he moved. Could his current speed actually dodge attacks? The shield bearer had a wind-up, and so did the warriors. If so, the difficulty had plummeted. He just needed to watch for the shield bash. Prasannan. Chapter 36. Battling the horde of mages. Everything became much simpler afterward. As long as he wasn't stunned, 4 ordinary bandits stood no chance of killing Ngo Thieu Than in an instant. After a few exchanges, he finally cleared out more than 20 bandits. The entire battle had lasted just over 10 minutes, resulting in a total of 146 bandits slain. Combined with the 4 gatekeepers, the count reached an even 150. This speed was something current players could never fathom. One had to remember these were level 20 monsters. Those 150 bandits yielded 45,000 experience points for Ngo Thieu Than, and his experience bar, which had just recently leveled up, was nearly full once again. Ngan Tai Lang, who had been ordered to stay at a distance and forbidden from approaching, had also reached level 13. His indestructible body talent provided an additional 150 health points, bringing his total bonus health to 545. This pushed his total health to 2,976, hovering just below the 3,000 threshold. He opened his backpack to examine the 2 pieces of equipment that had just dropped. Round wooden shield, black iron grade, health plus 200, physical defense plus 20, magic defense plus 10, block plus 5%. Additional attribute, constitution plus 21. Equipment requirement, shield guardian, attack speed ring, black iron grade, attack 60, attack speed plus 5%. Additional attribute, agility plus 22. Equipment requirement, archer, assassin. Their attributes were quite impressive. Black iron equipment dropped from level 20 monsters was actually equivalent to level 10 bronze equipment. Ngo Thieu Than equipped the attack speed ring, replacing his white tier toad ring. His health dropped by 20 points, but his attack increased by 52. His attack speed rose by 5%, and his agility gained a 22-point boost. The remaining shield was promptly listed on the auction house under a 30-minute bidding format. Afterward, Ngo Thieu Than cautiously ventured deeper into the camp. He encountered no further bandits along the path. Upon entering the main stronghold, he saw that the architecture was organized into tiers. The outermost layer consisted of dilapidated shacks, likely the quarters for the common lackeys. The middle layer featured significantly better construction, presumably housing those of higher status. The largest building at the summit was undoubtedly the residence of the bandit leader. The lowest tier was currently deserted, as the occupants had likely all rushed out during the previous skirmish. Ngo Thieu then stealthily moved toward the middle tier. Houses were scarcer here, but the monsters were bound to be much stronger. As soon as he set foot on the higher ground, he quickly spotted groups of 3 to 5 bandits. To Ngo Thieu Than's speechlessness, the monsters in this middle tier were all mages. It appeared that mages held a very high status in this camp. The group that had gone out earlier likely descended from here, as there were clearly no mages living in the lower quarters. Realizing he hadn't checked a mage's attributes yet, he cast an inspection skill to investigate. Black Windcamp Sorcerer level, 20 health, 5,000 magic tech, 480 physical defense, 120 magic defense, 180 movement speed, 68 skill 1. Fireball. Launches a ball of fire, dealing 150% magic damage to a designated target. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Skill 2, Freezing Technique. Launches an ice shard, dealing 120% magic damage to a designated target and reducing the target's movement speed for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. As expected, they possessed 2 skills. Ngo Thieu Than observed from a distance. There were only 5 mages ahead. Killing them wouldn't be difficult, but he feared that once he rushed in, a whole horde of mages might swarm out, leaving him with no path for retreat. I almost forgot, these guys don't have eagle eye. Ngo Thieu Than activated stealth and slowly crawled forward. The mages were completely oblivious to the danger, casually chatting amongst themselves. Ngo Thieu Than scouted the perimeter and saw mages stationed in several nearby areas, the distances between them not particularly far. However, it would take them at least 3 or 4 seconds to rush to this location. If he activated extreme speed, he could poison 3 or 4 of them in that time and then flee. Their speed wouldn't be enough to catch him. If things truly turned dire, he could use Void. Having made up his mind, Ngo Thieu Than did not hesitate any longer and quietly approached the mages. He triggered extreme speed, his hands moving with lightning-fast precision, delivering 2 slashes per second. Each mage only needed to be hit with 2 stacks of poison. By the time he had poisoned 3 of them, the mages finally reacted, screaming and retreating backward to create distance. Ngo Thieu Than stayed hot on their heels, poisoning the remaining 2 in less than 3 seconds. Of the group, only 1 mage managed to react in time to hurl a fireball at him. Seeing mages from other areas beginning to converge, Ngo Thieu Than immediately turned and fled. Behind him, 2 freezing shards and 3 fireballs slammed into him, carving away nearly 2,000 health. It mattered little. Before the other mages could arrive, Ngo Thieu Than had already escaped their attack range and vanished into the distance. The mages could only watch helplessly as their enemy disappeared. What could they do when their speed was simply no match? Waiting for a minute to pass, Ngo Thieu Than returned. The 5 mages from before had already collapsed, but in their place 25 mages were now gathered in a tight cluster, staring tensely at their surroundings. This is going to be tricky. Ngo Thieu Than smiled wryly. Facing the concentrated fire of 25 mages was something even Ngan Tai Lang couldn't endure. Do I really have to use the protection scroll? Ngo Thieu Than felt a bit hesitant. The protection scroll was an absolute god-tier life-saving item. Using it now felt like a waste. But if he didn't use it, he truly didn't know how to approach this fight. Should I go grind some more levels and come back? He thought to himself, but quickly shook his head. By the time he returned, the bandits below would have all respawned, rendering his previous efforts moot. Furthermore, even if he gained 2 more levels, his overall strength wouldn't increase drastically. Forget it. I'll try it first. If it doesn't work, then so be it. I'll only use the scroll as a last resort to stay alive. Ngo Thieu Than stopped wavering. Seeing that his skills had finished cooling down, he activated stealth and crept toward the mages. Once he was close, he directly triggered extreme speed and began poisoning them frantically. The mages were startled by the sudden appearance of a shadow, and for a moment they fell into total chaos. At such close range, it was extremely difficult for mages to lock on Ngo Thieu Than as he moved with extreme velocity through the crowd. Only the occasional fireball managed to strike him. However, this situation lasted only a few seconds before the mages reacted and scattered in all directions. Heh, they're smart. The scattered mages posed a lethal threat to Ngo Thieu Than. Consequently, he stuck close to them, chasing them down to land his blows. But no matter how fast he was only one person, while the enemies were fleeing in separate directions. After poisoning 4 more, the number of fireballs and ice shards hitting him increased significantly, and his health began to plummet. Once the mages opened up enough distance, they all began to open fire. He hurriedly downed a continuous health potion and an instant health potion to stabilize his life force, continuing his pursuit. But after poisoning just 2 more, his health hit rock bottom again. Seeing a barrage of fireballs and ice shards incoming, Ngo Thieu Than had no choice but to helplessly tear the protection scroll. Instantly, a layer of pale gold light enveloped him, and every spell that flew his way was blocked. Daring not to waste a second, Ngo Thieu Than rushed toward the mages who hadn't been poisoned yet. He only had 8 seconds, and he had to set aside 2 seconds to make his escape. The mages' attack range was about 10 meters. It would take him 2 seconds to barely outrun their reach. The mages were very spread out. Even with extreme speed providing a movement speed of over 300, Ngo Thieu Than only had enough time to poison 7 mages within those 8 seconds, essentially 1 per second. Combined with the 6 he poisoned during the initial chaos and the 6 he hit during the chase, Ngo Thieu Than had poisoned a total of 19, leaving 6 untouched. But there was no other choice. His time was up, and Ngo Thieu Than scrambled to escape. Behind him, fireballs whistled as they struck the golden barrier on his back, but the light vanished before he could fully exit the attack range. Seeing 7 or 8 fireballs mixed with ice shards flying toward him, Ngo Thieu Than directly activated Void to phase through them, finally succeeding in his retreat. The next step was to wait for a minute before returning to clean up the battlefield. With only 6 of them remaining, they no longer posed any threat. Proprandon. Chapter 37. Hak Phong Phong Tri Quan Su. In less than a minute before Ngo Thieu Than could even turn around, the golden light of leveling up washed over him. Clearly, the group had succumbed to the poison. Having been just a breath away from his next level, Ngo Thieu Than had now directly reached level 15. He allocated all 10 of his newly acquired attribute points into Constitution. After facing several waves of ranged monsters, he had begun to take his defense seriously. He intended to become a truly resilient assassin. After assigning his points and waiting for his cooldowns to reset, Ngo Thieu then returned to the clearing. Seeing the 6 mages standing alone with wary expressions, he smirked. "Go ahead and hit me again. Are you afraid now?" He activated stealth to close the distance once more. Upon nearing them, he triggered extreme speed and swiftly poisoned the 2 closest targets. This time, the mages seemed to have wised up, immediately attempting to pull away. But Ngo Thieu Than's speed was no joke. How could they hope to escape? He stayed on their heels, vunging his blade until the remaining 4 were also poisoned. In the process, he only took 3 hits from fireball technique. Once the poison was applied, Ngo Thieu Than immediately turned and fled. Only then did the mages frantically unleash their skills at his retreating back, but he activated Void to dodge every spell before leisurely making his exit. A minute later, Ngo Thieu Than returned. By now, every mage lay dead on the ground. Scouring the area, he found a piece of black iron equipment and 5 silver coins. Sapphire necklace, black iron grade. Magic attack plus 50. MP 300. Cooldown reduction plus 3%. Bonus attribute. Spirit plus 21. Requirements mage priest. Not bad. More money for the pockets. Ngo Thieu Than took a screenshot of the item's attributes and sent it to Ngo Thieu Than. As expected, a reply came almost instantly. "Tuyet Nhi, how much?" And Ngo Thieu Than checked the trading prices for black iron items on the auction house, which usually fluctuated between 50,000 and 70,000 yuan. Since this item dropped from level 20 monsters, its attributes were slightly superior. He thought for a moment and replied, "Let's say 70,000. Ngo Thieu Than said nothing more, clearly finding the price reasonable. The two quickly finalized the transaction. Just as it concluded, Ngo Thieu Than heard another system notification. "Ding, an item you listed on the auctions house has been purchased. Transaction price, 80,000 yuan. After a 16,000 yuan handling fee, the remaining 64,000 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank card." "Oh, I almost forgot about the shield I listed. The price was decent, but I only cleared a bit over 60,000. Trading with that girl is definitely better. No fees, and she pays promptly, Ngo Thieu Than muttered. It was likely past 8 o'clock now, so he decided to log out for breakfast. With no monsters in the immediate vicinity, Ngo Thieu Than chose to log out on the spot. Removing his helmet, he habitually reached for his phone to check his balance. When he saw the figure displayed, he bolted upright in shock. Damn, it's already over 1 million? Looking at the balance of 1.11 million in his account, Ngo Thieu Than could hardly believe his eyes. After doing the math for a moment, he realized he had actually earned his first $1,000,000 without even noticing. Ecstatic, he paced around his room 4 or 5 times before he could finally calm his nerves. Should I buy a gaming cabin? He glanced around his cramped rental room. There probably wasn't even enough space for one. Forget it, he would settle the housing situation first, and then decide. After heading out for breakfast, he quickly returned to the game. The priority now was completing this hidden quest and perhaps securing a silver boss first kill to make a real fortune. Upon re-entering the game, Ngo Thieu Than reappeared at Hak Phong Tri. He wandered through the central area, thinking the monsters had been cleared, only to run into a massive figure. Currently, the figure was glaring at him with pure rage. Ngo Thieu Than immediately cast Insight. Hak Phong Tri Quan Su Bronze Grade Boss Level, 20 HP, 60,000 Magic Attack, 900 Physical Defense, 400 Magic Defense, 480 Movement Speed, Knife Skill 1. Fireball Technique. Fires a ball of fire, dealing 150% magic damage to a designated target. 3-second cooldown. Skill 2. Freezing Technique. Fires an ice bolt, dealing 120% magic damage to a designated target and reducing movement speed for 5 seconds. 10-second cooldown. Skill 3. Bursting Flames. Unleashes a torrent of fire at a designated location that explodes on impact, dealing 200% magic damage to all targets within a 3x3 area. 2-minute cooldown. Skill 4. Ice Hail Technique. A rain of ice falls upon a designated location, dealing 180% magic damage to all targets within a 5x5 area, and reducing movement speed for 5 seconds. 1-minute cooldown. Ngo Thieu Than swallowed hard. 4 skills and such high magic attack. He quickly retreated out of the aggro range to strategize. If he wanted to fight, he would have to use stealth to sneak in. Checking his status. Leveling up had added 40 HP, and killing the 30 mages had boosted his immortal body by another 30 HP, bringing his total HP to 3,046 and his magic defense to 236. His poison damage stood at 426 points, having killed 6 more after leveling up. It's doable, Ngo Thieu Than calculated. If he took all 4 skills at once, he certainly wouldn't survive, but except for Fireball and Freezing Technique, which were instantaneous, the other 2 surely required a casting time. If he used stealth to close in and then triggered extreme speed, he could stack 2 layers of poison in 1 second and spend 2 more seconds fleeing. At most, he would have to endure 3 skills. Let's do this. Having made up his mind, Ngo Thieu Than activated stealth and once again approached the Hak Phong Tri Quan Su, who was still loitering about. He crept forward silently, and once he was close enough, he activated extreme speed, delivering 2 consecutive slashes before turning to bolt. Pretrandan, Chapter 37, Hak Phong Tri Quan Su. Ah, you little thief, you're dead! Hak Phong Tri Quan Su roared. Immediately, a freezing technique struck Ngo Thieu Than, causing his speed to plummet. This was followed closely by a fireball that hit its mark, and the boss immediately began to cast his 3rd skill, Bursting Flames. However, due to the half-second chant, Ngo Thieu Than managed to scramble out of the attack range just as the spell was unleashed. The flames erupted violently right behind his back, but failed to touch him. Having escaped the perimeter, Ngo Thieu Than glanced at his health bar. It was still over half full. He smiled slightly. The difficulty wasn't insurmountable. Timing his moves carefully, Ngo Thieu Than rushed in to add 2 more layers of poison as the 1-minute mark approached. This time, without the extreme speed buff, he had to steel himself and endure 3 skills, but he ultimately managed to escape without further incident. In this manner, through a back and forth that lasted less than 7 minutes, the massive frame of the Hak Fong Tri Quan Su finally collapsed. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the bronze grade boss Hak Fong Tri Quan Su. You have received 200 reputation and number experience points. Your pet, Ngan Tai Lang, says receive 7,200 experience points. Ding! Talent trait activated. Poison damage plus 1. Current poison damage is 427. Ding! Immortal body triggered. Maximum HP increased by 1. Total HP bonus from immortal body is now 556. He glanced at his experience bar. Level 15. Number. Sigh. His experience was already nearing the halfway mark again, but there was no helping it. Boss experience was simply too substantial. Looking down at the ground, a wide grin spread across Ngo Thieu Than's face. The loot is truly plentiful this time. He hurried over to gather everything scattered on the ground. The haul included 4 gold and 32 silver coins, 2 pieces of bronze equipment, and 3 pieces of black iron equipment. He ignored the white-grade trash. Additionally, there was a scroll and a peculiar type of fruit. Pranan, Chapter 38. Hak Fong Tri Chu. Ngo Thieu Than opened his backpack to examine the items inside. Frost Spirit Staff, bronze grade. Magic attack plus 1/6, magic penetration plus 5 plus ice mesh, magic damage increased by trebits, intelligence plus 24, spirit plus 22. Equipment requirement, mage. Blazing bracelet. Bronze grade, magic attack plus 80, mana plus 200. Fire magic damage increased by 5%, cooldown reduction 5%. Additional attributes, intelligence plus 21, agility plus 20. Equipment requirement, mage, priest. Looking at these 2 pieces of equipment, Ngo Thieu Than licked his lips. To be honest, these were absolutely the best items in the game right now. The bronze gear he was currently wearing couldn't even compare. After all, these were drops from a level 20 boss. The remaining 3 pieces of black iron equipment were also for mages, consisting of a hat, a pair of boots, and a belt. Since Ngo Thieu Than couldn't equip any of them, he didn't even bother looking at their attributes. I wonder if that girl can swallow all of this, Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. If she could buy this entire set, the title of the #1 mage in Jinling City would surely belong to her. Her equipment would be even better than his. With that thought, Ngo Thieu Than sent a message to Tumo Tuye. Hey there, is your wallet thick enough? Tuyet ni. What do you mean? Ngo Thieu Than directly took screenshots of all 5 pieces of equipment and sent them over. Tuyet ni. How much for the lot? I'll take them all. Ngo Thieu Than looked at the message and rubbed his chin. Was this girl really that rich? She didn't even hesitate. He checked the transaction history at the auction house. Currently, the only bronze equipment with a recorded price was the one he had auctioned last time for 180,000. There were no other records. On the other hand, there had been a few more black iron transactions, and prices were starting to drop, fluctuating between 40,000 and 60,000. After thinking for a moment, Ngo Thieu Than replied, 200,000 for the Frost Spirit Staff, 180,000 for the Blazing Bracelet, and let's call the black iron pieces 60,000 each. This price was considered very reasonable. The attributes of these items were better than the market average, so a slightly higher price was only natural. Tuyet ni. Deal. As soon as she spoke, she sent a remote trade request and directly entered the figure of 560,000. Ngo Thieu Than placed the equipment in the window, and the transaction was completed. His account balance suddenly increased by over 500,000, and his heart surged with joy. Continuing to check the remaining items, the scroll was a teleportation scroll used to record a set of coordinates and then teleport directly back to them. Quite useful. The final item was a type of fruit he had never seen before. Spirit fruit. After use, permanently increases spirit by 10 points. This was good stuff. Items that permanently increased attributes were absolute treasures. Conveniently, as his mana was a bit low, he ate it immediately. His spirit reached 52, and his mana increased to 680 points. Now, only that chief remained. Ngo Thieu Than looked toward the highest building above and walked straight toward it. Just as he stepped up, a voice rang out in his ears. "Who allowed you up here? Did I not say? Without my permission, no one is allowed to approach." The voice came from inside the house. "My, aren't we arrogant?" Ngo Thieu Than showed no respect, sending a kick that slammed the main door open. "Who dares court death by ruining my business?" With those words, a middle-aged man with a scarred face appeared before Ngo Thieu Than, looking furious. When he saw Ngo Thieu Than, he clearly paused for a moment and then asked, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Taking advantage of the moment the man was speaking, Ngo Thieu Than quickly cast an insight skill. Hak Fong Tri Tri Chu, silver grade boss level. 20 health, 120,000 physical attack, 300 physical defense, 650 magic defense, 420 attack speed, 1.5 movement speed, 180 skill 1, Soul Devour, swings a short sword to stab the target, dealing 180% physical damage and converting 30% of the damage dealt into health for himself. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Heavy Strike, smashes the target with the hilt of the short sword, dealing 150% physical damage and inflicting silence for 3 seconds. Skills cannot be cast during silence. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 3, Weak Point Break, swings the short sword to deal damage to the target's weak point in front. This damage ignores defense and is a guaranteed critical hit. Cooldown, 3 minutes. "Sorry, my mistake." Ngo Thieu Than turned around and ran straight away, without a hint of hesitation. He needed to leave to process this information. This guy's attributes were higher than he had expected. "Where do you think you're going?" As it turned out, the opponent wouldn't let him run and pursued him closely. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough, and he finally had to run out of the range of the Black Wind camp before the other party stopped the pursuit. Phew! Lucky I ran fast, but this guy's speed is truly too much. The strategist's speed was only 95. For this guy's movement speed to reach 180 is simply absurd. Hak Fong Tri Tri Chu's attributes could only be described as monstrous. An attack reaching 1,300 points was a full 400 points higher as a strategist. Truly terrifying. However, there was also good news. This chief was an assassin-type monster. His single target damage was extremely high, but like Ngo Thieu Than, he had no ranged or area of effect skills. While this type of boss was invincible in a one-on-one duel, relatively speaking, he was a bit easier to handle. Ngo Thieu Than wouldn't stand still and trade blows with him. He would just hit and run. The boss's attack speed was 2 hits per second, meaning every time Ngo Thieu Than applied a stack of poison, he would either take 2 normal attacks or 1 skill hit. Much more manageable than dealing with mage-type monsters. Calculating the damage, the boss's most painful move was the third skill, ignoring defense and guaranteeing a critical hit. This meant a single strike could lop off 2,600 of his health. But it still wasn't enough to finish him instantly. He just didn't know if the boss would follow up with a normal attack, as his attack speed was quite fast. To be safe, Ngo Thieu Than took out a life potion he had been reluctant to use. Upon consumption, it would increase maximum health for 30 minutes. After using it, his health reached 3,961, approximately 4,000. Even if he took a hit from the third skill, followed by a normal attack, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. After careful calculation, Ngo Thieu Than activated stealth and returned to the Black Wind camp, quickly spotting the chief, muttering to himself there. You think you can chase me? Let's see if I don't torment you to death." Ngo Thieu Than crept closer, but before he could even get near, the other man seemed to sense something and stared directly toward Ngo Thieu Than in a defensive stance. Damn it, is he that alert? This stealth skill is becoming more and more unreliable. Ngo Thieu Than grumbled under his breath. Then, he stopped trying to hide and directly activated extreme speed, charging forward to land 2 slashes before turning to flee. "So it is you, you little ant." Ngo Thieu Than's speed was already extremely fast, but Hak Fong Tri Tri Chu's reaction was no less impressive. He spun around to deliver a normal attack, followed by a weak point break that landed right on Ngo Thieu Than's back. 1,034, 2,600. Critical. Damn, that hurts. It was a good thing he had the foresight to drink the life potion, or he would have been a goner right now. His prediction was correct. This guy really could unleash a normal attack combined with a skill in such a short amount of time. It seemed that, although it was a melee skill, its range was definitely a bit further than a normal attack. And Ngo Thieu Than continued to run without stopping, with the chief trailing closely behind. Fortunately, he didn't need to stand and fight face to face. Who could withstand this much damage? He downed a large red potion, which, combined with his natural health regeneration, was enough to fully restore his health. Looking back at the chief who was hot on his heels, Ngo Thieu Than remarked, "This is the benefit of running fast." And so, Ngo Thieu Than and Hakfong Tri Chu traded blows in an exquisite fashion. To ensure safety, he would land 2 slashes when extreme speed was active, but when it wasn't, he would only land 1 slash before immediately running away. At this moment, Hakfong Tri Chu felt so stifled he could die. This little ant kept jumping right in front of him, yet he could never catch up. If only he had a ranged attack. He was now beginning to regret following the path of an assassin. Presendran. Chapter 39. The First Silver Boss Kill. Watching the health of the chief of Black Wind Camp dwindle, Ngo Thieu Than suddenly remembered he had a luck scroll in his backpack, a valuable item capable of increasing drop rates. Humanoid monsters were categorized by class, and their drops typically corresponded to those roles. For instance, the tactician he had killed earlier was a mage, resulting in a pile of mage equipment. Since this chief was an assassin, he would undoubtedly drop assassin gear. Furthermore, as this was a first-time skill of a silver boss, the base drop rate already received a bonus. If he added a scroll to double that rate, the mere thought sent a surge of excitement through Ngo Thieu Than. He hurriedly retrieved and activated it. The drop rate bonus would last for 30 minutes. The chief could hold out for 5 more at most, so using it now was no waste. The wretched chief of Black Wind Camp possessed a wealth of skill, yet found himself unable to exert any of it. Tormented unto death by the man he had considered a mere ant, he finally collapsed to the ground in bitter resentment. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the silver-grade boss chief of Black Wind Camp. You have received 500 reputation points and experience. Your pet, Ngan Tai Lang, has also received experience. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health plus 40, mana plus 20, and you have received 10 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. Ding! Congratulations, your pet Ngan Tai Lang has leveled up. Current level 14. Ding! Talent trait activated. Poison damage increased by 1. Maximum poison stacks increased by 1. Current poison damage 428. Current maximum stacks 4. Ding! Undying body is in effect. Maximum health increased by 1. Undying body has now granted a total of 577 maximum health points. Simultaneously, a server-wide announcement once again thundered across the Xianxia server. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tran Phong for defeating the silver-grade boss chief of Black Wind Camp. As the first player across the entire server to defeat a silver-grade boss, the system rewards him with 1,000 reputation, 30 gold coins, and 30 free attribute points. This is hereby announced. Perhaps they were becoming accustomed to it, or perhaps they simply did not realize the high level of the chief of Black Wind Camp. But while this announcement still caused a stir, the player base no longer found it as impossible to accept as before. It's been a while, but the great god Tran Phong is finally back on the TV again. Gold shines wherever it's buried. A man like great god Tran Phong would find it hard to keep a low profile even if he tried. A silver boss? How did he even find one? I haven't even seen what one looks like. A silver boss must be much more powerful than a bronze one. I wonder if the great god dropped any silver equipment? At Tran Phong. The regional chat channels immediately turned boisterous, though the voices of doubt had largely vanished. In glacial cities, Quan Lam sighed as he heard the announcement. As expected, even after reaching the main city, this guy is still unimaginably strong. Indeed, he is currently a living legend within Divine Oracle, Hao Nian added with a trace of melancholy. In Autumn Water City, a team of 20 players was currently surrounding and attacking a massive sea turtle on the coast, a level 12 bronze boss, the deep-sea giant turtle. The 20 members coordinated with seamless precision. Their classes were well-balanced, and their damage output was impressively high. What truly drew the eye, however, was that all 20 members were women. A variety of beauties moved and attacked in a constant dance, creating a sight that was nothing short of breathtaking. In the center of the crowd stood a woman clad in white priestly robes, her face obscured by a silken veil. She possessed a refined and ethereal grace, like the most radiant rose in bloom. Even standing amidst a literal forest of beauties, she remained the undeniable focal point. With a casual wave of her hand, a burst of healing magic instantly filled the health bar of a struggling female warrior. Her healing output, reaching nearly 800 or 900 points, would surely put all other priests to shame. This was the key factor that allowed their 20-person team to challenge a bronze boss. The female warrior stuck out her tongue and said, "Sister Kinvu, it's truly a waste of your talent to play as a priest." Ngo Kinvu shook her head helplessly. Previously, she had been recognized as a top-tier mage, and her initial intention upon entering Divine Oracle was to play the same role. However, fate had played a trick on her. Her talent specifically enhanced healing effects, forcing her to switch to the priest class to avoid squandering such a powerful gift. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Being a priest is fine. At least I can keep you restless girls from dying so often, Ngo Kinvu said. Everyone, who do you think this Tran Phong actually is? I've played online games for years, and I've never seen this ID before. Another girl pivoted the conversation, referencing the server announcement they had all just heard. No idea. I never heard of him before Divine Oracle launched. Or maybe it's some other great god who changed their name. An archer guessed. At that moment, Ngo Kinvu also began to feel a spark of curiosity regarding that name. In Kimlang City, Ngo Thieu expression was grim. Him again. It seems we must find a way to restrict Tran Fong's progress. Otherwise, he will certainly interfere with our development. But Zihao said this Tran Phong always wears a mask. That makes him difficult to track down. Ngo the Ko Fong noted. We have tens of thousands of brothers here in Kimlang City. Are you telling me we still can't find him? Ngo the Thieu Than sneered. Find him. See if he can be recruited. If not, then destroy. Kimlang City is the domain of my Ngo the Quan Hung. I will not tolerate anyone existing outside of my control. Ngo the Tianha commanded coldly. Meanwhile, Ngo Thieu Than couldn't care less about the outside world. His eyes were sparkling as he stared at the loot scattered across the ground. This was undoubtedly the largest haul he had ever seen since he began hunting bosses. It had formed a small mountain. He quickly gathered everything. Seeing his backpack nearly full, Ngo Thieu Than excitedly began to sort through the items. First was the currency. 8 gold and 52 silver coins, nearly equal to the reward for the first kill of the Boar King. Next was the equipment. 4 pieces of silver gear, 6 pieces of bronze gear, and 8 pieces of black iron gear. He didn't even bother picking up the white-tier items. Remarkably, 2 skill books had dropped, likely a result of the luck scroll, as 2 books would have been nearly impossible otherwise. Following those were 2 special scrolls, 2 attribute fruits, a very strange-looking potion, a key, a piece of parchment of unknown purpose, and the monster head required for his quest. This was a massive windfall. A player's default inventory had 40 slots. While materials and potions could stack up to 1,000 per slot, the drop rates in Divine Oracle were so low that a full backpack was a rare occurrence. Yet, Ngo Thieu Than's bag was nearly at capacity, with more than half of it occupied solely by the spoils from this single boss. With a racing heart, he checked the attributes of the equipment: Soul Devouring Dagger Silver Grade, Physical Attack plus 2/8, Attack Speed plus 10%, Lifesteal plus 5%. Additional attributes: Strength plus 24, Agility plus 22, Constitution's 23. Requirement: Assassin. Black Wind Leather Armor, Silver Grade. health plus 800, pop plus 200, physical defense plus 50, magic defense plus 50, damage reduction plus 5%. Additional attributes: constitution plus 25, stamina plus 23, spirit plus 22. Requirement: assassin archer. Black wind helmet, silver grade, health plus 500, physical defense plus 45, magic defense plus 45, crit resistance plus 5%. Additional attributes: constitution plus 2, stamina plus 21, agility plus 20. Requirement: all classes. Gale bracers, silver grade, physical attack plus 1 to 160, attack speed plus 8%, defense penetration plus 5%. Additional attributes: agility plus 22, strength plus 21, stamina plus 20. Requirement: staff archer. Graphite ring, bronze grade, health plus 300, physical attack plus 1e5, cooldown reduction 3%. Additional attributes: strength plus 23, constitution plus 22. Requirement: physical classes. Graphite belt, bronze grade, health plus 400, physical defense plus 35, magic defense plus 35. Additional attributes: constitution plus 21, stamina plus 22. Requirement: all classes. Graphite necklace, bronze grade, physical attack plus 140, critical rate plus 5%, luck plus 5. Additional attributes: strength plus 20, agility plus 22. Requirement: physical classes. Graphite boots, bronze grade, movement speed plus 60, physical defense plus 30, magic defense plus 30. Additional attributes: agility plus 21, stamina plus 22. Requirement: all classes. Graphite helmet, bronze grade, health plus 300, physical defense plus 30, magic defense plus 30, crit resistance plus 3%. Additional attributes: constitution plus T4, stamina plus T5. All classes. Graphite braceper, bronze grade, physical attack plus 130, attack speed plus 5%, defense penetration plus 3%. Additional attributes: strength plus 23, agility plus 24. Requirement: assassin archer. Chapter 40. What do I need this attack power for? Looking at the mountain of silver and bronze equipment, Ngo Thieu Than blinked. He had truly stripped this guy down to his very underwear. Given his naturally high luck, combined with the first kill reward and the double drop rate scroll, such a haul was not entirely unreasonable. Most importantly, almost everything was usable for him. This was a true one-step ascent to prosperity. By equipping the new gear, his strength would at least double. As for the pile of black iron equipment, Ngo Thieu Than didn't even spare them a second glance. After inspecting the equipment, he turned his attention to the skill books. Heavy strike. Consumes 80 mana. Strikes the target with the weapon's pommel, dealing physical damage and silencing the target for 3 seconds. Skills cannot be cast during the silence duration. Cooldown, 1 minute. Requirement: assassin. Weak point strike, consumes 100 mana. Deals damage to the target's weak point. This damage ignores defense and is a guaranteed critical hit. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Requirement: assassin. Holy crap, both of these actually dropped? Finally, I'm no longer an assassin who only relies on poison to make a living. Ngo Thieu Than marveled. It could be said that since entering mythology, he had almost never been able to break through a monster's defense. With the new equipment and these 2 offensive skills, he could finally deal damage like a proper assassin. Ngo Thieu Than learned both skills immediately, and 2 new icons appeared on his skill bar. Once the skills were learned, he checked the remaining items one by one. There were 2 screw scrolls. One was a protection scroll. Grants invincibility for 10 seconds upon use. The other was a random teleportation scroll. Teleports the users to a random location within a 1-kilometer radius. Both were life-saving tools and incredibly useful. Next were 2 attribute fruits, both of which were agility fruits. Consuming them would permanently increase agility by 10 points. Ngo Thieu Than naturally used them right away. One could never have too many of these. 3 items remained that he had never seen before. One was an old piece of parchment. Upon taking it out, the description read: treasure map. Records the location of a treasure. It depicted a map with a treasure chest marked on it, clearly the hiding spot. However, Ngo Thieu Than did not recognize the geography, and there were no labels. He would likely have to stumble upon it by chance to recognize the location. Then there was a key. Ngo Thieu Than examined it. Treasure chest key, used to open treasure chests. Could it be for the chest on that map? Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself before tucking it back into his backpack. Finally, there was a strange vial of potion. He had never seen anything like it, but his intuition told him it was far from simple. Unsealing potion. Can remove the usage requirements for equipment and skills. Damn, now this is the real treasure. And Ngo Thieu Than grew instantly excited. At first glance, this might not seem like much. Removing equipment restrictions wasn't particularly useful. Was an assassin supposed to start carrying a magic staff? But this potion didn't just remove equipment requirements. More importantly, it could remove skill requirements. One had to understand that having many high-tier skills available, but being unable to use them, was the ultimate frustration. For example, he still had a brute force impact book in his inventory, which was a warrior skill. If he used this potion, he could learn it directly. Of course, Ngo Thieu Than wouldn't waste it on that particular skill. But in the future, he would surely encounter a skill he loved but couldn't learn. That was when this potion would prove its immense value. Carefully storing the potion in his backpack, Ngo Thieu Than began changing his gear. It was essentially a full-body overhaul. As for rings, he kept the Silver Wolf King ring, swapping out the attack speed ring he had just obtained instead. This was mainly because the Silver Wolf King ring provided nearly 200 health, while the attack speed ring provided none. A single Hak Fong Tri-Chu had dropped an entire set for him. Now, aside from his leggings, his entire body was outfitted in bronze-grade gear or higher. After changing his equipment, Ngo Thieu Than looked at the 40 free attribute points he had just gained and dumped them all into Constitution. Then he reviewed his attributes once more. Name, Tran Phong rank, bronze rank, level, 16 health, 5487 mana, 1180 physical attack, 1245 magic attack, 84 physical defense, 53 magic defense, 533 movement speed, 430 attack speed, 5% critical rate, 0 damage reduction, 0 damage reduction, 0 cooldown reduction, 0 crit resistance, 0 luck, 15, title plus 10, equipment plus 5, experience, 746, strength, 158, 31, 189 intelligence, 35 flip, 742 physique, 174, 3207 constitution, 303 plus 60, 363 spirit, 67, 1380 agility, 309 plus 61, 370 talents. Poison damage 428 points, stacks up to 4 times. Immortal body, increases maximum health by 577 points. Equipment, weapon, soul-piercing short sword silver grade, helmet. Black wind helmet silver grade, armor. Black wind leather armor silver grade. Leggings, Bear King leggings, black iron grade, belt. Graphite belt bronze grade, boots. Graphite boots bronze grade, necklace. Neckties bronze grade, left bracer, silver grade, right bracer. Graphite bracer, bronze grade, left ring. Graphite ring bronze grade, right ring. Silver Wolf King ring, bronze grade. His attributes had nearly doubled across the board, with his physical attack soaring to over 1,000. Yet, looking at such high attack power, Ngo Thieu Than rubbed his nose. No matter how high his attack was, could it ever be as strong as his poison? Sigh, what do I even need this attack power for? Ngo Thieu Than lamented. Opening the auction house, he checked the recent transaction prices for black iron equipment. In the 10 or so minutes he'd spent fighting the chief, 4 more black iron pieces had been sold, generally staying within the 40,000 to 60,000 yuan range. However, it was estimated that many players were now getting black iron drops from regular mobs. Though the drop rate was low, it couldn't withstand the sheer volume of the player base. He believed the value of black iron gear would plummet very soon. Once the wealthy whales had fully outfitted themselves, the remaining solo players wouldn't be willing to part with so much money for equipment. Ngo Thieu then listed his 2 recently replaced black iron items, the Bear King armor and the Wolf King helmet, pocker for 20,000 yuan each. Both were low-level black iron pieces. The Bear King armor, in particular, had dropped from a level 6 Bear King, and its stats were quite poor, only marginally better than white-grade gear. It was lucky he had managed to use it until now. He had to seize this chance to harvest one last crop of leaks before it was too late. After waiting for 2 minutes, both items were sold. Ngo Thieu then listed the Bear King Bracer Batatter, the attack speed ring batter, and the 8 black iron pieces that the chief had just dropped, pricing them all at 60,000 yuan each. These items had significantly higher attributes than the black iron gear currently on the market. Aside from the Bear King Bracer, the rest were dropped by level 20 bandits. He wasn't worried about them not selling. Sure enough, the 10 pieces of equipment were quickly swept up. In the blink of an eye, 540,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Chapter 41. The remaining items were bronze-grade equipment, which was currently in a state of high demand but virtually no supply. However, the attributes of the 2 bronze pieces dropped by the Silver Wolf King were actually only comparable to the level 20 black iron equipment dropped by the mountain bandits. After some thought, Ngo Thieu Than listed them for 60,000 each. They were snapped up in the blink of an eye. The buyers likely hadn't even checked the stats. Seeing the bronze label was enough to close the deal. Ngo Thieu then turned his attention to the 2 remaining pieces, the Black Bear King boots and the Stone Ink helm. One had dropped from the level 17 Black Bear King, and the other from the level 20 Camp Chief. Both possessed excellent attributes. He debated whether to put them up for auction or set a price based on his previous transactions. What Ngo Thieu Than did not know was that at this very moment, the majority of players in Jinling City were glued to the auction house. This was the first time they had seen anyone wholesaling black iron and bronze equipment in such large quantities. Right then, Ngo Thieu Than's private chat window pinged. Tuitni. Was it you who listed that equipment on the auction house? Tran Phong? Yeah, what about it? Tuitni. Do you have any more? Tran Phong, you want to buy more? Tuitni. I do. Feeling that the conversation was becoming slightly ambiguous, she immediately added, I only need bronze-grade gear. Do you have any? Ngo Thieu then thought for a moment before sending over the attribute screenshots of the last 2 items. Fortunately, both were class-neutral equipment. Tuitni. How much? Tran Phong. Same as before, 160,000 per piece. Tuitni deal. The transaction was completed swiftly. Curious, Ngo Thieu then asked, Beauty, does your family own a mine? How are you so rich? Tuitni. We do, so you can consider a long-term partnership with me. Tran Phong. Could we perhaps be a bit more modest? Having converted all his unused equipment into cash, he had brought in nearly 900,000 in a short span of time. Ngo Thieu Than was in an exceptionally good mood. He glanced at the house where the camp chief had been staying and stepped inside, driven by curiosity. He wanted to see what could have possibly kept that man inside while his subordinates were being slaughtered. The interior was spacious but sparsely decorated. Several rooms branched off from the main hall, and from one of them, the faint sound of sobbing could be heard. Ngo Thieu Than walked toward the source of the noise and pushed the door open. His eyes met 2 young women with disheveled clothes and tear-streaked faces, looking toward the door in sheer terror. Scanning the room, he finally understood why the camp chief hadn't let anyone up here. The man certainly knew how to enjoy himself, indulging in auto double flight. It seemed he had indeed interrupted a grand affair. No wonder the man had hated him with such visceral intensity. Judging by their attire, they were likely village girls kidnapped by the camp chief. They were quite beautiful. The man's taste had not been poor. It's all right. You two should head home. The Hak Fong Tri Chu has been killed by me, Ngo Thieu Than told them. The 2 women gave no reaction, their faces still frozen in horror. What? You don't believe me? Ngo Thieu Than spoke again, raising his voice for emphasis. This time they finally reacted. One of them asked weakly, Is it true? Why would I lie to you? Go outside and see for yourselves. Go quickly, or you might find it hard to leave. Ngo Thieu Than wasn't sure when the bandits would respawn. If these 2 dawdled, they might end up trapped again. The 2 women hurriedly straightened their clothes and cautiously stepped outside. A few minutes later, they came yelling back in and knelt directly before Ngo Thieu Than. Thank you, young hero, for saving our lives. Thank you. they sobbed as they kowtowed. They had thought that their lives were over, that they would spend eternity as playthings for that monster. They never imagined there would be a day of escape. The scene left Ngo Thieu Than feeling awkward, and he quickly helped them up. Enough, enough, there's no need for thanks. Just go home. It took a long while to soothe them before they finally calmed down. Suddenly, one of the women spoke up. Benevolent sir, I know where that demon hid his treasure. Really? Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected a hidden bonus quest. Lead the way, he said eagerly. Benevolent sir, please follow me. The woman led him toward another room. This room looked like a cluttered storage space, filled with a messy heap of various items. To be honest, if he had searched for it himself, he would have skipped this place at a glance. The woman tapped lightly on the wall. After a moment, a section of the stone wall suddenly swung open, revealing a stone door just wide enough for one person to pass through. That's quite sophisticated. Ngo Thieu Than was surprised. The mechanism was hidden so well that he hadn't seen any trace of it before. Benevolent sir, that demon kept all the riches he plundered over the years in a chest inside. You will see it immediately. However, the key is kept on his person, the woman explained. Oh? Ngo Thieu Than suddenly remembered the key that had dropped earlier. He had assumed it was for a treasure map chest, but it seemed it belonged here. Ngo Thieu Than stepped inside. It was a very small room containing nothing but a single large chest. He approached with excitement. Seeing the chest was locked, he pulled the key from his backpack and tried it. As expected, it clicked open. The moment the chest opened, Ngo Thieu Than was nearly blinded. The room was dim, but as the lid rose, a brilliant golden light burst forth, forcing him to squint. Once his vision cleared, and he saw the pile of shimmering gold coins filling the chest, he nearly started drooling. I'm rich. Without any pretense of politeness, Ngo Thieu Than began sweeping the loot into his backpack. It took him a good while to empty the chest. His backpack now showed a balance of 673 gold coins. Since he had only 161 gold coins before, this chest alone had contained over 500 gold. This brought him immense joy. It was a stroke of luck that he had checked inside. Or he would have missed this entirely. One had to realize that even though the earning potential of players had increased significantly after reaching the main city, causing a sharp drop in the currency's value, the exchange rate was still 1 real-world dollar to 10 copper coins. This meant 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 1,000 yuan. 500 gold coins was equivalent to over 500,000 yuan. Man, the value of gold is dropping fast. Maybe I should sell some? On second thought, he decided against it. He felt that gold would be needed for many things later on. And besides, he wasn't exactly desperate for that 500,000. After clearing out the gold, he discovered a pearl sitting at the bottom of the chest. He quickly picked it up to examine it. Mana orb. Carrying this item allows for continuous mana regeneration, restoring 1% of total mana every second. Damn it, this effect was practically god tier. Although the amount restored wasn't massive, the key was the continuous aspect. This meant it functioned even during combat, ensuring one never had to worry about running out of mana. However, for an assassin like him, holding on to this felt like a waste. If this were sold to a mage, it would fetch an astronomical price. What should he do? Sell it or keep it? He decided to use it himself for the time being. The value of such an item was truly hard to determine. And who knew? Perhaps when he acquired more skills later, he would find himself facing a mana shortage too. Seeing there was nothing else in the room, Ngo Thieu Than stepped out, satisfied. Finding the two women still standing outside, he asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" They looked bashful, and one of them said, "Benevolent sir, could we trouble you to escort us back? We belong to Lu Jia village, about 10 miles from here. But to get there, we must pass through Tiger Howl Forest, which is infested with fierce tigers. We are not strong enough, so that was it." Fine then. If one is going to save someone, one should see it through to the end. He would consider it a good deed. If not for them, he wouldn't have obtained so much gold. Ngo Thieu Than was in a fantastic mood, so he agreed immediately. Percent. Chapter 42. Lujia Village. Ngo Thieu Than led the two girls toward Lujia Village, with Ngan Tai Lang, now standing as high as his knees, trotting by his side. Beyond Black Wind Ridge lay Tiger Roar Forest. As the name suggested, the woods were teeming with tigers, though their exact strength remained a mystery. The group of 3 and 1 wolf entered the forest. The two girls huddled close together, their faces pale with fear, as they followed cautiously behind Ngo Thieu Than. In contrast, Ngo Thieu Than appeared entirely unconcerned. With his power having skyrocketed recently, he was actually itching to find a few monsters to test his skills. Roar! A thunderous growl erupted as a massive tiger lunged out, blocking their path. The two girls stumbled back 2 steps in fright, but Ngo Thieu Than remained calm, casually tossing an appraisal skill at the beast. Forest Tiger. Level: 21 health, 15 physical attack, 520 physical defense, 280 magic defense, 220 movement speed, 15 skill. Pounce: lunges at a target, dealing physical damage. Can knock down targets with lower attack power than itself. Cooldown: 20 seconds. After glancing at the tiger's attributes and then back at his own, Ngo Thieu Than rubbed his nose. Had he truly become this powerful? A level 21 monster couldn't even break his defense? Ngo Thieu Than's physical defense sat at a staggering 543. With the tiger's attack at only 520, it truly could not pierce his guard. Even using a skill would likely only shave off a couple hundred health points. Mere scratches for someone with over 5,000 health. The reason for this disparity, aside from his gear, was that Ngo Thieu Than had dumped nearly 200 points into his endurance attribute. It was important to note that players from level 0 to 10 only received 5 attribute points per level, totaling 50 points by level 10. From level 11 to 20, they received 10 points per level, totaling another 100. In other words, even a level 20 shield guardian, who put every single point into endurance, wouldn't have as many as him. This was the result of Ngo Thieu Than's bonus attribute points from various first kills and first realm advancements, allowing his stats to far outstrip players of the same level. Furthermore, a shield guardian would typically prioritize vitality, as it usually offered more immediate benefits than endurance. Thanks to his immortal body, Ngo Thieu Than didn't need to worry about vitality at all. He had successfully achieved his minor goal, becoming an incredibly tanky assassin. A smirk played on his lips. Can't break my defense. Now this is getting interesting. I won't play the sneaky game today. I'll take you head-on. Ngo Thieu Than activated extreme speed and charged directly at the forest tiger. Moving with blinding swiftness, he unleashed a flurry of skills. Backstab, heavy strike, and weak point. Strike. Backstab ignores defense. Equipment ignores defense. 1754 silence. 2490 critical hit. The 3 skills instantly blasted away over 6,000 of the tiger's health, simultaneously stacking 3 layers of poison. Ngo Thieu Than then began his basic attacks. With extreme speed active, his attack speed reached 2.5 strikes per second. 1,712 poison damage. 4 stacks. His damage per second soared above 3,000, a truly terrifying figure. The forest tiger, despite its 15,000 health, could only endure for a little over 10 seconds before collapsing dead. Ngo Thieu Than licked his lips. Fighting like this feels pretty good. After skulking in the shadows for so long, should I switch to a head-on style? Actually, never mind, he mused. If I can solve it with poison, why waste the physical energy? Stabbing twice and walking away is much more relaxing. Ultimately, he still found the efficiency of poison more satisfying. Standing at a distance, the two girls watched him with shock written all over their faces. So powerful, such a huge tiger killed in just a few hits. Let's move, Ngo Thieu Than called out, continuing forward. The two girls hurried after him, their eyes filled with burgeoning adoration as they watched his back. Ngo Thieu Than led the party through the wilderness, taking over an hour to cross Tiger Roar Forest and reach Lujia Village. Had he been alone, he could have covered the 10 kilometers in 20 minutes. but his pace was significantly hampered by the two girls. Along the way, he had slain 24 forest tigers, earning 12,000 experience points. His progress stood at LV16, 23,560,000. His poison damage had reached 452 points, and a mortal body had granted him an additional 24 health points. His total bonus health reached 6 on 1, bringing his maximum health to 5,511. Ngo Thieu Than recalled Nan Tai Lang into his pet space and led the girls into the village. Looking at the small settlement of a few dozen households nestled against the mountains on 3 sides, with the only exit being the forest they had just traversed. He felt a nagging sense that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Upon reaching the village, the girls abandoned their timid demeanor, running ahead and shouting, "Father! Mother!" Soon, the residents of Lu Jia village emerged. Seeing the two girls return safely, everyone was overjoyed. The girls' parents were simple, honest folk. Upon learning that Ngo Thieu Than had rescued their daughters, they thanked him profusely. Seeing them prepare to kneel and kowtow, Ngo Thieu Than quickly held them up, preventing the gesture, though he grumbled inwardly. "Why is it always kneeling? Can't they give me something more practical?" He had agreed to escort the girls, thinking it was a quest, but from start to finish, no system notification had triggered. It seemed this trip was purely an act of charity. Shh! This game really doesn't follow the usual rules. The parents tried to pull Ngo Thieu Than into their home for a meal, but he declined. He needed to return to the city to turn in his quest and then log off to eat. The morning had already slipped away into noon. Just as he was about to leave, an elderly man leaning on a cane approached with a limp. "Young man, are you heading back to Kimlang City?" Ngo Thieu Than nodded. The elder hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young man, could you do an old man a favor?" And Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. "There really is a quest?" he replied hastily. "Old-timer, there's nothing I love more than helping others. What do you need me to do?" The elder tremblingly reached to his robe and pulled out an old piece of sheepskin, handing it to Ngo Thieu Than. "Young man, could you take this sheepskin back to Kimlang City and give it to the city lord? Tell him that the seal is loosening, and I hope he can send troops to guard this place. Ding! The village head of Lu Jia village has offered you a quest. Quest content: deliver the sheepskin to the city lord of Kimlang City and relay the village head's message. Quest reward: unknown. Do you accept? Oh, reward unknown? Another hidden quest? Now we're talking." Ngo Thieu Than accepted immediately. With the quest in hand, he prepared to return to Kimlang City. After bidding farewell to the two girls, who watched him with lingering, wistful gazes, he crushed a town return scroll. Ding! A special quest is in progress. Town return scrolls cannot be used. Damn it, you bastards, you're not letting me teleport back? It's over 20 kilometers to Kimlang City. Do I really have to run back on foot? Ngo Thieu Than was utterly speechless. Back in the beginner village, there were no scrolls, so he had to walk everywhere. Now that he was in a main city and had bought scrolls, he still had to walk. He had never once been able to use the scrolls he bought. It was infuriating. However, he couldn't exactly give the sheepskin back to the old man. This was a hidden quest. The reward was bound to be excellent. Whatever. I'll just consider it exercise. Ngo Thieu Than sighed, resigned to his fate as he began the long run toward Kimlang City. This time, without an escort to protect, he didn't bother clearing the tigers along the way. He only wanted to get back as soon as possible. Prasan. Chapter 43. The Peerless Mask. It took Ngo Thieu Than nearly an hour to finally make his way back to Kimlang City, after which he headed straight for the city lord's manor. As Ngo Thieu Than stepped through the gates of the city, a young man opened his friend list and sent a message to someone. "Big brother, that guy has returned to Kimlang City." Upon reaching the city lord's manor, Ngo Thieu Than stated his business. This time, the guards did not obstruct him. Instead, they ushered him into the main hall to wait while they went to announce his arrival. Shortly thereafter, the city lord of Kimlang City entered. Catching sight of Ngo Thieu Than, he inquired, "Adventurer, were you not meant to seek out Hak Fong Tri Tri Chu?" Have you encountered some insurmountable difficulty? Ngo Thieu Than did not say a word. He reached out and produced the head of Hak Fong Tri Tri Chu, presenting it directly to the city lord. No trouble at all, he said. Hak Fong Tri Tri Chu has been dealt with. What? The city lord stared at the head before him, momentarily rendered speechless. It was evident that he had not expected Ngo Thieu Than to truly be capable of slaying Hak Fong Tri Tri Chu. Prasandan. Chapter. The bandit slayer hero. After a long while, the city lord finally regained his composure and sighed in admiration. Indeed, a hero emerges from the youth. Adventurer, thank you for helping me resolve this great trouble. Here is your reward. Ding. Quest completed. You have received reputation plus 1,000, gold plus 50, and the title Bandit Slayer Hero. Oh, there's even a title. Ngo Thieu Than was instantly delighted. Titles were things that never went out of style. He hurriedly checked its attributes. Bandit Slayer Hero. Once equipped, grants health plus 300, defense plus 30. Not bad at all. And Ngo Thieu Than quickly equipped it. His health reached 6,062 points, while his physical defense hit 597 and magic defense reached 586. He felt significantly sturdier. After receiving his rewards, Ngo Thieu Than took out the sheepskin scroll and handed it to the city lord. City lord, this is an item the village head of Lu Jia village asked me to deliver to you. He wanted me to relay that the seal has weakened and hopes you can send troops for reinforcement. Lu Jia village? The city lord didn't seem to recall the name. He took the scroll from Ngo Thieu Than's hand and unrolled it. Soon, the city lord's expression turned incredibly grave. Moments later, the city lord spoke. Adventurer, thank you for bringing this crucial news. I have nothing of great value to give you, but I no longer have any use for this item. I shall gift it to you. Ding! Quest completed. Item obtained. Dustless mask. Ngo Thieu Than took the item from the city lord's hand, his face a mix of surprise and joy. The mask was made of an unknown material, thin as a cicada's wing, with an exquisitely designed pattern far more beautiful than anything sold in shops. Wearing it would surely elevate his temperament to a whole new level. Most importantly, this mask actually had equipment effects. Something truly unbelievable. Dustless mask. Once equipped, blocks all inspection skills and scouting scrolls. The mask's appearance can be changed at will. This effect was absolutely overpowered. Although appraisal skills couldn't be used on players yet, there would surely be skills to view player information in the future, and scouting scrolls would become even more common. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about being snooped on. Furthermore, the ability to change the mask's shape was a god-tier skill for concealing one's identity. This is the perfect tool for killing and looting. Ngo Thieu Than gleefully swapped to the dustless mask, stowing the trashy shop-bought mask into his inventory. Instantly, he felt his entire aura shift. After donning the mask, seeing the city lord's expression remain somber, Ngo Thieu Than asked, "City lord, is there anything else I can help with?" The city lord shook his head. "I will handle this matter. You may withdraw for now." Understood, Ngo Thieu Than replied, taking his leave. Just as he reached the door, the city lord suddenly spoke. "If possible, could you help me clear out the winged forest tigers in the Tiger Roar Forest? Those beasts are hindering the army's movement." "Of course, leave it to me," Ngo Thieu Than promised, thumping his chest. However, after waiting for a while without a quest notification, Ngo Thieu Than felt a bit disgruntled. Was he expected to work for free? At that moment, seeing Ngo Thieu Than agree so decisively, the city lord praised him. "Adventurer, your name is Tran Phong, correct? I shall remember you. You are a hero of Jinling City. When clearing the winged forest tigers, be careful not to venture too deep. There is a winged forest tiger king inside that is beyond your current capabilities. If you encounter it, flee immediately." Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up upon hearing the city lord's words. A boss? If that was the case, working for free wasn't unacceptable. After all, it was currently the best place for him to level up, and a major boss would make it perfect. He immediately said, "Rest assured, City Lord, I won't be reckless." He wanted to reassure the man first to ensure he wasn't barred from going. Although there was no quest reward, Building a good relationship with the city lord of Jinling City was purely beneficial with no downsides. He would likely need many favors in this city later on. The city lord nodded with satisfaction, his favorability toward the adventurer before him rising significantly. After bidding the city lord farewell, Ngo Thieu Than left the manor and headed to the warehouse to retrieve the Savage Collision skill book, listing it on the auction house. Selling it now was the most logical choice. He had seen many people on the World Channel looking to buy skill books. Under the auction format, the price of Savage Collision skyrocketed, finally closing at 550,000. Once again, setting a new record for a single transaction on the auction house. Ngo Thieu then looked at the 460,000 that had just entered his account, his face full of satisfaction. He had held onto this skill until now precisely to get a good price, and it had not disappointed him. He had initially thought 300,000 would be the limit, never expecting it to soar to 550,000. It seemed the demand for skills was even greater than for equipment. It made sense. Skills would not be phased out. The more, the better, whereas equipment would eventually become obsolete. It was only natural for skill prices to be much higher. Seeing his balance exceed 3 million, Ngo Thieu Than's desire to buy a house grew even stronger. He had never dreamed of earning money at this speed. It seems I must continue hunting bosses. This much money still isn't enough to buy a house in SC City, Ngo Thieu Than sighed. Ngo Thieu Than went to the pharmacy and looked over the stock. It was indeed much better than the beginner village. Small red potion. Recovers 200 health per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Price, 5 silver. Medium red potion. Recovers 300 health per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Price S, 10 silver. Large red potion. Recovers 500 health per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Price, 50 silver. There were also various mana potions, small, medium, and large. The potions in the main city were far more effective than those in the beginner village. But the prices were correspondingly much steeper. Even Ngo Thieu Than, carrying a fortune, felt a bit reluctant to buy them. In the end, Ngo Thieu Than still spent 10 gold to buy 20 large red potions, then another 10 gold for 100 medium red potions. Buying this many potions was to prepare for the upcoming boss. According to the city lord, the boss in the Tiger Roar forest was certainly extraordinary, so he bought them to ensure his survival. After purchasing the medicine, Ngo Thieu Than disposed of all his leftover red potions from the beginner village to clear his inventory. Such potions usually only dropped from mobs in the beginner village, likely to accommodate beginners who couldn't afford them. Once in the main city, they no longer dropped and had to be purchased. Having settled everything, Ngo Thieu Than chose to log out. It was almost time for dinner, and he could use a bite to eat. Tran. Chapter 44. The 10 Great Guilds. Ngo Thieu then removed his gaming helmet and stepped into the living room to order some fast food before browsing the forums for any interesting posts. Upon opening the site, he saw that the top post was finally no longer about him. Instead, it was an article regarding the Great Guilds, posted by a user named Vong Du Bak Hu Sin. The 10 most powerful guilds recognized by the gaming world joined Divine Oracle simultaneously. Intrigued, Ngo Thieu then clicked on the link. In the history of major online games, there have been many powerful guilds, but 10 among them are universally recognized as the strongest. Each once ruled supreme in their own right, and now that they have all joined Divine Oracle, one can only imagine the fiery clashes that will ensue. I am sure everyone is looking forward to this. Thus, allow me to share the information I have gathered regarding these great guilds' mythological paradise. Having dominated numerous games in the past, their peak membership once reached 500,000. Currently, their core members are stationed in Bai City. Guild Leader, then Chu, Level 14 Warrior. Dream Illusion Guild, an all-female guild with a peak membership of 300,000. Despite being composed entirely of female players, their strength is formidable. Their core members are currently stationed in Autumn Water City. Guild leader Mong Ao Kin Vu was once the strongest mage and is now the top priest. According to my research, she likely chose the priest class due to her talent. Hell's Gate. Most of its members are assassins, with a peak membership of 200,000. Their core members are currently stationed in northern Desert City. Guild leader Dia Nook Sujia, level 14 assassin. Rumor has it, he holds a deep grudge against Tran Phong for usurping the title of the #1 assassin, and has publicly vowed to hunt Tran Phong down until he is forced to delete his account and change professions. Romance of the Wind and Moon. A long-standing guild known to everyone, with an excellent reputation that has endured through the years. Despite possessing the strength to dominate many games, they have never bullied solo players. Their peak membership once reached 800,000. They are currently stationed in Phong Ung City. Guild leader Phong Wet Votin has always maintained a low profile, and his true strength remains unknown. Proud World Heroes. A guild that has risen like a meteor in recent years, backed by massive financial resources and growing at an incredible speed. Though their peak membership previously hovered around 100,000. They are spending lavishly in Divine Oracle, and their strength is rapidly catching up to that of the veteran guilds. Their core members are currently in Jinling City. According to rumors, Tran Phong is also in Jinling City, and many are eagerly anticipating their confrontation. Guild leader Ngo Thieu Than, level 14 warrior. God King Pavilion. They only recruit top-tier experts, although their membership is the smallest, never exceeding 50,000. No one dares to underestimate them. Regardless of the game, they always manage to claim the top spots on the rankings. The guild is packed with experts. Their core members are currently stationed in Julu City. Guild leader Than Vuong's strength is unknown, karmic origin and end. While they haven't played many games, they once completely overwhelmed every other guild in a major title, forcing everyone, including the other 9 of the top 10, to withdraw from that game in defeat. Their peak membership reached over 400,000. Their core members are currently in Extreme Ice City. Guild leader Duyan Koi's strength is unknown. Unspecialized World. A guild formed from countless solo players, boasting the largest membership of all guilds, once reaching 1,000,000. It was founded by independent players who banded together to resist the oppression of the great guilds in a previous game that swept the nation. Their core members are currently in Yellow Sands City. Guild leader Tan Nan Da Fong Quang, level 13 archer. 3 Kingdoms Unrivaled. This guild appears in every game with a 3 Kingdoms theme. Its members are all enthusiasts of the era, and their peak membership has reached 400,000. Their strength is significant. Their core members are currently in Yellow Sands City. Guild leader Ngo Thieu Than, level 13 mage, solid bastion. Rumored to be formed by a group of retired military personnel, their members possess extremely high discipline and coordinate flawlessly. Their peak membership exceeded 200,000. They are currently stationed in Julu City. Guild leader Thu Ho Jia, level 13 shield guardian. Do you notice anything from this? Indeed, it seems the great guilds have reached a tacit understanding to divide themselves among the different main cities. Only Julu City and Yellow Sands City host 2 guilds each. In Julu City, there is no major conflict as the 2 guilds do not interfere with each other. Their memberships are small. One recruiting only experts, the other only retired military. So they do not cause much obstruction for one another. However, in Yellow Sands City, friction between members of Unspecialized World and 3 Kingdoms Unrivaled occurs frequently, though large-scale guild wars have yet to break out. Many rapidly developing new guilds have also appeared in Divine Oracle, along with numerous experts whose names were previously unheard of, with Tran Phong being the prime example. With the arrival of Divine Oracle, the player bases of other games are in a freefall. I believe that before long, this will be the only game left. The simultaneous entry of the top 10 guilds will surely bring incredible tales to Divine Oracle. Vong Du Bak Hugh Sin will continue to bring you the latest news. Thank you for your support. The post was quite long, but for the first time, Ngo Thieu Than patiently read through every word of the 1,000-word article. He had heard of the top 10 guilds in the gaming world before, but this was the first time he had seen such detailed information. It looks like this game is going to get more and more exciting from here on out. Ngo Thieu Than smiled faintly. This was how Sing should be. His fast food was delivered soon after. Ngo Thieu Than enjoyed a hearty meal and put a portion in the refrigerator for dinner, knowing that if he logged off too late tonight, nowhere would be open for delivery. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing that it was Ngo Thieu Than calling, Ngo Thieu Than slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten to ask his sister what was wrong. His mind had been so consumed by the game over the past 2 days that he felt he had been a bit irresponsible as an older brother. He hurried to answer the call. "Brother." Ngo Thieu Than's voice sounded a bit hesitant on the other end. "What is it, Thieu Than? Has the problem been resolved?" "You still haven't told me what happened," Ngo Thieu Than asked. "No, everything is settled. I just accidentally broke a classmate's item and had to pay for it," Ngo Thieu Than said quickly. Afraid of worrying him, she did not go into detail. "I see. Well, if you break someone's property, you should definitely compensate them. Do you have enough money?" "I can transfer more if you don't," Ngo Thieu Than said. "It's enough, really. Brother, you don't need to send any more. You already sent a lot last time. Besides," Ngo Thieu Than trailed off, seemingly afraid of making her brother angry. "Besides what?" Ngo Thieu Than asked, finding it strange. "Promise you won't be mad when I tell you." Ngo Thieu Than said, "Go ahead." Ngo Thieu Than understood his sister well. She was always well-behaved and sensible. He truly could not think of anything she could do that would actually make him angry. "Well, the amount you sent last time was quite large. After I paid my friend back, I still had over 10,000 yuan left. My roommate said you can make money in Divine Oracle, so I spent 10,000 yuan to buy a gaming helmet," Ngo Thieu Than said tentatively. "Is that all?" Ngo Thieu Than was speechless. He had thought it was something serious. He had intended to buy a helmet for Ngo Thieu Than anyway. But since she had never played games growing up, he was afraid she wouldn't like it. However, he was curious as to why she suddenly wanted to play. "Thieu Than, you've never played games before. Why the sudden interest?" Ngo Thieu Than asked. "Well, my roommate said this game is great for making money. Some people have already made hundreds of thousands of yuan in the game. I wanted to see if I could earn a little too, so I could ease the pressure on you," Ngo Thieu Than replied softly. Prasan. Chapter 45. Conflict Actually. Prompted by Vivi's enthusiastic urging, Ngo Thieu Than had only just purchased the gaming helmet and had not even begun playing. However, this was the first time she had spent such a large sum on herself, let alone on gaming equipment, so she felt a lingering sense of guilt regarding her brother's hard-earned money. That was the reason for her call. Hearing Thieu Than's words, Ngo Thieu Than smiled and shook his head. Money in the game was not so easily won. One should not be misled by the fact that he had earned millions of yuan in just a few days. That was only because he remained several steps ahead of everyone else. Whether average solo players could even keep pace with the masses was still a matter of debate. Nevertheless, Ngo Thieu Than did not wish to dampen Thieu Than's enthusiasm. It was rare for his sister to take an interest in a game, and he was genuinely pleased. As for it affecting her studies, he was not worried in the slightest. Thieu Than possessed immense self-discipline and had always maintained excellent academic records. Even if it truly interfered with her education, it mattered little. At worst, he would simply provide for her. His sister deserved to be pampered. This game is quite good. You should give it a try," Ngo Thieu Than said. "Brother, you aren't going to scold me for spending money recklessly?" Thieu Than asked in surprise. "Why would I scold you? I'm playing this game as well. You should play a bit too. Reading books all day will turn you into a bookworm," Ngo Thieu Than teased. "You're the bookworm." "Oh, right, brother. If I go into the game, can I see you, no matter how far the distance is?" Thieu Than asked. "Yes. This game is identical to the real world. Once you reach a main city, we can meet just as we do in reality," Ngo Thieu Than replied. That's wonderful. It's been so long since I've seen you. Tu Ngam was instantly filled with excitement for the game. The two chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Tu Cham looked at the helmet in her hands with curiosity. Just then, Vivi entered the room. Catching sight of Tu Cham, she smiled and said, "Interested now, are we? Just a moment ago, you couldn't bear the thought of buying it." Tu Ngam's face flushed slightly. "Vivi, hurry and teach me how to play. I want to go in and find my brother." "What's your brother's in-game ID? He must be an expert." "Remember to add him later and tell him to carry me too," Vivi said. "Oh, I forgot to ask," Tu Ngam replied sheepishly. With Vivi's assistance, Tu Ngam finally understood the steps to enter the game. She donned the helmet and, for the first time, stepped into the virtual world. After hanging up, Ngo Thieu Than quickly returned to the game, appearing in Jinling City. At this hour, the city was exceptionally lively. He wandered for a moment before heading toward the south gate once more. This time, he intended to travel to the Tiger Roar Forest to see what grade of boss the rumored Tiger King actually was. Upon reaching the south gate, Ngo Thieu Than walked straight toward the forest. With people everywhere, it was inconvenient for him to unleash his full speed. However, he soon noticed something unusual. Those around him seemed to be converging toward him, whether by accident or design. He came to a decisive halt, refusing to go any further. He wanted to see exactly what was happening. In short order, a dense crowd surrounded him. They did not advance, however, choosing instead to keep their distance while forming a perimeter. Within the throng, Ngo Thieu Than spotted a familiar figure. Xianxia, the man he had killed previously. He knew that when a player was killed, a notification revealed the killer's name. But his equipment had changed entirely since then, and he was wearing a different mask. He found it somewhat puzzling that they had managed to identify him. Ngo Thieu Than was in no hurry to leave. He wanted to know where he had slipped up, so he stood his ground and waited. Before long, the primary antagonist finally appeared. He was a young man in his late 20s, with a face full of arrogance, followed by over a dozen others who strolled leisurely toward him. As the group reached Ngo Thieu Than, the leading youth extended a hand and offered a smile. "Greetings, Tran Phong. Let us get acquainted. I am Ngo Thieu Than. I have long admired your reputation." Ngo Thieu Than made no move to take the hand. Instead, he asked suspiciously, "The guild leader of Ngo the Quan Hung? I don't believe we have had any dealings. And how are you so sure that I am Tran Phong?" Ngo Thieu Than withdrew his hand. His expression darkened slightly, but he maintained the smile on his lips. "My Ngo the Quan Hung has tens of thousands of members here in Jinling City. Finding one person is hardly a difficult task." His words were laced with extreme confidence. "I see. Is there something you want?" Ngo Thieu Than did not bother to deny it. The fact that the other party had made such a show of surrounding him proved they had already confirmed his identity. There was no point in playing games. He would be exposed sooner or later anyway. "It is nothing much. I simply wish to invite you to join Ngo the Quan Hung so that we might prosper together." Seeing that the other did not deny his identity, Ngo the Thieu Than smiled thinly. "Not interested," Ngo Thieu Than replied coldly. He felt not the slightest shred of goodwill toward this so-called Ngo the Quan Hung. From the previous encounter with Xianxia to their current method of surrounding him, everything about them grated on him. He did not care if they were one of the 10 great guilds. At least within this game, he was currently a god. "I suggest you think carefully before you speak. Jinling City is the domain of my Ngo the Quan Hung." Ngo the Thieu Than interjected from behind his leader. Ngo the Thieu Than made a show of restraining Ngo the Thieu Than, then smiled at Ngo Thieu Than once more. "Brother, if you join us, I can grant you the position of Vice Guild Leader. I believe you are a smart man. You wouldn't throw away such a golden opportunity, would you?" "Not interested." "Move aside," Ngo Thieu Than said flatly. "I only recognize 2 types of people, my own and my enemies." "Are you certain you want to make an enemy of Ngo the Quan Hung? Have you considered the consequences?" Ngo the Thieu Than narrowed his eyes, his voice turning cold. "Heh, so not joining you makes me an enemy. If that's the case, I would truly like to see what these consequences look like. Ngo Thieu Than appeared entirely unconcerned. It wasn't that he looked down on them, but dealing with this lot would hardly cost him much time at all. Chapter 46. Title by now, the number of onlookers watching from a distance had grown into the thousands. Word of Tran Fong's presence had spread, and they had flocked there to witness the legendary player's demeanor for themselves. Although they could not be entirely certain if the man before them was truly Tran Phong. Seeing him stand his ground against the forces of Ngo the Quan Hung filled everyone with excitement. The reputation of the Ngo the Quan Hung Guild in Jinling City was already abysmal. Their habit of monopolizing maps and snatching bosses had long since bred resentment among the player base. It was only because the guild had numbers on their side that most players were forced to swallow their anger. Seeing someone finally dare to defy them, the crowd grew enthusiastic, immediately activating their in-game recording functions. Young Miss, hundreds of Ngo the Quan Hung members have surrounded Tran Phong at the south gate. The situation is incredibly tense, Lu Thuk reported as he approached Ngo Thieu Than. Are you sure it's Tran Phong? Ngo Thieu Than froze, her voice losing a measure of its usual composure. I cannot be certain, but it is highly likely. If it weren't him, I doubt anyone else would have the courage to clash head-on with Ngo the Quan Hung like that, Lu Thuk speculated. Take me there. Ngo Thieu Than abandoned the monster she was halfway through fighting. Ah, understood. Lu Thuk failed to react for a moment. His young Mrs.'s reaction seemed a bit excessive. Hearing Ngo Thieu Than's retort, Ngo the Thian Ha's face turned grim. In that case, I shall drag your great god title down from its pedestal. With a wave of his hand, the hundreds of guild members behind him charged toward Ngo Thieu Than. The long-range attackers unleashed their skills as soon as he was within reach, while Ngo the Thian Ha, Ngo the Ko Fong, and several others retreated from the immediate fray. Despite their dismissive words, Tran Fong's reputation was too great. They did not truly dare to lead the charge. They intended to rely on human wave tactics, a strategy that was often highly effective against even the greatest experts. Ngo Thieu Than watched them retreat, but did not move to stop them. If he truly wanted to intercept them, none would have escaped. He simply wanted them to feel the weight of despair, and the best way to achieve that was to make them watch as their subordinates fell one by one. A barrage of arrows and spells rained down upon him, but the resulting damage numbers were enough to drive one to hopelessness. 111. What on earth is this? How is this possible? Is he really an assassin? Ngo the Thieu Than gasped in horror. Ngo the Thian Ha and the other core members of the guild could not believe their eyes. Hadn't Hao, Sa'a, and the others said they were able to deal dozens of points of damage to him last time? Why could they not even break through his defense now? Even the onlookers were stunned. Could it be that the great god Tran Phong had poured every single attribute point into his constitution? Pran. Chapter 46. Once again Ngo Thieu Than curled his lip as he watched the flurry of attacks raining down on him. He had anticipated this outcome. Otherwise, what would be the point of his high constitution and the top-tier silver and bronze equipment he wore? How could this trash, clad in common whites and the occasional piece of black iron, even dream of harming him? He wondered where they found such misplaced confidence. Seeing that most of his opponents had flagged themselves as gray names, Ngo Thieu Than leisurely drew his short sword. He activated extreme speed and lunged toward the archers and mages who had just attacked him with unbelievable velocity. Fall back now! Someone screamed, but the warning was futile. Ngo Thieu Than's speed was far beyond their comprehension. He plunged into the crowd like a wolf among sheep. With a single strike for every person, his damage surpassed 1,000 points. These glass cannon mages and archers collapsed before they could even trigger their poisons, dissolving into streaks of white light as they vanished. The battle was entirely one-sided. The mages and archers had long lost their formation and were fleeing in a frenzy. However, lacking the speed to escape, they were hunted down one by one. Behind them, A group of shield guards and warriors chased after Ngo Thieu Than, left in his dust. They could do nothing but watch helplessly as their fragile teammates fell. Within minutes, over 100 mages and archers had been sent back to the city for free via the white light of death. Looking at the white tier equipment littering the ground, Ngo Thieu Than shook his head. Truly pathetic, he muttered. Having cleared the ranged attackers, he turned his gaze toward the shield guards and warriors still trailing him. A faint smirk touched his lips. Enjoyed the chase? Now it's your turn. He charged directly at them. The melee players, who had been pursuing him so aggressively just moments ago, immediately performed a sharp U-turn and fled. They didn't dare engage. Even the damage-dealing classes couldn't chip away at his health. What could they possibly do? Thus, the chase began anew as Ngo Thieu Than cut them down. A large-scale PK battle had devolved into a game of cat and mouse. Watching Tran Phong reap lives like a harvester in a wheat field, Ngo Thieu Than and his subordinates were utterly powerless. Ngo Thieu Than's absurdly high defense, terrifying speed, and nonsensical damage output made him an unsolvable puzzle. Hundreds of guild members couldn't even manage to wear down a sliver of his health, especially since Tran Phong possessed life-steal attributes. "Big brother, what do we do?" Ngo Thieu Than asked, panic seeping into his voice. They had never imagined this scenario. Only 3 days after the game's launch, someone was capable of taking on 100 men alone. "We lost this one. We miscalculated. We didn't realize his strength had reached such a level," Ngo Thieu Than said through gritted teeth. "Our gears is too poor. We can't even pierce his armor. Retreat for now. Tell the brothers to focus on farming gear and leveling up. I refuse to believe one man can turn the whole world upside down." "Understood," Ngo Thieu Than replied before issuing the retreat order. Seeing the Ngo the Quan Hung Guild retreat, the surrounding crowd of spectators erupted in jeers and mockery. Ngo Thieu Than's face darkened. This incident would have a massive impact on their guild's reputation. "Want to run?" "I don't recall giving my permission," Ngo Thieu Than sneered. Did they take him for someone easily pushed around, to be harassed at will and then ignored when things went south? Others might escape, but the leaders certainly wouldn't. Abandoning the pursuit of the shield guards, he lunged straight for Ngo Thieu Than's group. Panic flashed across Ngo Thieu Than's face. The death penalty in Divine Oracle was severe. Yet, running was clearly not an option. The opponent was several times faster than him. Furthermore, he couldn't afford to lose face in front of his subordinates. "Savage charge," he roared, slamming into Ngo Thieu Than. Ngo Thieu seemingly failed to react and took the hit head-on, 304-7. A 1-second stun followed. This guy's attack isn't bad," Ngo Thieu Than thought. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge. He was more than familiar with the skill, which the man had likely bought from him in the first place. He chose not to dodge because his opponent was currently a white name. He needed the other party to strike first and turn gray to avoid a penalty for himself, while ensuring their punishment would be harsher. 410. During that 1 second of stun, Ngo Thieu Than unleashed another skill, one with a significantly higher damage modifier than Savage Charge. Long live the guild leader. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than shave off over 700 points of health in an instant, the members of Ngo the Quan Hung felt a glimmer of hope. However, their cheers died in their throats. They realized that despite losing over 700 health, Tran Fong's health bar had barely budged. To him, it was a mere scratch. A second later, the stun wore off. Ngo Thieu Than delivered 2 swift slashes. Half of his lost health was instantly replenished through lifesteal, while Ngo Thieu Than dissolved into white light and vanished. 10-076, 2152. Critical hit. Unlucky, aren't you? To be hit by my low crit rate. Quite impressive, Ngo Thieu Than muttered, rubbing his nose. He then turned to the remaining 4 high-ranking members. Since they were in a party with Ngo Thieu Than, they were all flagged as gray names. Ngo Thieu Than showed no mercy, finishing them off in a few strikes. Seeing several pieces of black iron and 2 bronze items drop, he smiled and swept them into his backpack. Finally, some loot. It seems that for gear, I should hunt odds as services, but for profit, I should hunt guild leaders. When he turned back, the rest of the guild had fled far away, leaving only a group of independent players standing there, stunned by the shock of what they had witnessed. Ngo Thieu Than didn't bother chasing the stragglers. Their gear was too poor to be worth the effort. He turned and walked away. Incredible, he took on a whole guild by himself. It was a total massacre. Haha, that felt good. Those idiots from Ngo the Quan Hung got what they deserved for being so arrogant. Tran Phong is a god. I'm a loyal fan from now on. Me too. I recorded the whole thing. I'm uploading it to the forums right now. It's going to go viral. Ngo Thieu Than stood in the crowd, watching Ngo Thieu Than's departing figure. A strange light flickered in her eyes. Although they traded often and chatted occasionally, this was the first time she had seen him truly fight. He really is powerful, she whispered. Then she shook her head slightly. But no matter how powerful he is, it's still just a game. Suddenly, a regional announcement echoed through every corner of Jinling City. Ngo Thieu Than, Tran Phong, Ngo the Quan Hung, and I swear an irreconcilable blood feud against you. Walking down the street, Ngo Thieu Than rubbed his nose. Rich as always, he mused. Each announcement cost 10 gold coins, roughly 10,000 yuan. He couldn't bring himself to waste money like that, so he didn't bother responding. As he walked, he pulled out the 5 black iron and 2 bronze pieces he had just looted. Among the black iron gear were 2 pieces of Bear King equipment he had previously sold. Of the bronze gear, one was the black Bear King armor he had sold for 180,000, and the other was likely a weapon dropped from the Silver Wolf King. He checked the auction house. Black iron prices had dropped to about 20,000 to 30,000. Not wanting to waste time, he listed his black iron pieces for 20,000 each. For the bronze pieces, he listed the armor for 150,000 and the weapon for 100,000. He was certain they would buy them back. Sure enough, within minutes, the items were snatched up. Seeing the 315,000 yuan deposited into his account, his mood brightened. What generous people. I can sell the same gear twice. Meanwhile, the forums exploded once again. The mysterious god Tran Phong appears. 1 man versus 100. Ngo the Quan Hung flees in terror. Guild leaders slain. Tran Phong vs Ngo the Quan Hung. Detailed analysis of Tran Phong's power. Every post featured the video, and view counts were skyrocketing. Pratranan, Chapter 47. Guild War in Northern Desert City. Dia Ngoc Sugia let out a cold laugh after watching the video on the forum rankings. It is nothing but a crushing gap in attributes. There is no technique involved at all. He could not even dodge a simple sweeping strike. He merely encountered a great stroke of luck in the early stages, obtaining a good talent to take a temporary lead. Once everyone is fully geared, he will be of no concern. In Giant Deer City, as Than Vuong watched the video repeatedly, Than Chi Ta Thu stood beside him and remarked, "Than Vuong, this man relies entirely on his attributes to overwhelm others. His mechanics are abysmal. We do not need to pay much mind to someone like him, do we?" Than Vuong smiled and replied, "In a game, attributes are the ultimate manifestation of strength. Besides, are you certain his mechanics are poor? What we see is not always the truth. Perhaps he is intentionally portraying himself that way." In Autumn Water City, Mong Ao Kin Vu was also following the video on the forum. A trace of confusion flickered across her face as she murmured, "From beginning to end, he only used a single haste skill, relying entirely on basic attacks. Is he trying to hide something? Or were they simply not worthy of his full strength?" The leaders of other major guilds were also seriously studying the battle in the video, each forming their own assessment of Tran Phong. However, regardless of who Tran Phong was, he had yet to impact the development of the guilds. Once a guild grew strong enough, no matter how powerful an individual might be, how could they stand against an entire organization? On the contrary, they began to feel pity for the Ngo the Quan Hung Guild. Their members' strength had not even progressed yet, and they had already clashed with a Tran Phong who held such a massive lead. This Ngo the Thieu Than truly lacked any foresight. Ngo Thieu Than was completely unaware that this PK had such a far-reaching impact on the outside world. At this moment, he had begun hunting forest tigers in large numbers. Unfortunately, forest tigers were not pack animals. They could only be found and killed one by one, making it impossible to pull mobs for area of effect attacks. Consequently, his efficiency dropped significantly. Most of his time was spent searching for monsters, but he had no choice. He was the one who had confidently guaranteed he would help clear these tigers. Furthermore, to find the forest tiger king, mentioned by the city lord, a slightly slower pace was acceptable. After all, he was in no rush to level up. In a large private room within the grandest restaurant of Jinling City, all the high-ranking members of Ngo Thieu Than were gathered, their expressions grim. Sitting in the seat of honor, Ngo Thieu Than was the first to speak. Account for the losses from the last battle. In this battle, we lost a total of 236 people, including those of us here. Everyone dropped a level. As for equipment, the other members only dropped a few white items, which is not a concern. However, he put our items up for auction, and we had to spend over 300,000 to buy them back. Ngo Thieu Than said angrily. The loss of levels and equipment in this battle is still manageable, but it has severely impacted the guild's prestige. Even the small guilds we used to suppress now dare to openly oppose us. Just thinking about it is infuriating, Ngo Thieu Than added. Ngo Thieu Than's expression grew even gloomier. What kind of gutter trash dares to challenge my Ngo Thieu Than? It seems I must kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. Currently, in Jin's city, which other guilds possess a bit of strength besides us? Based on our investigations, besides us, there are currently 3 guilds in Jinling City, whose strength cannot be underestimated. Lan Quiet Pavilion, Lone the Phong Van, and Man Thien Phong Vu. Their combined numbers exceed ours, so we should not provoke them for now. As for the other guilds, we can handle them as we please, replied Ngo the Phong Vu, who was in charge of intelligence gathering. Additionally, it seems Tuyet Ni, the first person to advance to mage, is also in Jinling City. Our people once had a conflict with her. Her strength is immense, and her equipment is exceptionally good. Almost all our men were killed in a single strike. Since our people were the ones who teased her first, it was not convenient for us to step in, so I suppressed the matter. Ngo the Phong Vu continued his report. A mage in the early stages who can already kill in one hit. It seems this Tuyet Ni is a capable individual to have advanced first. Is there any way to recruit her into our guild? Ngo Thieu Than asked. I will try again. Also, boss, if we want to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys and reclaim our prestige, there are 2 guilds that are quite suitable, Ngo the Phong Vu said. Which 2? Ngo Thieu Than asked. The 2 group and the Madman gang. The strength of these 2 guilds is decent, but more importantly, both have had friction with us, especially the Madman gang. After this incident, they have been hurling insults and mockery at our people. I believe we can use them to make an example. Ngo Thieu Than tapped on the table. Fine. Let us use them to make an example. It is time to show these people the consequences of offending Ngo Thieu Than. As for that Tran Phong, send people to monitor him closely. Let him be arrogant for a few more days. Once our gear and levels are up, I will kill him back to level 0. After the high-level meeting of Ngo Thieu Than concluded, the first medium-scale guild war in Jinling City officially erupted. Battles broke out continuously across various locations outside the city. Ngo Thieu Than was vast in number, but the Madman gang and the 2 group were no pushovers. Both sides clashed relentlessly, and white light flickered constantly at the respawn points. Damn it, the server has only been open for 3 days, and they are already causing such a mess. Is anyone else supposed to level up? Exactly. You cannot even hunt monsters in peace. There are fights everywhere. It must be because the people from Ngo Thieu Than were thrashed by the great god Tran Phong. They could not beat Tran Phong, so they are taking their anger out on others. Truly a pack of mad dogs, biting anyone they see. This guild war affected many people and naturally caused considerable dissatisfaction. However, regardless of how many were unhappy. Ngo the Quan Hung continued as they pleased, seemingly unwilling to stop until those two guilds were utterly crushed. The battle lasted from the afternoon until late at night. Ngo the Quan Hung had clearly demonstrated to all the players in Jinling City what the power of a major guild looked like. Thousands of members from the Madmen Gang and the Two Group were killed back to the novice village, and those who remained had to hide within the city, not daring to show their faces. Although Ngo the Quan Hung itself suffered significant losses, compared to the scale of a guild with tens of thousands of members, those losses were negligible. The ferocity and strength of Ngo the Quan Hung indeed terrified many, silencing those who had been talking behind their backs. It could be said they had reclaimed some of the guild's dignity. At the respawn point in Jinling City, the area was now packed with people. Members of the Madmen Gang and Ngo the Quan Hung were still locked in a heated war of words. PK was not permitted within the city. Otherwise, the guards would arrest and imprison the offenders for at least half a month. By the time they were released, there was no telling how many levels others would have surpassed them by. Thus, no matter how deep the mutual hatred, they only dared to trade insults. Meanwhile, several high-ranking members of the Two Group were gathered to discuss the situation. Lu Thuk, what should we do now? If this continues, none of our brothers will be able to leave the city to level up, a young man said to the middle-aged man standing in the center. Lu Thuk's brow was also tightly furrowed. He did not understand why Ngo the Quan Hung had suddenly targeted them. Originally, they only intended to quietly develop their business within the game, never expecting to be singled out by Ngo the Quan Hung. They were, after all, not professional players. Although they had recruited many gaming experts, the gap when facing a long-standing major guild like Ngo the Quan Hung was not just a small one, as the opponent's membership had been built up over many games across several years. Should we inform the young miss? She will find out once she gets online in a bit anyway. With her strength, maybe she can turn the tide? Another high-ranking member of the Two Group suggested. Lu Thuk shook his head. The young miss is only one person after all. She cannot affect the overall situation too much unless she could be as powerful as Tran Phong. At this mention, Lu Thuk's eyes suddenly brightened. Then he said, I will log off to speak with the young miss for a moment. Everyone stay here in the city. Do not go out. Pran, Chapter 48. The demonized Kung Lam Tiger King inside a luxury villa in HZ City. An exquisite young woman dressed in a white gown sat at a dining table. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the room. Upon seeing her, he asked, Miss, shouldn't you sleep a little longer? The girl shook her head. A few hours of sleep is enough to recover my spirit. Being in the gaming pod is essentially a state of sleep anyway, so there's no need for more. I need to get back online early to focus on leveling up. By the way, Lu Thuk, why did you log off at this time? She inquired. Lu Thuk remained silent for a moment, before recounting everything that had transpired within the game. After listening, the girl's delicate eyebrows arched slightly. She pondered for a while before saying, Our purpose in entering the game is to develop our industry, not to strive for hegemony. It isn't necessary to confront the prideful heroes head-on. Couldn't we just tell everyone to hide their IDs, buy masks, and then head out of the city? It won't work. The prideful heroes are currently guarding every city gate, and everyone leaving is required to display their ID. In this game, IDs cannot be altered. Furthermore, even if we manage to sneak out, it would negatively impact the morale of our people. Most of them are hot-blooded young men. Forcing them to do such a thing is no different from asking them to suffer humiliation at the hands of the prideful heroes. Many of the younger members simply won't accept it, Lu Thuk said solemnly. Then, what is your suggestion? Lu Thuk, the girl asked. She knew Lu Thuk must have come up with a solution, which was why he had logged off to find her. Miss, what is the nature of the relationship between you and Tran Phong? Lu Thuk asked. At the mention of Tran Phong, the girl's calm expression vanished, replaced by a look of slight grievance. It's nothing special, just a standard professional partnership. I see. Lu Thuk looked at her with an expression that clearly said he didn't believe a word of it. He continued. Miss, could you ask him to cause a bit more trouble for the prideful heroes? That way, they won't have the time to keep an eye on us, giving us more room to grow. What we lack right now is time. If we are given enough of it, we won't necessarily have to fear them. This, thinking of Tran Fong's attitude when he spoke to her, and the fact that she had to ask him for a favor, the girl felt a headache coming on. In all these years, this was the first time she felt such a lack of confidence in front of a man. I will try my best. Ultimately, for the sake of the corporation's development, the girl nodded in agreement. Ngo Thieu Than had been grinding in the tiger roar forest from afternoon until nightfall. Over the course of 6 grueling hours, he had only managed to kill 126 Kung Lam tigers. He gained over 20,000 experience points. His poison talent reached its limit of 480 points, and his immortal body increased by 126 points, raising his health by 727. Including the attributes from his title, his total health had reached 6,200 points. In more than 6 hours, aside from Ngan Tai Lang reaching level 15, he himself hadn't even managed to go up a single level. His current experience remained at LV 16, 156,000 and 180,000. This speed was far too slow for him. It only took him about 10 seconds to kill a Kung Lam tiger, but finding them was the real challenge. By now, he could barely find a single Kung Lam tiger left in the entire Tiger Roar forest. Furthermore, he wasn't sure if it was a quest requirement, but these tigers didn't seem to respawn after being killed. Or perhaps their respawn timer was exceptionally long. Sigh, I wonder if that city lord's army has passed through yet. This cleanup should be thorough enough, right? If they haven't passed and these tigers respawn, they can't blame me for not being meticulous. Ngo Thieu Than grumbled to himself. He no longer wanted to grind here. The efficiency was too low. If he continued like this, others would eventually catch up to his level. Although he didn't want to level up too quickly, he couldn't let others surpass him, or he would lose face. He listed the only piece of black iron equipment that had dropped in his bag on the auction house for 20,000. After 6 hours, the price of black iron equipment had dropped to around 10,000 to 20,000 per piece. And there had even been a few successful transactions for bronze equipment. It seemed he couldn't underestimate anyone. The player's growth speed was truly rapid. Fortunately, black iron equipment dropped from level 21 monsters had high attributes, so the 20,000 price tag was quickly snapped up. However, Ngo Thieu Than wasn't particularly happy. To have only this much harvest after 6 hours, he would have been better off killing members of the prideful heroes. Let's head deeper inside and see. It's been 6 hours, and I haven't seen a trace of the Kung Lam Tiger King the city lord mentioned. Does it even exist, or did that old man trick me? Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. He continued deeper. By now, he was standing in the innermost depths of the Tiger Roar forest. The further he went, the quieter the environment became, until there wasn't a single sound. The light faded into a dim, gloomy haze that made the hair on the back of Ngo Thieu Than's neck stand up. Why is it so quiet? Ngo Thieu Than swallowed hard, constantly feeling as though something was lurking in the shadows, watching him. Maybe I should head back? Ngo Thieu Than began to consider retreating. This setting was indeed a bit terrifying. Gulp. Right then, Ngo Thieu Than suddenly heard the very faint sound of something swallowing. Though the sound was small, it was incredibly jarring in the absolute silence. Come out! Ngo Thieu Than shouted, looking toward the source of the sound, but he saw nothing. Terror gripped him even tighter. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted. Damn it, this game was more horrifying than watching a ghost movie. But just as Ngo Thieu Than started to run, a black shadow instantly pounced toward him. By reflex, Ngo Thieu Than rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the pounce. He hurriedly looked back at the one who had ambushed him. It was a giant tiger, its entire body wreathed in a dark, ominous mist. He quickly cast an insight skill. Demonized Kung Lam Tiger King, Gold Grade Boss, Level, Comic Attributes, Comic Skills, Comic. What on earth is this? Nothing but question marks? Is it more than 10 levels higher than me? Ngo Thieu Than was stunned. The ancients did not lie. A tiger's backside was indeed not to be touched. This was not something he could mess with. Without a second thought, Ngo Thieu Than ran toward the outer edge. Without knowing its attributes, there was absolutely no way to fight back. However, the Tiger King clearly had no intention of letting him go, pouncing once again. Ngo Thieu Than made a sharp turn to dodge and change direction to keep running, a maneuver that allowed him to put some distance between them. The Tiger King missed its target again, quickly turning its body to continue the pursuit. To Ngo Thieu Than's horror, the tiger's speed actually exceeded his own, and the gap between man and beast was rapidly closing. This speed must be at least 500. This is insane. Ngo Thieu Than cursed under his breath before immediately activating extreme speed. His speed surged, and he managed to pull away again. Seeing the distance grow, the Tiger King opened its massive maw and let out a thunderous roar. Ngo Thieu Than was struck directly by an invisible shockwave. 703. Stunned for 3 seconds. Damn it! What kind of damage is that? Ngo Thieu Than was jolted with fear. Without hesitation, he activated Void to cleanse the stun status and continued his frantic escape. Finally, before the extreme speed effect wore off, he managed to vanish from the Tiger King's line of sight. However, Ngo Thieu Than still didn't feel safe. He ran non-stop for another 10 minutes until he finally exited the Tiger Roar forest. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, realizing his back was drenched in sweat. Was this a joke? The Kung Lam Tigers were only level 21, yet the boss was a gold grade with an unreadable level. Was there some kind of mistake? Ngo Thieu Than cast a lingering, fearful glance back at the forest. He felt as though he had been dancing on the edge of a blade all afternoon. Just a moment ago, he had been hoping to find the boss, but now that he had found it, he had almost lost his life. It seemed that until his strength was sufficient, it was best not to set foot in there again. Once he's calmed down, Ngo Thieu Than suddenly noticed a message in his private chat. Though he didn't know when it had been sent, he opened it. Tuyet Ni, can I hire you to take action once? Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. Wasn't this just money knocking on his door? He immediately replied, Against whom? Tuyet Ni, prideful heroes. Ngo Thieu Than was taken aback. Why had this woman also gotten into a conflict with the prideful heroes? Very soon after, Mo Tuyet explained the situation to him. Only then did he realize that, as it turned out, this matter still stemmed from him. After thinking for a moment, Ngo Thieu Than replied directly, I can do it. The fee for my involvement is 500,000. Even though he had started the trouble, money that needed to be earned still had to be earned. Who told this girl to be such a wealthy lady? Mo Tuyet agreed without the slightest hesitation. Deal. Chapter 49. The defeat of a 10,000-strong army. At the south gate of Jinling City, hundreds of people stood guard, strictly inspecting every player entering or leaving. Everyone was required to display their ID before being allowed to pass. At that moment, a man wearing a generic mask purchased from a shop, his ID hidden, walked boldly toward the city gate. The surrounding crowd of spectators couldn't help but steal glances at him. This guy is truly reckless, completely disregarding the members of Ngao the Quan Hung. There have been many like him before. In the end, they were all given a free trip back to the city and haven't dared to show their faces since. Ngao the Quan Hung is so overbearing, but there's nothing to be done. They have the strength to back it up. Exactly. All you have to do is show your ID. As long as you aren't from the Madman Gang or the Two City Group, they won't make things difficult. It's simply unwise to confront them like this. Everyone watched with wide eyes as the man walked calmly toward the Ngao the Quan Hung members at the gate. Stop! Display your ID and remove your mask. A youth from the Ngao the Quan Hung guild barked. And if I refuse? The man asked with a faint smile. Then we can only help you back to the city for free, the youth threatened in a cold voice. Oh, fine then. Come at me. His smile remained unchanged. Damn it, you chose the hard way over the easy one. Brothers, take him down, the youth roared in anger. Instantly, hundreds of players closed in, and a barrage of attacks flew toward him. 111 damage numbers that failed to break through his defense rose above his head. In a flash, everyone realized exactly who the man standing before them was. Shit, it's Tran Phong! Everyone stop, run! Someone within the Ngo Thieu Than crowd screamed. Immediately, many turned and fled. One should not be fooled by their arrogance toward others. When facing Tran Phong, they trembled out of pure instinct. Regrettably, once the battle had begun, Ngo Thieu Than had no intention of letting them escape. He immediately activated Slaughter Moment. Dealing with people of this sort caused Ngo Thieu Than no psychological pressure whatsoever. These bullies who specialized in preying on the weak truly needed to be taught a lesson. Good heavens, it's Great God Tran Phong. It really is. I actually got to see Great God Tran Phong with my own eyes. I'm so excited. Go for it, Great God. Wipe them out. Wait. Wasn't Great God Tran Phong's mask much thinner and more elegant in the previous videos? Why is it a generic shop-bought one now? I almost didn't recognize him. You idiot. Don't you think he knows how to change his gear? That's true. The battle began quickly and ended just as fast. The Ngo Thieu Than members didn't even dare to fight back, focusing entirely on their frantic escape. In the end, half were decimated, while the rest scrambled back into the city. Ngo Thieu Than did not pursue them further, nor did he enter the city. Instead, he turned and headed toward the East Gate. This matter had started because of him, and the conduct of Ngo Thieu Than was truly nauseating. He needed to teach them a proper lesson. By now, the chat channels for the Ngo Thieu Than leadership had exploded. Since guilds had not been officially established yet, there was no guild chat channel, and Divine Oracle did not yet feature group chats. All news converged in the private message windows of several high-ranking leaders. By the time they received the news and issued orders down the line, Ngo Thieu Than had already reached the East Gate and begun his assault. After dealing with the people at the East Gate, Ngo Thieu Than walked slowly toward the North Gate. He knew that Ngo Thieu Than would certainly be prepared. Either the North Gate would be completely abandoned, or it would be swarming with people. As expected, when Ngo Thieu Than arrived at the North Gate, it was densely packed with Ngo Thieu Than members. Their numbers were staggering, reaching nearly 10,000, and most were archers and mages. They stood in formation, waiting, staring intently in the direction Ngo Thieu Than was approaching from. Clearly, they did not intend to endure further humiliation and had prepared themselves meticulously. With 10,000 ranged attackers, even if they couldn't all strike at once, the plaza before the city gate was vast. Each volley from the 10,000-man formation allowed several thousand people to shoot at Ngo Thieu Than simultaneously. Even if they couldn't break his defense, Ngo Thieu Than would not be able to withstand the sheer volume of such sustained barrages. Seeing this formation, Ngo Thieu Than felt a slight pang of apprehension. This was a bit excessive. Wasn't it practically cheating? With the formation before him, unless he could dive into the center of the crowd to render the enemy's range useless, he would have to endure at least 2 to 3 seconds of fire while closing the distance. That was more than enough time to taste the sensation of 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. However, he could not show weakness now. Ngo Thieu Than glanced at his inventory and then calmly stepped toward his opponents. At the front of the crowd, Ngo Thieu Than saw Ngo Thieu Than and gave a cold laugh. Tran Phong, I truly admire your courage. To think you still dare to show up in a situation like this. Ngo Thieu Than replied nonchalantly. Ants, no matter how many there are, remain nothing more than ants. Then let me see where you get the confidence to face my Ngo Thieu Than's 10,000-man ranged army. By making an enemy of Ngo Thieu Than, I will ensure you have no place left to stand in Divine Oracle. Ngo Thieu Than said venomously. Damn, 10,000 people against one man. Ngo Thieu Than truly has no shame, someone in the watching crowd remarked. You're just realizing that? They never had any shame to begin with. Well, you're right. But why is Great God Tran Phong still charging in? Who could possibly survive that? Maybe Great God Tran Phong isn't afraid at all. No matter what, I'll always support him. Ngo Thieu Than strolled leisurely to the front of the Ngo the Quan Hung Legion, stopping exactly 1 meter outside the maximum range of the nearest archer. He looked at Ngo the Thian Ha and said plainly, "Then open your eyes wide and watch closely. Sometimes, numbers don't necessarily matter." The moment his voice fell, he suddenly accelerated, charging straight into the crowd. "Attack!" Ngo the Thian Ha gave the command, and countless arrows streaked toward Ngo Thieu Than. In the middle of this open ground, Ngo Thieu Than had nowhere to hide, but he didn't even bother trying to dodge. Without a hint of hesitation, he pulled a protection scroll from his inventory and used it. Just as the crowd held their breath, expecting tens of thousands of arrows to pierce the man, a faint golden light erupted from Tran Fong's body, blocking every single incoming attack. "Damn it! It's a protection scroll!" Ngo the Ko Fong cried out in terror. "Morning hell, how does he have one of those on him? Tell them to scatter quickly!" Ngo the Thian Ha ordered frantically. Unfortunately, maneuvering 10,000 people was no simple task. Before their orders could even be passed down, Ngo Thieu Than had already plunged into the heart of the crowd, and what followed was a one-sided slaughter. Ranged classes were completely defenseless once an enemy closed the distance. Ngo Thieu then rampaged through the crowd, his short sword leaving a trail of white light wherever it went. Not a single person could withstand a single blow. He claimed a life nearly every second, as if he were simply mowing grass. With an attack power exceeding 1,000 points and a speed of 2 strikes per second, none of these fragile players could survive for more than a second. Although many fought back, the meager damage they dealt was not even equal to the amount of health he drained back with every swing of his blade. The 10,000-man army was formidable, but its weakness was glaring. Once the formation was breached, only the few people in the immediate vicinity could actually target him. The entire formation fell into a chaotic mess. As time passed, the body count rose steadily, while Ngo Thieu Than's health bar remained consistently full. The massive army before him could not pose even the slightest threat. Seeing the state of affairs, Ngo the Thian Ha had no choice but to order a retreat. Though this command would send the guild's reputation plummeting to rock bottom once again, there was no other way. The current situation was completely unwinnable. Continuing would only result in more casualties without even singeing a single hair on Tran Fong's head. Ultimately, the 10,000-man army paid the price of several hundred fallen members before they managed to flee back into the city. After the incident spread across the internet, the reputation of Ngo the Quan Hung indeed plummeted, making them the laughingstock of the world. Prasan. Chapter 50. Lan Nguet within Jinling City, Ngo Thieu Than stepped into a tavern and took a seat, ordering a table laden with food. Though he had been playing Divine Oracle for some time, he had yet to share a meal in the game and intended to experience it for himself. However, the fare within the virtual world was no cheaper than that of the outside. In fact, it was considerably more expensive. This single banquet cost him nearly 1 gold coin, the equivalent of approximately 1,000 yuan. To be honest, even in his real life, Ngo Thieu Than had never indulged in a meal so costly. Despite the sting to his wallet, the flavor was truly exquisite, far surpassing anything found in the real world. The food in the game was entirely organic and featured ingredients never seen before, various types of wild game whose names he had never heard of. Their meat possessed a quality that the physical world simply could not match. Furthermore, one could eat to their heart's content in the game without the fear of gaining weight, an absolute temptation for any connoisseur of fine food. It was no wonder these taverns were doing such a roaring trade. At that moment, the tavern was packed to capacity with both players and NPCs, though players formed the vast majority. There were always those who played the game not merely to hunt monsters and level up, but to experience a different life. One could only say that the pleasures of the wealthy were beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. The first floor served as the main hall, while the second floor housed private rooms. As Ngo Thieu Than was alone, he did not bother with a private room and simply sat in the main hall. The atmosphere was incredibly boisterous. Eating, drinking, and idle gossip were the common threads of human existence, which was precisely why many chose the expensive private rooms. The hall was simply too rowdy. Ngo Thieu Than had inquired earlier and found that the minimum expenditure for a private room was 10 gold coins, 10,000 yuan, a price regular people truly could not afford. Did you all see the great battle at the city gate earlier? It was absolutely exhilarating. A player in the hall spoke up, sparking a discussion. Of course I saw it. My blood was boiling just watching. The great expert Tran Phong is truly on another level. One man against 10,000. He sent those bastards from the arrogant heroes running for their lives. Exactly. Those arrogant heroes are far too overbearing. Someone needed to teach them a lesson, or else they'd think Jinling City was their personal backyard. To think they even dared to blockade the gate, I can only say Tran Phong did a magnificent job. From now on, I'm a die-hard fan of Tran Phong. If anyone dares to speak ill of him, I'll stake my life against them. Listening to their chatter, Ngo Thieu Than allowed a faint smile to play across his lips. At this moment, he appeared as though he were not wearing a mask, but in reality, he had merely altered the form of the dustless mask. Currently, the mask acted like a layer of skin fused to his face, completely transforming his appearance. Furthermore, he had specifically stopped by a clothing shop earlier to purchase a few sets of fashion items. This type of attire did not occupy equipment slots nor possess any attributes, but it could override the appearance of one's armor. A favorite feature for many female players, as the original look of high-level gear was often quite hideous. Having changed into new clothes and a new face, Ngo Thieu Than sat prominently in the middle of the hall, yet no one recognized him. The features transformed by the dustless mask appeared somewhat stiff, unlike a true disguise art that could perfectly mimic another person. But it was enough to satisfy Ngo Thieu Than. At the very least, no one could discern his true identity. As Ngo Thieu Than was eating and drinking his fill, a young woman dressed in white with a veil covering her face approached his table and sat down. She spoke softly. "You certainly are taking it easy, aren't you?" "How did you know it was me?" Ngo Thieu Than asked in surprise. He had clearly changed his appearance from head to toe. "Since you appeared in public, there have naturally been many people silently tracking your movements. No matter how you change, those who wish to learn about you are not few in number," Ngo Thieu replied. "Ha! So all that effort was for nothing?" Ngo Thieu Than said, feeling somewhat helpless. "Not necessarily. At the very least, those who weren't following you continuously certainly won't recognize you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to sit here and eat in peace like this." Ngo Thieu looked at Ngo Thieu Than, who looked entirely different than before, and offered a serious assessment. "True enough. Next time, I'll leave the city, change my clothes, and then return. Surely no one will notice then." Ngo Thieu Than nodded, then turned to Ngo Thieu. "By the way, do you want to try some? The food here is quite good." Glancing at the messy spread on the table, Ngo Thieu shook her head. "I won't eat. I mainly came here to thank you. The people from the arrogant heroes have all withdrawn. They are no longer targeting us." It's good that they've withdrawn. If they hadn't, I would have gone and taught them another lesson," Ngo Thieu Than said nonchalantly. Ngo Thieu shook her head. "I suppose only you would have such a dismissive attitude toward the arrogant heroes. Your group should take this chance to develop. Jinling City has tens of millions of players, while the arrogant heroes only number a few tens of thousands. Everyone has a chance. Once you grow strong enough, you won't have to fear them anymore," Ngo Thieu Than advised. "I understand." Ngo Thieu nodded. "In any case, thank you. It was mutually beneficial." Ngo Thieu Than didn't give it much thought. "Well then," Ngo Thieu stood up. "I still need to lead them to level up. I'll take my leave first. Please enjoy your meal." Ngo Thieu Than waved a hand while continuing to eat. "Fine, go ahead." After Ngo Thieu left, Ngo Thieu Than resumed his culinary crusade. Having ordered so many dishes, he couldn't let them go to waste. But he had only been eating for a short while when another voice reached him. "Hello, may I sit here?" Ngo Thieu Than looked up, his eyes brightening. Standing before him was an exceptionally beautiful woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with shoulder-length hair and a gaze that held a hint of frost, standing there like an icy beauty. "As you wish," Ngo Thieu then said. "Thank you." The woman gracefully sat down opposite him. Once seated, she said nothing, but simply stared at him intently. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Ngo Thieu Than felt unsettled by her gaze. The woman replied, "It's nothing. I was just curious about you." "Curious about what? I'm just an ordinary man. Whatever other men have, I have. I'm not missing any arms or legs," Ngo Thieu Than replied casually. "Everyone started from the same baseline. How is it that you can be so much stronger than everyone else?" The woman finally asked the question that had been weighing on her mind. "Perhaps it is because I am the protagonist," Ngo Thieu Than replied with a grin. "I am Lan Nguyen, the guild leader of Lan Nguyen Pavilion. Might we add each other as friends?" The woman suddenly stood up and extended her hand. Lan Nguyen Pavilion. Ngo Thieu Than felt as though he had heard the name before. It seemed to be quite a powerful force within Jinling City. "Very well." Ngo Thieu Than nodded. He was currently a lone wolf in Jinling City. Perhaps there would come a time when he needed their assistance. The power of a guild was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, having another friend meant having another potential business partner. He then sent a friend request. Quickly, a new entry appeared on Ngo Thieu Than's friend list. Lan Nguyen, level 15, archer. And Ngo Thieu Than was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected this woman to have already reached level 15. This level was far beyond that of the average frontline players. She truly lived up to her title as the leader of Lan Nguyen Pavilion. Chapter 51. He is here. After adding each other as friends, Lan Nguyen took his leave. Ngo Thieu Than also finished his meal quickly and slipped away, fearing that if he stayed any longer, more people would come looking for him. Leaving the tavern, Ngo Thieu Than wandered aimlessly through the city for a while before choosing to log out to eat. It was already past 8 in the evening. Although he had eaten plenty in the game, he had yet to have dinner in the real world. Removing his gaming helmet, Ngo Thieu Than went to the living room and picked up the leftover fast food from lunch. He wondered if it was an illusion. But despite having eaten lunch at noon, he didn't feel particularly hungry, even though it was now past 8. "I suppose it's because I've been lying still without any exercise," Ngo Thieu Than muttered to himself, shaking his head. He took a couple of bites of the fast food and found it truly difficult to swallow. He hadn't felt this way before, but after having a meal in the game, he suddenly found real-world food to be abysmal. And Ngo Thieu then took 2 bites and threw the rest away, feeling a bit of a headache. How had his palate become so fastidious after just one in-game meal? How was he supposed to stomach regular food from now on? Having dealt with the food, he considered going to bed, but it was still too early to sleep. Instead, he decided to browse the forums for a while. The top posts were all centered around the battle between him and Ngao the Quan Hung. He opened a few at random, one of which was titled, "A Comprehensive Analysis of Tran Fong's Strength," and read it intently for a moment. It was an analysis of his attributes. He had to admit there were countless talents in Divine Oracle. Despite only having revealed his skills in public twice, the poster had managed to analyze his attributes with startling accuracy. From health and attack to defense and speed, the estimates were almost spot on. Fortunately, his greatest trump card remained hidden, and he hadn't used many of his skills yet. Otherwise, he would have no privacy left at all. "This is terrifying. It seems I should limit my public displays of strength in the future," Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. After browsing the forums for a bit, Ngo Thieu Than logged back into the game. Since he couldn't sleep, he decided to hunt monsters outside the city for a few hours. It would be best to stay up until midnight, to challenge the Silver War God's secret realm, which would significantly boost his strength once more. Once logged in, Ngo Thieu Than studied the map carefully before deciding to head toward the East Gate. Ahead of the East Gate lay a stone forest where monsters ranged from level 18 to 23, making it an ideal spot for him to level up. He didn't dare return to the roaring tiger forest yet. He estimated that the tiger there was likely a level 30 boss. He would wait until he reached level 20 and gained another tier of strength before returning for his revenge. Along the way, players were everywhere, hunting monsters. Most were in small parties. A lone wolf like Ngo Thieu Than remained an extremely rare sight, although the current strength of players allowed them to face monsters of the same level without much pressure. Having a variety of classes working together made the process far more efficient. Ngo Thieu Than strolled leisurely toward the stone forest, watching other players fight while scrolling through the chat channel to see what we're talking about. Suddenly, a piece of information caught his eye. Silver boss discovered deep within the purple bamboo forest. Coordinate 6x.x. Is that real or fake? Who finds a boss and makes it public instead of killing it secretly? Ngo Thieu Than mused. Despite his skepticism, he couldn't suppress his curiosity and headed in that direction. It wasn't far, after all, and there was no harm in taking a look. Outside the purple bamboo forest, a group of people came running out, swearing loudly with faces full of rage. Damn it, those Ngo Thieu bastards really are vultures. They only know how to run when facing Tran Phong, but they're as arrogant as can be when bullying independent players. Exactly. We finally found a boss with great difficulty, only for it to be snatched away. I can't swallow this insult. I've already posted the coordinates on the regional channel. If we can't have it, we won't let them have it easy either. Jinling City isn't a place for Ngo Thieu to dictate terms. Deep within the purple bamboo forest, 200 to 300 people were tensely surrounding and attacking a giant python. It was clear that the attacks from these players barely scratched the python's defense. Only occasionally did 1 or 2 people break through, but the damage was pitifully low. Meanwhile, the python could clear a whole section of players with a single sweep of its tail. This isn't looking good, boss. A silver boss is too powerful. The gap in strength is too wide. At this rate, even if we kill this python, our losses will be catastrophic. Ngo Thieu said, approaching Ngo Thieu Than. We'll have to endure even heavy losses. We must take down this boss no matter what. If Tran Phong can kill a silver boss alone, can our entire guild not do the same? As long as we bring this python down, we'll have silver equipment. Will we need to fear him then? Ngo Thieu Than declared. Fine, we'll do it your way, boss. I'll call for more men. This number definitely won't be enough. Ngo Thieu replied. Boss, something's happened. Those brats who escaped posted the boss coordinates on the regional channel. A lot of people are heading this way now, Ngo Thieu Than said, walking up to Ngo Thieu Than with a grim expression. Damn it, we should have slaughtered them all earlier. They're nothing but trouble. Call more men and blockade the entrance. Don't let anyone step foot inside, Ngo Thieu Than ordered. At this moment, countless people were flocking toward the purple bamboo forest. A almost guaranteed silver equipment, and everyone wanted to try their luck. Dropped equipment was fair game for anyone to snatch. If one was lucky enough to grab a piece, it could change their life. Even if they couldn't use it, selling it would bring in a fortune. By the time Ngo Thieu Than arrived at the purple bamboo forest, the place had turned into a chaotic scene. Countless players were in a heated argument with members of Ngo Thieu. By what right do you stop us from entering? You Ngo Thieu people are being far too overbearing. That's right. The boss doesn't belong to your family. Why won't you let us fight it? The boss was discovered by our Ngo Thieu, so naturally it belongs to us. What of it? Do you want to steal a boss from Ngo Thieu? A member of the guild said haughtily. Liar. The boss was clearly discovered by us. You Ngo, the people stole it from us, and now you have the nerve to claim you found it? Have you no shame? The players who had been robbed earlier immediately stepped forward to expose them. Being called out to their faces made the expressions of the Ngo Thieu members turn incredibly foul. They finally resorted to direct threats. Ngo Thieu is taking this boss today. Anyone who dares to enter is an enemy of our guild. When that happens, We will make sure you can't even step out of the city." These words indeed had a deterrent effect, as many people fell silent. After all, Ngo the Quan Hung truly had the power to follow through. If Tran Phong hadn't suddenly returned last time, the Madman Gang and the Sioux City group would likely still be huddled inside the city walls. Behind the crowd, three people stood together, discussing something. These three were the leaders of three major guilds: Lan Nguet Kak Lo, the Phong Van, and Man Thien Phong Vu. The leader of Lan Nguet Kak was Lan Nguet, a cold beauty who lived up to his name. The leader of Lone the Phong Van was Lone the Q Hung, a middle-aged man with a bit of a beard and a very masculine air. The leader of Man Thien Phong Vu, Man Thien Tin Quang, was the opposite, a refined young man in his early 20s who lacked a certain ruggedness, his eyes occasionally glancing toward Lan Nguet. The three were currently debating how to get inside. "Say something, everyone. Just one word. Are we getting involved or not?" Man Thien Tin Quang spoke up. It's rare to encounter a silver boss. One way or another, we have to have a hand in this. "We can't let Ngo the Quan Hung swallow it whole," Lone the Q Hung said. "But if we charge in, we'll be standing in direct opposition to Ngo the Quan Hung. Although they just suffered a loss at Tran Fong's hands, our chances of winning a direct confrontation aren't high. Even if our three guilds combined outnumber them, we are still three separate entities. We can't coordinate as seamlessly as a single guild could. A temporary alliance doesn't change that. Furthermore, a direct confrontation at this stage would be detrimental to our guild's development." Man Thien Tin Quang analyzed. "Sigh. I originally hoped those independent players would create some pressure, but they're useless. They're good at shouting, but don't dare take any real action," Lone the Q Hung said, somewhat exasperated. "He is here." At that moment, Lan Nguet, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Chapter 52. "Just like that? We're in? Who?" Lone the Q Hung and Man Thien Tin Quang asked in unison, their gazes following Lan Nguet's line of sight. Tran Phong. Ngo Thieu Than observed the scene for a moment, seeing the crowd merely shouting from the sidelines without daring to step forward. He realized they still harbored a deep-seated fear of Ngo the Quan Hung. Ngo Thieu Than, however, showed no such deference. He strode directly toward the entrance. "Halt!" a member of Ngo the Quan Hung barked, because Ngo Thieu Than's current equipment was entirely different from the set he wore during the duel at the city gate. Very few recognized him at first glance. Ngo Thieu Than completely ignored the shouts of the Ngo the Quan Hung members, continuing his steady advance. "Damn it, you're looking for death." The one who had spoken immediately drew his weapon and slashed at Ngo Thieu Than. "Hey, wait!" Another standing nearby suddenly jolted, the scene looking hauntingly familiar. He tried to stop his comrade, but he was a beat too slow. The blade struck Ngo Thieu Than. 1. When that damage figure appeared, almost everyone reacted instantly. In the entire Jinling city, there was only one person whose defense was high enough to prevent others from even breaking through his armor. Tran Phong. Holy crap, the great god Tran Phong is here. Excellent. Let's see if they can still act so arrogant now. Ha ha! Tran Phong really is the bane of Ngo the Quan Hung. In stark contrast to the excitement of the freelance players, the faces of the Ngo the Quan Hung members turned as sour as if they had just swallowed filth. Why did they have to run into this calamity again? Those people were right. This Tran Phong was an absolute jinx for their guild. They looked at each other in confusion, lost on how to proceed. "Quick, notify the boss!" Someone snapped back to reality and shouted. And Ngo Thieu Than glanced at the warrior who had just slashed him, casually sent him back to the city to rest, and then continued walking. The members of Ngo the Quan Hung could only retreat step by step, none daring to stand in his way. The freelance players behind them followed gleefully in Ngo Thieu Than's wake, entering the purple bamboo forest. Deep within the forest, Ngo the Phuong Vu rushed toward Ngo the Thien Ha with a grave expression. "Boss, Tran Phong is here. The brothers can't hold him back." "What? Him again? Does this guy intend to oppose my Ngo the Quan Hung until the very end?" Ngo the Thien Ha roared in fury. Ever since they encountered Tran Phong, everything they did had been stifled. He was beginning to regret ever provoking such an individual. Boss, what do we do? He's almost here. Are we really going to give up this boss? Ngo Thieu Than asked anxiously. Ngo Thieu Than looked at the giant python, which still had a massive amount of health. To take down this boss, they had already sacrificed over 1,000 men. Giving up was out of the question. Leave 200 men to continue the assault on the python. The rest, follow me. Phuong Vu, gather all guild members here. Today, even if we have to pile up bodies to form a wall, I will stop him. Ngo Thieu Than ordered through gritted teeth. When Ngo Thieu Than arrived, he found Ngo Thieu Than leading thousands of guild members, standing ready as if waiting for him. Ngo Thieu Than gave a cold smirk and stepped forward. Tran Phong, do you truly want to fight Ngo the Quan Hung to the death? Ngo Thieu Than shouted. To the death? We haven't reached that point yet. At the very least, you all don't have the qualifications to make me risk my life. Ngo Thieu Than replied nonchalantly. You! Ngo Thieu Than was nearly bursting with rage. He ground his teeth and said in a low voice, Fine. Tell me, what will it take for you to stay out of this? This was an indirect admission of defeat. Everyone knew Ngo Thieu Than never bowed to anyone. Stay out of what? I merely heard there was a boss here and came to take a look. Why the grand mobilization? Is the boss your family's property? Ngo Thieu Than feigned confusion. This boss is about to be eliminated by us. Everyone knows why you're here at this timing. I advise you to drop that idea, Ngo Thieu Than said. It's not that I look down on you, but with this bunch of small fry, it's doubtful whether you can even kill it. Yet you dare claim it's about to be eliminated? If the boss's health is below 10%, I'll turn around immediately and won't bother you. But if it's higher than that, then you'd better step aside. This boss isn't something you can swallow. Ngo Thieu Than understood the strength of a silver-grade boss very well. These people couldn't even break his defense. Facing a boss with higher defense than his and health in the hundreds of thousands, they would be lucky just to scratch it. The chief of Black Wind Camp from before was only a squishy assassin type and still had 650 defense and 500,000 health. This boss was said to be a python. Its defense and health were certainly not lower. Caught in his lie, Ngo Thieu Than felt he had lost face and snorted coldly. Whether we can kill it or not is my business. Let me tell you, a 10,000-man army of Ngo the Quan Hung is on its way. If you want to interfere today, you'll have to see if my 10,000 brothers agree. At that moment, more members arrived one after another, joining the defensive formation. Before long, their numbers swelled to 4,000 or 5,000. Seeing the large number of guards, Ngo Thieu Than lost interest in arguing. He turned his back to the crowd and instructed, If he dares to advance, do your best to pin him down. The other members will arrive shortly. I don't believe tens of thousands of people can't stop a single Tran Phong. After finishing his instructions, he led Ngo Thieu Than and several core members toward the boss. The top brass of the guild retreated, leaving a mass of members to block Ngo Thieu Than. Perhaps they went to command the battle, or perhaps they were afraid of being killed by Tran Phong. Regardless, the leadership was gone, leaving only a wall of cannon fodder. Ngo Thieu Than shook his head in pity. How pathetic. Why are you all risking your lives for Ngo the Quan Hung like this? His words seemed to sting their pride. A captain of the guild immediately barked in anger. Stop trying to deceive us with words. Our full force will be here soon. No matter how powerful you are, it's useless. We'll crush you with sheer numbers. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Ngo Thieu Than didn't bother wasting another word and charged directly. This was a bamboo forest, not an open field like the city gate. Although the bamboo wasn't excessively dense, they couldn't replicate the scene of 10,000 people attacking at once. At most, only a few hundred could reach him. The moment Ngo Thieu Than collided with the guild members, the countless freelance players behind him, along with the 3 major guilds and other minor ones, began to stir. The leaders of the 3 major guilds nodded to one another. Instantly, countless players suddenly charged from the rear, shouting, Charge! Ngao the Quan Hung has gone too far. We can't let the great god Tran Phong fight alone. These words seemed to strike a chord. The players who had been waiting impatiently were instantly ignited, charging toward the Ngao the Quan Hung blockade en masse. This time, the members of Ngao the Quan Hung were thrown into a total panic. Originally, they had assumed these people wouldn't dare to openly oppose the guild, and that their only threat was Tran Phong. They never expected things to escalate like this. Their numerical advantage vanished in an instant. There were tens of thousands of freelance players and small guild members present. Far more than a few thousand from Ngao the Quan Hung could withstand. The defensive line shattered instantly. Led by Ngo Thieu Than, the crowd quickly reached the scene of the boss battle, leaving Ngo Thieu Than's group stunned. Is this how we got in? Our main force hasn't even arrived yet. Ngao the Phuong Vu muttered, swallowing hard. Pra Pran. Chapter 53. Desperate tactics. As soon as Ngo Thieu Than arrived, he spotted the giant python tightly besieged by hundreds of players. Observing the damage dealt by Ngao the Quan Hung's members and the constant flashes of white light, signifying player deaths, he shook his head and remarked to Ngao the Thieu Than, "Is this what you meant by the boss being nearly defeated? Filling the gap with human lives. Even if you manage to kill it in the end, the cost will far outweigh the rewards." That is my business, not yours. Even if you hadn't come, we would have taken this boss down sooner or later. Ngao the Thieu Than replied venomously. Forget it. It's not worth it. It's just a silver-grade boss. Ngo Thieu Than advised with good intentions. No way. Today, no one is going to stop us from this boss. Ngao the Thieu Than said coldly. Fine then. Take your time. I'll just watch for a bit. Ngo Thieu Than suddenly shrugged and walked to the side. This action left both the members of Ngao the Quan Hung and the following crowd bewildered. Big brother, didn't we fight tooth and nail to break through just to snatch the boss? Did you really come here just to watch? Ignoring the thoughts of others, Ngo Thieu Than walked to a corner, found a bamboo stalk, and leaned against it with his arms crossed, looking as though he truly intended to be a spectator. As soon as he had approached, he had already checked the giant python's attributes. Ascar-scaled giant python, silver-grade boss level, 16 HP, 450,000 physical attack, 1100 physical defense, 680 magic defense, 620 movement speed, 110 skill 1. Toxic mist-scaled giant has a toxic forward in a 5-meter range. Targets hit by the poison lose 200 HP per second for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 2. Sweeping tail. The Azure-scaled giant python sweeps its tail, dealing physical damage and knocking up targets within a 5-meter range. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 3. Binding coil. The Azure-scaled giant python uses its massive body to tightly entwine a target. The bound target cannot act and loses HP every second equal to the boss's true physical damage for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Except for its attack power and speed, this boss's stats were not inferior to the chief of Black Wind Camp. However, its burst damage was lower, and it lacked health regeneration. If a large number of people surrounded and wore it down, it could be killed, but the losses would be astronomical. Given the current strength of players, mostly equipped with white-grade gear, except for shield guards who had invested all their points into Constitution, other classes rarely exceeded 1000 HP. A single sweeping tail from the giant python could deal over 1700 damage. Anyone standing nearby would essentially be wiped out unless a shield guard possessed several pieces of black iron or bronze gear to barely endure the hit. The reason Ngo Thieu Than did not charge in directly, aside from not wanting to reveal his full strength, was the third skill. He did not know if his void state could break the binding coil. If it couldn't, things would get complicated. While 10 seconds weren't enough to kill him, it would come close. And while he was incapacitated for those 10 seconds, the members of Ngao the Quan Hung would certainly not miss the chance to stab him in the back. Thus, it was better to let them fight first and look for an opportunity later. Ngao the Quan Hung, the 3 major guilds, and the group of independent players remained at a standstill, unsure of the next move. Ngo the Quan Hung feared Ngo Thieu Than would strike from behind, while the independent players, lacking Ngo Thieu Than's lead, did not dare to face Ngo the head-on. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. What exactly is he thinking? He went through all that trouble to get in here just to stand there and watch. Lone the Q Hung asked Lan Nuet and Man Thien Ting Quang. Both shook their heads, unable to grasp the situation. Lan Nuet secretly sent a private message to Ngo Thieu Than. Lan Nuet, what's going on? Ngo Thieu Than glanced around, but because the crowd was too thick, he couldn't see Lan Nuet. He could only reply via message. Nothing, just watching the show. Seeing the reply, Lan Nuet thought for a moment before telling the other two, step aside and watch them fight. With that, the members of the three major guilds quietly retreated. Seeing this, the independent players looked at each other and also dispersed, standing at a distance to watch Ngo the Quan Hung take on the boss. Now it was Ngo the Quan Hung's turn to be uneasy. With so many eyes on them, should they fight or not? If they did, the price would certainly be high. But the most terrifying part was paying that price only to have someone else snatch the prize. They weren't afraid of the independent players, but that man, Tran Phong, was far too dangerous. Boss, what do we do? Ngo the Thieu Than asked Ngo the Thian Ha. Ngo the Thian Ha frowned and asked, how long until our reinforcements arrive? 10 minutes at most, and the entire guild will be here. Ngo the Phuong Vu replied. Ngo the Thian Ha gritted his teeth. Keep fighting. Once everyone arrives, have them form a tight perimeter around the boss. Don't let anyone get near. Giving up on this boss was impossible for him. His confidence stemmed from the fact that within just over 3 days of the server opening, he had gathered over 30,000 members. If not for the restrictive terrain preventing 10,000 people from attacking at once, this boss wouldn't be so difficult to handle. And so, Ngo the Quan Hung continued their assault on the boss before everyone's eyes. Patches of white light flashed continuously as players died, only to be replaced by another group. The damage players dealt to the giant python was almost entirely the mandatory 1 HP, leaving a deep impression of the silver boss's power on the onlookers. Some independent players even began to consider giving up. Was a boss like this truly something players could kill at this stage? Over 10 minutes later, the main army of Ngo the Quan Hung arrived. 30,000 people surrounded the boss in layer upon layer until those standing outside could no longer see the battle within. At this point, independent players began to leave. They felt there was no point in staying. Setting aside the terrifying strength of the boss, which they could hardly dent, even if the boss were killed, the chances of snatching loot from the hands of tens of thousands of Ngo the Quan Hung members were nearly zero. There was no reason to waste time here. Once the first person left, others followed, and soon the independent players had almost entirely withdrawn. Only a few small guilds remained, hesitating, while the three major guilds were caught in a dilemma. What's our move? Man Thien Tin Quang asked. Lone the Q Hung shook his head. He didn't know either. Had they brought their forces all this way just to watch a play? Lan Nuet glanced at Ngo Thieu Than, who was still leaning against the bamboo with his arms crossed, as if none of this concerned him, and coldly uttered a single word. Wait. As for Ngo the Quan Hung, although they had enough manpower, the dense bamboo forest limited their numbers. The maximum number of people who could attack simultaneously was only about 100. Consequently, the boss's health did not drop quickly, but their casualties were horrific. A single tail sweep from the boss would almost clear out the melee classes, forcing constant reinforcements. Otherwise, the ranged attackers would have no space to fire. Due to limited positioning to maximize damage, Ngo the Thian Ha had pushed all the priests to the outer circle. This meant anyone hit by the toxic mist was essentially marked for death. Ngo the Thian Ha's order was simple. If you have a potion, drink it. If you don't, get in 2 more slashes before you die. Under this desperate, life-disregarding strategy, the boss's health finally began to slowly dwindle. Prasen, Chapter 54, Stealing the Boss. The battle had raged for over an hour. The boss's health had been whittled down to 10%. Yet Ngo the Quan Hung found themselves in an awkward predicament. Every single one of their melee players had been wiped out. In that hour, Ngo the Quan Hung had lost over 10,000 men, all of whom were warriors and shield guards. The mages and archers hadn't suffered as many casualties, but they were depleted of mana and had to be rotated out in waves. Now, the guild's front line of 10,000 warriors and shield guards had been completely decimated. Where is everyone? Don't they know to run back after they die? Ngo the Thian roared in fury. Boss, it's not easy for the brothers to level up. Dying once costs them a whole level, and their current levels are already below average. Let the brothers who just respawned go grind on their own for now, Ngo the Puong Vu said. Then send the assassins and priests up to take the hits. The boss is about to fall. We can't let all this effort go to waste. Ngo the Thian ordered. Fine, Ngo the Phuong Vu replied helplessly as he relayed the command. Soon, waves of reluctant priests and assassins rushed forward to form a makeshift front line. Faced with these fragile classes, the azure-scaled giant python showed no mercy. Sing's basic attack claimed a life. A tail swipe cleared a path, and a cloud of poison mist sent groups collapsing to the ground. The rate of death was even faster than before, but the boss's health bar continued to creep downward. At that moment, the members of the three major guilds began to stir. Aside from the three powerhouses, only a few small guilds remained, lingering with the hope of scavenging some scraps. Have you made up your minds? This is the best time to act. Man Tian Tingquang spoke up. Let's do it. Ngo the Quan Hung has suffered heavy losses in this fight. We have no reason to fear them anymore. We're bound to clash sooner or later anyway. If we wait for them to kill the boss and grow stronger, they'll surely be the first to turn their blades on us. We might as well take this chance to deal them a crushing blow. But let's be clear, our three guilds must stand united. If Ngo the Quan Hung targets one side, the other two must help. We cannot let them defeat us one by one, Lon the Q Hung said. Agreed. Lan Qiet and Man Thian Tingquang nodded before heading off to prepare. Just as Ngo the Quan Hung reached their most critical moment, the crowd that had been watching the spectacle suddenly surged forward. They charged toward the boss, ruthlessly cutting down any members of Ngo the Quan Hung in their path. You, how dare you! Ngo the Thian was both shocked and enraged. He had assumed that with the prestige of being one of the top 10 guilds, no one in Jinling City would dare oppose Ngo the Quan Hung. The appearance of Tran Phong had already been hard enough to swallow, but he never expected these guilds he had always looked down upon would actually strike at him. Ngo the Thian was nearly bursting with rage. Leave 200 men to hold the boss and stop it from regenerating. Everyone else, counterattack. Damn it, do they think just anyone can touch my Ngo the Quan Hung? Ngo the Thian bellowed. However, he had underestimated his opponents and overestimated his own strength. They had just over 10,000 men left, while the three major guilds had brought a combined force of over 10,000 as well. Their numbers were roughly equal, but the three guilds had a full complement of classes, whereas his side lacked a crucial front line. The two sides quickly spiraled into a chaotic melee, and without a defensive wall, Ngo the Quan Hung fell into a complete disadvantage. The battle of 10,000 was incredibly fierce. Members from both sides fell continuously, their eyes turning red with bloodlust. In the midst of this, a key player on the field had been completely ignored. Ngo Thieu Than rubbed his nose. Should he steal this boss? Or should he definitely steal it? Immediately, he activated stealth and quietly slipped toward the boss. At this time, 200 players left by Ngo the Quan Hung were using every trick in the book to stall the creature. To minimize losses and drag out as much time as possible, they were well organized. One by one, they would lure the enemy. Each player would fire an arrow and lead the boss away, eventually being caught and bitten to death. Then, the boss would turn back and a second person would take over. It was a clever tactic that allowed them to stall for the maximum amount of time. Otherwise, the entire group wouldn't have lasted a few swipes of the giant python's tail. But now that Ngo Thieu Than had arrived, he naturally wouldn't let them have it so easy. The boss's health was down to just over 60,000. Seeing an archer leading the boss in a different direction, Ngo Thieu Than followed silently. While the guild war raged on with blood-pumping intensity, Ngo the Puangvu felt as though something was missing. Though he could put his finger on it, his gaze scanned the surroundings, and suddenly he noticed that Tran Phong, who had been leaning against a bamboo tree, had vanished. His heart tightened. Unable to find him anywhere, he hurriedly spoke to Ngo Thieu Than. "Boss, this is bad. Tran Phong is gone. Isn't it better that he's gone?" Ngo Thieu Than had yet to realize the problem. "No, boss, the boss!" Ngo the Puangvu cried out in a panic. Ngo Thieu Than stiffened. Ignoring the ongoing battle, he led Ngo the Puangvu and the others as they rushed toward the boss's location. When they arrived, they found that most of the 100 or so men they had left behind were still there. But the boss was nowhere to be found. He grabbed one of the players and screamed, "Where is the boss?" The member pointed tremblingly in one direction. "Thieu Phong lured it over there." Ngo Thieu Than threw him to the ground and chased in that direction. Before long, they saw the massive carcass of the python lying on the ground. The area had been picked so clean that not even a single copper coin remained. "Ah! Tran Phong, you bastard! I will have your head for this!" Ngo Thieu Than roared. The scream was laced with a mixture of pure fury and bitter resentment. Since childhood, he had always enjoyed smooth sailing. He had never been as enraged as he was at this moment. Behind him, Ngo the Puangvu and the others stood in deathly silence, not daring to breathe loudly. "Achoo!" Ngo Thieu Than, who had already left the purple bamboo forest, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he thought to himself, "Did I go a bit too far? I should have at least left them 2 copper coins. After all, they made such a great sacrifice to fight that boss. Well, maybe next time. Next time, I'll definitely leave a few coins behind." He then looked at the pile of loot in his backpack, his eyes curving into crescents with joy. This haul was undoubtedly the easiest he had ever earned. Killing the giant python had granted him 42,000 experience points. Since he hadn't summoned Nan Tai Lang, the entire amount went to him, pushing his level straight to level 17, 26,800 or 180,000. In total, he had obtained 3 gold and 68 silver, 2 pieces of silver tier equipment, 2 pieces of bronze tier equipment, 5 pieces of black iron tier equipment, a bottle called Bloodline Potion, and a mist scroll. The drop rate was average, but the lack of effort made it sweet. Azure Scaled Cuirass Silver Tier. Health plus 600, Physical Defense plus 50, Magic Defense plus 30, reflects a portion of damage taken. Additional attributes: Constitution plus 18, Vitality plus 17, Strength plus 17. Requirements: Warrior Shield Guard. Azure Scaled Legging Silver Tier. Health plus 500, Physical Defense plus 40, Magic Defense plus 30, increases health regeneration rate. Additional attributes: Constitution plus 17, Vitality plus 18, Agility plus 16. Requirements: all classes. As for the equipment, aside from the 2 silver pieces, Ngo Thieu Than found the others somewhat lacking. These leggings happened to be exactly what he could wear. Currently, he was wearing Black Iron Tier Bear King leggings, which were his only remaining black iron item. After switching them out, he now had 5 pieces of silver equipment, while the rest were bronze. His gear was significantly more powerful than that of other players. After changing his equipment, his health reached 69530, physical defense hit Psych 2, magic defense hit 6 on 3-1, speed was 449, and attack speed was 1.7. He held on to the 10 attribute points from his level up for now. He was already tanky enough, and would decide where to allocate them later based on his needs. The Bloodline Potion turned out to be an item used to improve a pet's aptitude, but its success depended on compatibility. The higher the compatibility, the higher the success rate. Clearly, Nan Tai Lang was not suited for this. Furthermore, the potion was limited to S rank, meaning pets at S rank or higher could not use it. Ngo Thieu Than could only store it back in his bag with a sigh. The final item, The mist scroll would create a zone of thick fog upon use, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. Ngo Thieu Than seemed to think of something as a slight smirk played on his lips, and he tucked the scroll away. With everything checked, the only thing left to do was auction off the gear. Another large sum of income was coming his way. The mere thought of it made Ngo Thieu Than beam with happiness. Pratandan. Chapter 55. Auctioning silver equipment. Within the purple bamboo forest, the two sides were still locked in a ferocious, blood-pumping battle. However, after the high-ranking members departed, the morale of Ngo the Quan Hung was no longer what it once was, and they were being completely suppressed by the members of the three major guilds. Just then, Ngo the Tianha and his subordinates returned with darkened faces and immediately ordered a retreat. The boss had been snatched. There was no longer any reason to continue the fight. Nevertheless, before withdrawing, Ngo the Tianha glared at the leaders of the three guilds, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Just you wait. Ngo the Quan Hung will settle this debt with you in full." With that, he led his remaining men away from the scene. The members of the three major guilds were left stunned. Why had the enemy suddenly fled in the heat of battle? The three guild leaders looked at one another in confusion, unable to fathom their opponent's actions. At that moment, a member came running over breathlessly to report, "Guild leader, the boss has been stolen." "What? Who stole it?" Lone the Q Hung cried out in shock. Lanwit looked toward the spot where Ngo Thieu Than had been standing earlier. Seeing that he was long gone, she understood what had happened. She turned to the others too and said, "It must have been Tran Phong." The two men finally realized the truth and hurriedly scanned the area. As expected, Tran Phong was nowhere to be found. Their faces turned as black as soot. Had they not been fighting tooth and nail just to compete for the boss? In the end, the boss had been quietly snatched away right from under their noses. "So what do we do now?" Manthian Tin Quang asked gloomily. "What else can we do? We go back. The boss is gone, so what's the point of staying here?" Lone the Q Hung replied irritably. "After being busy all day only to end up as a stepping stone for someone else, it would be strange if he weren't furious. A piece of silver-grade equipment has appeared on the auction house." Lan Nguyen suddenly spoke up. "Silver-grade equipment!" The two men hurriedly opened the auction interface to check. Standing at the top of the listings was a piece of silver equipment named Azure Scale Armor, with the auction set to run for 30 minutes. How extravagant. He's actually selling silver-grade equipment? Man Thian Tin Quang exclaimed in surprise. If he can't use it, why keep it? One look and you can tell this dropped from that boss. I wonder how many silver pieces it dropped. His equipment was already good. Now it must be even more terrifying. Lone the Q Hung sighed. There's no point comparing ourselves to him. He's a total freak. Let's just focus on our own development. The people from Ngo the Quan Hung certainly won't let this matter slide, so we must be prepared, Man Thian Ting Quang reminded them. But Ngo the Quan Hung suffered heavy losses this time. They won't be able to move against us in the short term. We can take this opportunity to grow. Lone the Q Hung nodded. The three leaders, who originally had nothing to do with one another, were now standing on the same front due to the pressure from Ngo the Quan Hung. However, this was merely a strategic cooperation. As they looked at the silver equipment on the auction house, each harbored their own hidden thoughts. At the same time, Ngo the Tianha, who was on his way back, saw the silver equipment on the auction house and grit his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. He felt this was a blatant insult directed at him. In his eyes, that item should have belonged to him, yet now it was being publicly auctioned by someone else. "That item is mine. No one is allowed to compete with me for it." Ngo the Tianha growled viciously. Ngo Thieu Than put all the iron-grade equipment, including the Bear King leggings he had just replaced, onto the auction house at a flat rate of 20,000 per piece. The two bronze items and the one silver item were set to auction mode. Afterward, in a cheerful mood, he continued toward the strange stone forest. There were less than 3 hours until midnight. He planned to farm for another 2 hours and then return to the city at 12 to enter the God of War instance. The God of War instance could only be challenged once per day, so he had to wait until after midnight for the attempt count to reset. The strange stone forest was a mountainous woodland composed entirely of stone, without a single blade of grass or leaf in sight. The rocks here were shaped bizarrely, which was how the place earned its name. In the real world, this place would surely have been designated as a tourist attraction. Ngo Thieu Than walked deep into the stone forest to find his target, the level 22 stone apes. Initially, he had planned to hunt level 21 stone monkeys, but after killing the boss and leveling up, and with his talent being able to progress, he ultimately chose the level 22 stone apes. The stone apes' attack was only 550, which could not break through Ngo Thieu Than's defense. With 5,000 health and 350 defense, these stats were not a concern. The main issue was the stone apes' passive skill. Their attacks had a chance to petrify the target for 2 seconds. This was a bit troublesome. What he hated most right now were control skills, especially since he only had one crowd control removal skill with a 5-minute cooldown. After selecting his target, Ngo Thieu Than summoned Nan Tai Lang to stand at a distance and share the experience, then began the grind. The number of stone apes was significantly higher than the forest tigers. They were visible everywhere his eyes could reach. Unfortunately, their skills were too annoying. Otherwise, he could have pulled a large group to kill at once. For now, he had to settle for killing them one by one. In Jinling City, countless people were salivating over the silver-grade equipment on the auction house. The price of the azure scale armor skyrocketed continuously, soon surpassing 200,000. The wealthy players all showed a determined attitude to obtain it. At the current stage, owning a piece of silver equipment would provide a massive boost in strength. It was precisely because of the allure of the silver equipment that the 2 bronze items Ngo Thieu Than listed had very few bidders, failing to even cross the 100,000 mark. Had he known this would happen, Ngo Thieu Than certainly wouldn't have listed them at the same time. It wasn't just Jinling City. Even players in other main cities had heard the news that Jinling City was auctioning silver equipment. Unfortunately, the teleportation arrays between main cities were not yet open, so they could only watch and drool from afar. The Jinling City regional channel had long since exploded because of this item. That silver gear. Ngao the Quan Hung worked so hard to kill a silver boss. How could they bear to sell it like this? A player who was unaware of the situation posted on the regional channel. The guy above is out of the loop. That boss wasn't killed by Ngao the Quan Hung. It was killed by the great god Tran Phong. Since he can't use it, of course he's selling it. Holy crap, is that true? Great god Tran Phong is insane. Silver equipment attributes are truly amazing. Looking at that, and then looking at the white gear on my body, I just want to strip it off and throw it away. In the end, the azure scale armor was purchased for a closing price of 260,000. The 2 bronze items only sold for 120,000 each, while the iron-grade items priced at 20,000 were all sold out. Ngo Thieu Than, who was busy fighting stone apes, stopped to check his transaction history upon hearing the notification of the successful auctions. Seeing another 520,000 gold enter his pocket, a radiant smile appeared on his face. Making money was truly as easy as turning over his hand. Ngo Thieu Than farmed diligently until midnight. In over 2 hours, he had eliminated a total of 268 stone apes. If not for the annoying skills of these creatures, frequently being petrified and occasionally being chain-controlled by several of them, leaving him standing motionless for long periods, this number would have at least doubled. Despite sharing experience with Nan Tai Lang, those 268 stone apes pushed Ngo Thieu Than to level 18. Found 400,000. Nan Tai Lang had also reached level 16 and was nearing level 17. Despite being in the high teens, Ngo Thieu Than's leveling speed remained very fast. This was primarily because he was exclusively killing higher-level mobs with extreme efficiency, making it not difficult to gain a level in 2 hours. Checking his talent and immortal body, his talent had reached the limit of 540 points, and immortal body had added 268 health. Combined with the 40 health from leveling up and the bonuses from his title, his total health had risen to 6,868. During the grind, 2 more iron-grade items dropped, both of which he listed for 20,000. Currently, the price of iron-grade equipment had generally stabilized at 10,000 to 20,000, with most actually being around. However, iron gear, dropped from level 22 mobs, had attributes that completely overwhelmed other equipment on the market, so there were still many buyers at the 20,000 price point. After all, the main city held tens of millions of people. The demand for equipment was gargantuan. It's 12 o'clock. Time to head back and tackle the God of War's secret realm, Ngo Thieu Than murmured. He then used a town portal scroll. This time, no accidents occurred, and he successfully returned to Jinling City. Presenden. Chapter 56, Silver Rank. Upon returning to Jinling City, Ngo Thieu Than headed straight for the War God Temple. It was already past noon, and the area was bustling with a constant stream of players. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he found a secluded corner to switch his outfit, altered the appearance of his mask, and then strolled inside. After confirming his entry at the War God's secret realm, he commenced the Silver Rank challenge. Seeing a robed War God phantom materialize before him, Ngo Thieu Than furrowed his brows. Mage-type bosses were his least favorite. He quickly cast Insight on his opponent. War God Phantom, Silver Rank level, 18 health, 120,000 magic attack, 1200 physical defense, 560 magic defense, 620 movement speed, 140 skill, 1. Fireball. Launches a fireball, dealing magic damage to a designated target. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Skill 2, Flash. Instantly teleports a short distance in a designated direction. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill 3, Fire Rain. Summons a rain of fire at a designated location, dealing magic damage every second to targets within a 3x3 meter area for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill 4, Sea of Fire. Releases a massive sea of flames over a designated area, dealing magic damage every second to targets within a 10x10 meter area for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Damage for skills with low scaling is calculated by subtracting the target's defense from the attack power and then multiplying by the percentage. Damn it. This entire space is barely 100 square meters. One sea of fire will cover the whole floor. This is just forcing people to tank the damage. Good thing I brought potions, Ngo Thieu Than muttered to himself. In truth, with his current strength, facing a silver rank boss did not put much pressure on him. He was already equipped with 5 pieces of silver gear, giving him absurdly high health and defense. A typical silver boss wouldn't even catch his eye, but encountering a mage boss in such a cramped space was admittedly annoying. Kiting was out of the question since there was nowhere to run, so Ngo Thieu Than had no choice but to take the fight head-on. While the War God Phantom's skills looked terrifying, they could only do limited damage against his 631 points of magic defense. With over 6,800 health, the threat level remained low. Furthermore, with his lifesteal attribute and recovery potions, he had nothing to fear. And Ngo Thieu then immediately activated extreme speed and lunged forward, delivering a heavy strike that silenced the target for 3 seconds. This skill was the ultimate bane of mages. The silenced War God Phantom could only try to flee, but it was nowhere near as fast as Ngo Thieu Than, who caught up and began a relentless pummeling. Very quickly, the boss was afflicted with 4 stacks of poison. At his current rate of 540 poison damage per second, 4 stacks would drain nearly 130,000 of the boss's health within a single minute. As soon as the silence wore off, the War God Phantom used Flash to distance itself, but in such a confined arena it couldn't go far. Ngo Thieu Than caught up in no time. Immediately after, the boss unleashed its sea of fire to blanket the entire area. followed by a fire rain directly onto Ngo Thieu Than's position, accompanied by a barrage of fireballs. This chain of attacks caused Ngo Thieu Than's health bar to drop rapidly. Ngo Thieu Than quickly sidestepped out of the fire rain's radius, intending to redirect his assault, only for the boss to retreat directly into the center of the flaming downpour. Damn, it's that smart? Ngo Thieu Than was stunned. Fortunately, the fire rain only lasted 5 seconds. Though he could have tanked it, he felt it wasn't worth the waste of potions. The moment the fire subsided, Ngo Thieu Than closed the distance, his blade flashing as he slashed wildly at his foe. With an attack speed of 2 strikes per second, he could dish out over 2,300 damage every second while recovering more than 130 health. Supplemented by his potions, he had no reason to worry about his vitality. Under this overwhelming offensive, the war god Phantom lasted less than 3 minutes before collapsing at Ngo Thieu Than's feet. A moment later, Ngo Thieu Than was teleported out as a system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on your successful challenge. Your realm has been promoted to silver rank. You have gained +30 to all attributes and 30 free attribute points. Your bronze rank war god badge has been upgraded to silver rank. As the first player to reach silver rank, you are rewarded with +30 free attribute points. Beautiful! Ngo Thieu then exclaimed in delight. He wasn't sure if the second or third players to promote would receive attribute rewards, but he doubted it. Given the system's pattern, it seemed only the first to achieve a feat was recognized. If that were the case, as long as he kept his mouth shut, no one would know that the first promotion granted extra attribute points. Since there was no server-wide announcement, he would simply continue to quietly monopolize the first-place rewards for every future realm. Making a fortune in silence was the true path of kings, he thought dreamily. The promotion rewards alone provided 60 attribute points, equivalent to gaining 6 levels, combined with the 60 attribute points earned from killing bosses and not even counting his gear. Ngo Thieu Than already possessed 120 more attribute points than any other player. This was the foundation that made Tran Phong invincible at this stage. Checking the silver rank war god badge, he found its attributes remained simple and brutal. An increase to all attributes. He quickly equipped it and turned his attention to his 80 unspent free attribute points. He had 30 from the silver promotion, 30 from the system reward, and 20 left over from his previous 2 level-ups. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to split them evenly, 40 into Constitution and 40 into Agility. These 2 stats were already exceptionally high, but since his build revolved around them, he saw no need to invest elsewhere. He might as well commit to an extreme path. With his silver promotion complete, his badge upgraded, and his points distributed, Ngo Thieu Than's overall power soared once again. He glanced at his updated attribute panel. Name, Tran Phong Realm, silver rank level, 18 health, 7497 mana, 1680 physical attack, 1355 magic attack, 168 physical defense, 778 magic defense, 767 movement speed, 578 attack speed, 2.1 critical rate, 11% life steal, 10% damage reduction, 0% defense penetration, 0% cooldown reduction, 0% health regeneration, 20 crit resistance, 0 luck, 15 title, equipments 5, experience, 8056, strength, 244 intelligence, 84 physique, 270 constitution, 508 spirit, 126 agility, 518 talent, poison damage 540 points, stacks up to 4 times. Undying Body increases maximum health by 996 points. Titles: Hero of Ginner Village, Luck +10, Bandit Slayer Hero, Health +1000, Defense +100. Skills: Undying Body, Void Stealth, Backstab, Heavy Strike, Weakness Strike. Equipment: Soul Devouring Dagger, silver. Black Wind Helmet, silver. Black Wind Leather Armors, silver. Green Scale Leggings, silvers. Graphite Belt, bronze. Graphite Boots, Prontless, bronze. Graphite Necklace, bronze. Graphite Bracer, bronze. Graphite Ring, bronze. Silver Wolf King Ring, bronze. Surveying his current attributes, A satisfied Ngo Thieu then chose to log out on the spot. After leaving the game, he removed his virtual helmet, thought for a moment, and set an alarm for 8 hours later. The high-intensity gameplay of the past few days had drained his mental energy, and coupled with a severe lack of sleep, he decided to sleep in for an extra 2 hours today. It was unlikely anyone would catch up to him for now. He would re-enter the game after waking up and having breakfast. Once the alarm was set, Ngo Thieu Than collapsed onto his bed and fell fast asleep, truly exhausted. Tran Phong. Chapter 57. Citywide Quest, Individual Acceptance. When Ngo Thieu Than logged back in, his character was still standing within the temple of the god of war. Just as he stepped outside and began weighing his options for a leveling spot, a soldier suddenly approached him. With a respectful bow, the soldier said, "Honorable adventurer, the city lord requests your presence at the mansion." "Oh, the city lord is looking for me? Could it be a quest?" Ngo Thieu Than's eyes lit up. Since he was currently undecided on his next move, he hurried after the soldier toward the city lord's mansion. Upon arrival, he found the city lord pacing back and forth with an anxious expression. Seeing Ngo Thieu Than, the man rushed forward to greet him. "Tran Phong, you finally arrived." "City lord, is there something you need from me?" Ngo Thieu Than asked, curious. Sigh. The city lord let out a heavy breath. "This matter concerns the sheepskin scroll you brought back from Lu village. Initially, I was unaware, but deep within the tiger-howling forest lies a sealed passage leading to the demon realm. The demon realm is a place of unspeakable horror. We cannot allow anything to go wrong with that seal." A look of visible dread crossed the city lord's face at the mention of the demon realm. Ngo Thieu Than did not interrupt, listening in silence. He sensed he had stumbled upon something of great significance. The game's official lore provided very little information, but from the city lord's words, the underlying world-building seemed immense. Composing himself, the city lord continued. Liu village was originally the clan tasked with guarding the seal for generations. However, 500 years ago, after their patriarch and elders perished in a great battle against demonic beasts, their strength began to wane. Without the power to suppress it, the seal has begun to loosen. I recently dispatched a sealing master to reinforce it. The journey to Liu village went smoothly, but upon entering the sealing grounds, they were ambushed by the Tiger King of the forest. I had specifically assigned 2 level 20 gold rank guardians from the mansion to handle the Tiger King, but I did not anticipate that the leaking demonic energy would affect it. That Tiger King, originally a level 21 gold rank beast, absorbed the energy and surged to level 30. In the end, after paying a heavy price, the survivors managed to retreat back to Liu village. Hearing this, realization dawned on Ngo Thieu Than. No wonder he had encountered a boss in the level 21 tiger forest, whose stats he couldn't see. It turned out the creature had mutated. He had already experienced that Tiger King's ferocity. If he hadn't run fast enough back then, he would have been finished long ago. The city lord looked at Ngo Thieu Than and spoke solemnly. "Tran Phong, to be honest with you, the elite experts of this city have been dispatched on special missions recently. There is currently no one left in the city strong enough to deal with the Tiger King of the forest. Among the adventurers, you are the only one I am well acquainted with. Do you have any way to deal with this demonized Tiger King? If not, I am prepared to issue a citywide quest, calling upon all adventurers to slay it together. It is just that the cost of a citywide quest is immense. I truly do not wish to issue one unless absolutely necessary." Ngo Thieu Than blinked in surprise. Could this be a reward for helping clear those tigers earlier? He wondered. Ordinarily, in this situation, the city lord should have issued the citywide quest immediately. By asking if he had a way to handle it, the city lord was essentially offering him the chance to turn it into a solo quest. Shifting from a citywide mission to a personal one meant the rewards would undoubtedly be far more generous. Ngo Thieu Than was filled with anticipation. However, as he recalled the terrifying power of the demonized Tiger King, his expression darkened. Currently, he couldn't even see the enemy's attributes, so he didn't dare challenge it blindly. That roar from before, which had nearly emptied his health bar, was still vivid in his memory. Nevertheless, his strength had increased significantly since then. If he could reach level 20, he would be able to see its attributes and plan accordingly. With that in mind, Ngo Thieu Than asked, "What is the time limit for this task?" The city lord pondered for a moment. "Reinforcing the seal cannot be delayed. I can give you 2 days at most." "Fine. Let me look for a solution first. Do not rush to issue the city-wide quest yet. With the current strength of most adventurers, they would be useless against the demonized Tiger King. Sending them there would just be sending them to their deaths," Ngo Thieu Than said. Reaching level 20 within 2 days wasn't difficult for him. His only fear was that the city lord wouldn't wait and would broadcast the quest to everyone. "Very well. I shall await your good news," the city lord replied. Leaving the mansion, Ngo Thieu Than studied his map for a while before setting his sights on a place called the Abandoned Mine. It contained monsters ranging from level 20 to 30. He didn't plan on returning to the Jagged Rock Mountains. While there were many monsters there, their skills were too annoying and significantly hindered his leveling speed. He needed a change of scenery. The monster levels at the abandoned mine were suitable, though it was quite far, about 20 kilometers away. That area on the map was still shrouded in black, showing only the name of the location and the general distribution of level 20 to 30 mobs. The map only stayed clear within a 10-kilometer radius, showing detailed terrain and monsters. Within 20 kilometers, the map remained dark, but would display general monster levels without specific details. Anything further was pitch black, relying entirely on player exploration. On the bright side, any place a player had visited would automatically light up. For instance, Liu Village, which was once dark, was now visible on his map. Ngo Thieu Than checked his supply of potions. Seeing that he didn't need a refill, he set out immediately for the abandoned mine. The mine was located to the north, so he headed straight out of the north gate. This time, no incidents occurred. The path was clear. The members of the Proud World Guild, who usually looked for trouble, were likely busy leveling up. Most of their guild members had dropped in level, falling even below the average level of Jinling City. Ngo Thieu Than didn't stop, running continuously toward the abandoned mine. Even with a movement speed of 573, it took him over half an hour to cover the 20-kilometer journey. Ahead lay a massive cave entrance, the start of the mining area. As soon as Ngo Thieu Than stepped inside, a chilly wind blew past, giving him an ominous feeling. The monsters here were likely not to be trifled with. The entire mine was gloomy. Before him stretched a large, winding tunnel that led into the unknown. He hadn't seen a single monster for a long stretch of the path. Feeling a bit of a chill down his spine, Ngo Thieu Than summoned Ngan Tai Lang to ease his nerves. He let the pet lead the way while he followed behind, slowly venturing deeper. After a few minutes of walking, a sound suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. Ngo Thieu Than scrambled backward just as a skeletal hand burst through the ground. "Damn it! What the hell is that?" Ngo Thieu Than jumped in fright, sprinting back several paces. His loud shout also startled Ngan Tai Lang, who cowered and hurriedly ran after him. Only after putting some distance between them did Ngo Thieu Than turn his head to look. He saw a skeleton slowly crawling out from the earth, beginning to chase after him. "Is this thing the local monster?" Ngo Thieu Than asked, still catching his breath. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but rather that the game was so realistic it made him forget he was in a virtual world. Anyone would be startled by a skeletal hand suddenly grabbing at them. Sigh, what kind of god-forsaken place did I pick? Ngo Thieu Than slapped his forehead, speechless. Once he calmed down, his fear vanished. He was a grown man, after all. Why should he be afraid of a few small bones? There was nothing to fear. He immediately cast Insight to check its information, discovering it was a level 20 monster. And Ngo Thieu Than instantly lost interest. He stepped forward, swung his blade twice, and then ignored it, leaving it to slowly wait for its demise. With Ngan Tai Lang in tow, Ngo Thieu Than continued deeper into the mine. Prosendan. Chapter 58. What right do I have to compare to that freak's skeletons continuously emerged along the path? But Ngo Thieu Than couldn't be bothered to pay them much mind. If any blocked his way, he gifted them a couple of blade strikes. If they didn't, he simply ignored them. After traveling deep for about 10 minutes, he finally emerged from the tunnel. Before him lay the actual mine, a vast open excavation site littered with rubble. The area was swarming with skeletons, packed so densely that Ngo Thieu Than, who initially hadn't intended to grind these mobs, immediately felt a surge of interest. Although he could continue farming his talent after reaching the Silver Realm, talent could be cultivated at any time, but such a dense cluster of monsters was a rare sight. It would be a disservice to himself not to clear them out. These level 20 skeletons possessed an attack power of just over 400. Even with their skills, they couldn't breach his defense. Furthermore, their abilities lacked any crowd control effects. This was an absolute opportunity to experience the thrill of slaughtering mobs en masse. Acting on his thoughts, Ngo Thieu Than recalled Ngan Tai Lang into the pet space. He was in a rush to level up and saw no need for the wolf to siphon off his experience. To be honest, Ngan Tai Lang, with his A-rank talent, was an exceptional assistant for other players, but to Ngo Thieu Than, he was merely a tool wolf sharing his XP. It wasn't that Ngan Tai Lang was weak. At level 16, he could easily dominate a level 20 skeleton and even take on 3 at once without issue. However, Ngo Thieu Than intended to pull a massive quantity of mobs. If Ngan Tai Lang charged in, he would be overwhelmed and killed within minutes, making him utterly useless. Thus, it wasn't that Ngan Tai Lang was too weak, but that Ngo Thieu Than was too strong. After withdrawing Ngan Tai Lang, Ngo Thieu Than charged straight into the skeletal horde. He struck each one twice before moving to the next, completely ignoring the attacks raining down on him. The sensation was immensely gratifying. However, after fighting for a while, Ngo Thieu Than discovered a rather awkward problem. Assassins were truly not suited for dealing with such dense crowds. Otherwise, they would end up like him, surrounded so tightly he couldn't even budge. Although these skeletons couldn't break his defense, he currently couldn't take a single step. Damn it, I got too excited. Why did I charge so deep into the middle? Ngo Thieu Than felt chagrined. The current situation was a difficult predicament. He could only slowly clear the monsters around him. Watching the skulls swaying back and forth in front of him, Ngo Thieu Than felt like he was about to vomit. But there was no other way. He couldn't fly, and he lacked any displacement skills. In this situation, even activating Void was useless. I definitely need to learn a displacement skill later. This scene is too pathetic. I'm definitely going to have nightmares tonight. Ngo Thieu Than muttered to himself before swinging his daggers frantically at the surrounding skeletons to vent his frustration. While Ngo Thieu Than was diligently exterminating monsters, other players were also striving to level up and acquire equipment. Within Divine Oracle, the overall strength of players had increased significantly. Most people now had 1 or 2 pieces of black iron gear, while more formidable players possessed several pieces of bronze equipment. Currently, many guilds no longer found it too difficult to take down bronze bosses. Moreover, having many members made it easier to locate bosses. Indeed, sometimes there was strength in numbers. Inside a limestone cave, Ngo Thieu Than picked up the loot from a boss that had just collapsed. He equipped a usable piece of bronze gear and distributed the rest among Ngo Thieu Than's group. After having a silver boss stolen from him, Ngo Thieu Than had learned his lesson after his initial fury. He ordered all his subordinates to search everywhere for bosses. This was already the 3rd bronze boss they had defeated. Currently, Ngo Thieu Than wore 1 piece of silver equipment and 5 pieces of bronze. The rest were black iron. His overall strength had skyrocketed. He also spent a large sum to purchase a vast amount of black iron equipment to arm the other core members of his guild. His goal, naturally, was to vent the rage in his heart. He wanted to kill Tran Phong until the man was forced back to the novice village. On a plain, Ngo Thieu was leading members of the 2 group in attacking a level 16 bronze boss. In the early stages, purchasing a large amount of equipment from Ngo Thieu Than had allowed her to win from the starting line, pulling far ahead of other players. Her level had already reached level 17, and each of her fireball strikes could deal 700 to 800 damage to the boss. Compared to the 200 or 300 damage dealt by others, her damage output could be described as incredibly domineering. Just as the boss had only a sliver of health left, a group of people suddenly appeared, happening upon the scene. Facing a dying boss, it was unlikely anyone could resist the temptation, and this group was no exception. However, they soon felt the terror of the number one mage, a fireball every 1.5 seconds, dealing over 1,000 damage. Player defenses were nowhere near as high as a boss's, and her freezing skill, available every 5 seconds, was a death sentence for anyone it caught. Ngo Thieu Than's talent was revealed. Skill cooldown reduction, which was also the reason she had chosen the mage class. With the protection of the two groups' shield bearers, Ngo Thieu Than was like a mobile artillery battery, systematically eliminating the players who tried to steal the boss until only a few disgruntled stragglers managed to escape. Miss is so strong, the two group members marveled. Of course, our Miss is the number one mage in Divine Oracle. How dare these sorts of people try to compete with us for a boss? Another chimed in. Exactly. They're overestimating themselves. I think our Miss's strength isn't inferior to that Tran Phong fellow. Others joined in with the flattery. Enough. Continue attacking the boss. Ngo Thieu Than said with a cold expression, though she thought to herself, what right do I have to compare to that freak? Members of other guilds were also searching frantically for bosses while grinding. However, in areas with monsters in the teens, black iron bosses were easy to find, and bronze ones weren't rare. But silver rank and above were extremely elusive. It took Ngo Thieu Than nearly an hour to clear all the skeletons in the mine. Including those killed along the path, he had slain a total of 514 skeletons. His level rose to level 19, 145, 800, 180,000. Immortal body added 514 health points, plus 40 from leveling up. His total health, after being stacked by his title, reached 8,106 points, surpassing the 8,000 mark. He set aside his 10 attribute points for the time being. Rubbing his slightly aching right arm, Ngo Thieu Than mused, I'm not doing this again. Clearing mobs in bulk is still better suited for mages. Damn it, my head is full of images of those skulls now. It's terrifying. I don't know how I held out this long. However, this was the first time he had killed so many monsters at once, and his leveling speed was truly as fast as the wind. Picking up 3 pieces of black iron equipment dropped on the ground, Ngo Thieu Than immediately listed them on the auction house. He had intended to list them for 20,000. But he suddenly noticed the auction house was already flooded with black iron gear, with prices ranging from just a few thousand to 10,000. Shh! I only slept for 8 hours and black iron equipment has already devalued this much, Ngo Thieu Than muttered. But on second thought it made sense. Ordinary monsters in their teens had a chance to drop black iron items. Even average solo players, after such a long time, would have a piece or two of black iron gear by now. Ultimately, Ngo Thieu Than listed the items for 10,000 each and continued deeper. Ahead lay another tunnel. Ngo Thieu Than stepped inside. This time, no skeletons crawled out of it, and the tunnel was much shorter than the previous one, taking only a few minutes to traverse. Ahead was another mining area, much larger than the last, with a large pack of skeletons wandering inside. Their numbers were not much fewer than before, but the area was larger, so they didn't look as dense. These skeletons were slightly different from the previous group. They held bone axes in their hands. Percent. Chapter 59. Opening the leaderboards, claiming the top spot, Ngo Thieu Than stepped forward and cast insight on his target. It was a level 21 skeletal warrior with 540 attack and 10,000 health. Its skill was a ranged axe throw that dealt 800 damage, enough to shave off over 100 of his health with each hit. With this type of monster, he couldn't lure them into a group for area of effect attacks. If 100 of them hurled their axes simultaneously, he would be sent straight back to the city to respawn. Since mobbing them was out of the question, Ngo Thieu Than didn't dwell on it further and began pulling them one by one to deal with them individually. Currently, he was slightly traumatized by the idea of pulling too many monsters at once, so taking it slow felt like a better approach. Back in the novice village, a girl with delicate, lovely features wore an expression of stubbornness, mixed with frustration, after being killed by wild rabbits and respawning in the city once again. "Oh, isn't this the pure jade maiden of our novice village? What's the matter? Killed by a rabbit again?" A few young men saw the girl and began to jeer. The girl didn't spare them a glance, her mind occupied with the battle she had just lost. After all, this was her first time playing a game, and she didn't yet understand its pitfalls. A level 0 player could not possibly solo a wild rabbit, but at this moment, she simply thought it was because she was too incompetent. "I'm telling you, why play hard to get? Just call me Big Brother, and I'll take you out to level up right now." The young man beside her persisted, continuing his flirtatious remarks. "No need, thank you," the girl replied politely before turning to walk away. Just then, her private chat pinged and she opened it. "Vifi, tu ngam, why are you still level 0? Don't tell me you're afraid to fight monsters." This girl was, naturally, Ngo Thieu Than's younger sister, Ngo Thieu Than. After entering the game, the first thing she did wasn't hunting but marveling at the realism and the scenery. As a first-time player, she was captivated by the atmosphere and landscapes, wandering around for so long that she only remembered to level up later, leading to a series of humiliations at the hands of wild rabbits. Looking at her best friend's message, Ngo Thieu Than replied somewhat sheepishly. "At first I didn't dare, but then I did, except I'm too weak. I can't beat the rabbits." "You weren't trying to solo a rabbit, were you?" VV sent a shocked emoji. "I can't solo them?" Ngo Thieu Than asked in confusion. "VV, good heavens, you're a real talent. How much did you have to drink to try soloing rabbits at level 0? She continued. "In the early stages, a player's strength isn't enough to take on monsters alone. You have to find a party to hunt with." "Oh, so that's how it is. Many people wanted to add me as a friend and said they'd help me level up, but I felt it wasn't right to accept favors for no reason. Plus, I felt their motives were too obvious, so I didn't agree," Ngo Thieu Than said. "VV, sigh, I don't know what to say to you. Fine, I have over 10 silver here. Take it and buy some potions. With medicine, you can beat the rabbits, but shop prices are highway robbery. This money probably won't even get you to level 1. It's a pity I sold all my gear below level 10. Otherwise, I could have traded some to you." After saying this, VV sent a remote trade request, transferring her remaining 14 silver coins to Ngo Thieu Than. She had just finished buying her own supplies, so that was all she had left. Average players usually made just enough from hunting to cover their potion costs, making it very difficult to save money. "VV, I've given you my entire fortune. These 14 silver coins can only buy 70 potions. It definitely won't be enough for you to reach level 1. So you'd better go find your brother and ask for some. Otherwise, with your refusal to party up with anyone, you'll never leave the novice village in this lifetime." "All right, thank you so much, VV." After receiving the silver from V, Ngo Thieu Than went to the shop. Sure enough, she saw that even the lowest grade red potion cost 20 copper. She gritted her teeth and bought 70 bottles, then headed out once more to face the rabbits. With the support of the potions, Ngo Thieu Than finally managed to win, but she had to use a red potion for every single rabbit. This pained her immensely, as she knew each potion was equivalent to 2 real-world yuan. While everyone was tensely leveling up, a server-wide announcement suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Server-wide announcement. Since a player has reached level 20, the global leaderboards are officially initialized. The level 20 dungeon, Lin Lung's Secret Realm, is now open. Players who have reached level 20 may go and challenge it. The announcement echoed 3 times, leaving everyone in a state of shock. What the hell? Sunshine is already level 20? I'm only level 15. Which god-tier player is leveling up this fast? Are you stupid? Just open the leaderboards and see for yourself. Right. Everyone immediately opened the rankings. Level rankings: first, Tran Phong, level 20 assassin. Second, Than Vuong, level 18 warrior. Third, Vu Fi, level 18 archer. Fourth, Tuyet Ni, level 17 mage. Fifth, Duyan Koi, level 17 mage. Sixth, Quan Lam, level 17 archer. Seventh, Phong Wet Vo Tin, level 17 mage. Eighth, Phong Diep, level 17 warrior. Ninth, Than Chu, level 17 warrior. 10th, Dia Nook Sujia, level 17 assassin. Reputation rankings: first, Tran Phong, 6100. Second, Vu Fi, 3D 600. Third, Mong Ao Kin Vu, Ni, Forns. Fifth, Quan Lam, Tuis. Sixth, Tuyet Ni, 2700. Seventh, Ngo Thieu Than, 2600. Eighth, Su Dia, Nooks, 2 Sengs. 10th, Phong Wit Vo Tin, 2000. Equipment rankings: first, Soul Devouring Dagger, silver grade. Second, Black Wind Leather Armor, silver grade. Third, Silver Moon Bow, silver grade. Fourth, Gale Bracers, silver grade. Fifth, Black Wind Iron Helmet, silver grade. Sixth, Silver Moon Ring, silver grade. Seventh, Blue Steel Leather Armors, silver grade. Eighth, Green Scale Plate Armor, silver grade. Ninth, Blue Steel Necklace, silver grade. 10th, Green Scale Leggings, silver grade. Currency rankings: first, Tran Phong, 734 gold. Second, Nga Chi Nan Tien, 369 gold. Third, Than Chu Foi, 206 gold. Fourth, Phong Wet Vo Tin, 186 gold. Sixth, Ngo Thieu Than, 165 gold. Dia Nguk Sujia, 144 gold. Eighth, Than Vuong, 132 gold. Ninth, Su Do Han Gia, 114 gold. 10th, Mong Ao Kin Vu, 102 gold. Pet rankings: first, Ngan Tai Lang, level 16, A-grade potential. Second, Koi Koi, level 11, B-grade talent. Third, Chioban 2, B-grade talent. Fourth, Man Man, level 10, D-grade talent. Ngo Thieu Than was also looking at the leaderboards. He had just hit level 20 when the server announcement caught him off guard, and he hadn't had time to react. Seeing himself at the top of every single leaderboard, Ngo Thieu Than wasn't excited. Instead, he was worried sick. System Father, can you add a hide information function? Otherwise, walking down the street is going to get me killed. Ngo Thieu Than shouted into the void, but there was no response. This is such a trap. These rankings had exposed almost all of his assets, making his spine tingle with the feeling that there were always people plotting against him. The only consolation was that the equipment and pet rankings didn't display the owner's name. Otherwise, if people knew that 5 of the items on the list were his, the jealousy would be off the charts. With the release of the leaderboards, the regional channels of every major city across the server exploded, and the forums immediately went into a frenzy. Damn, this Tran Phong is way too powerful. He took the top spot on 3 rankings, and he's leading by a massive margin in all of them. The person above has such a narrow view. I just crunched the numbers. The soul-devouring dagger at the top of the equipment list is definitely his too. Remember, he's an assassin. The top-ranked pet is likely his as well. My friends in Nanjing City said they saw him with a wolf pet, and there are only 4 pets on the list. If it's a wolf, it's definitely Ngan Tai Lang in first place. Holy crap, if you put it that way, isn't he dominating the entire leaderboard? Didn't you guys see his gold? Over 700. Is he out there committing highway robbery? Whoa, I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't say anything. How can he have that much? Our guild leader buys gold every day and only has a few dozen. I regret my lack of education. I can only use the words bloody hell to express my awe. God-tier Tran Phong is truly the pinnacle. Chapter 60. My older brother is Tran Phong. Ngo Thieu Than gazed at the name sitting atop the leaderboard, a cold sneer curling his lips. Before long, that number 1 position of yours will become a total joke. If I don't hunt you back to the beginner village, I'll write my own name backward. On the other side, Dia Nook Sujia licked his lips and remarked, "Now this is getting interesting." The other major guilds held varying attitudes toward Tran Phong, but most shared common sentiment. If they could not possess him, they would destroy him. It could be said that the appearance of the rankings had once again pushed Ngo Thieu Than, who was already famous, to the very crest of the waves. Within the Than Vuong pavilion, Than Vuong stared at the leaderboard and murmured, "Phong Deep has arrived. With his strength, it's only natural for him to make the rankings. But who is this Vu Fi? I've never heard of this ID before. Could it be another dark horse?" The unveiling of the rankings stimulated everyone. Countless players began to grind levels frantically. Aside from wanting to climb the boards for fame, there was another reason. The first dungeon of Divine Oracle had opened its gates, and this dungeon required level 20 to enter. Dungeons could be considered a boon for players. Although the monsters within were significantly stronger, the drop rates were several times higher than in the outside world. With the opening of dungeons, black iron and bronze equipment would soon become commonplace, and even silver equipment would no longer be a rare sight. Furthermore, successful clearing a dungeon usually yielded special rewards. Level 20. I should be able to see that tiger's attributes now, but going there now might be risky. Should I grind a few more levels first? Ngo Thieu Than pondered. He had just finished killing 146 skeleton warriors when he leveled up, reaching level 20, 100,000. There was still a massive pile of skeleton warriors left to farm. However, looking at the swarm of skeletons holding axes, ready to hurl them at him at any moment, Ngo Thieu Than felt a shiver. Forget it. He would head back to check out the dungeon first. He didn't feel like grinding skeletons anymore today. Ngo Thieu Than used a city returns scroll to return to Kim Lang City and then dashed toward the dungeon's location. Following the server-wide announcement, the dungeon's coordinates had appeared on the map. While Ngo Thieu Than was on his way, his phone in the real world began to ring. He had no choice but to log out reluctantly. These helmets were somewhat troublesome. One couldn't answer calls from inside. He needed to buy a gaming cabin soon. After exiting the game, Ngo Thieu Than saw that Tu Ngam was calling and hurried to answer. "Brother." Tu Ngam's voice drifted from the other end of the line. "What is it, Tu Ngam?" "It's the weekend. Aren't you playing the game?" Ngo Thieu Than asked. She had just bought her helmet yesterday. Logically, she should be playing on a weekend. Why would she have the time to call? "I am playing," Tu Ngam said. "Then why are you free to call me? Do you not like it?" Ngo Thieu Than questioned. "No, I like it a lot. I'm just too much of a noob. I'm still level 0, Tu Ngam admitted bashfully. Huh. Ngo Thieu Than was a bit stunned. Even if someone didn't know how to play, they should have gained a few levels in a full day. But then he remembered that Tu Ngam likely didn't have friends to carry her. Given how punishing the monsters were in the early stages of this game, it was indeed difficult to manage alone. "Are you fighting alone?" Ngo Thieu Than asked. "Yes," Tu Ngam whispered in reply. "Truly my little sister," Ngo Thieu Than thought to himself. "Task, how did I forget to save some equipment for her?" He then said, "What's your game ID? I'll add you and send over some gold. Go buy plenty of potions. With enough potions, you can solo, and it'll even be faster than being in a party." "Okay, thank you, brother. My ID is Phong Ngam Nhi," Tu Ngam said sweetly. Compared to being indebted to others, she much preferred being indebted to her brother. Ngo Thieu Than hung up and logged back into the game. He opened his friend list, entered the ID, Phong Ngam Nhi, and sent a request. Back in the beginner village, Tu Ngam logged back in. The 70 potions she had bought earlier were completely gone. Basically, she had to consume a potion for every monster she fought. Consequently, her experience sat at level 0. 7,100, still 30 points away from leveling up. "Brother, should be able to spare maybe 6 silver coins, right? That way, after I level up and add attribute points, maybe I won't need potions to beat a rabbit. It should be fine." Vi said that anyone who can make money in the game this early must be an expert. 6 silver coins shouldn't be hard for him. While Tu Ngam was lost in thought, a system notification chimed in her ear. "Ding! Player Tran Phong has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept?" Tran Phong? Tu Ngam jumped in surprise. There wasn't a single person among the hundreds of millions of players in Divine Oracle who didn't know that name. Before she even started playing, She had constantly heard Vivi mention him, and after entering the game, she realized even more profoundly what the name Tran Phong represented. One look at the leaderboard was enough to understand the weight of that ID. Why would Tran Phong suddenly add me? Tu Ngam was both excited and bewildered. Then, as if realizing something, her eyes widened and she murmured in disbelief, Could it be that my brother is Tran Phong? Tu Ngam nervously pressed accept and looked at the second friend on her list. Tran Phong, level 20 assassin. She finally confirmed it. This Tran Phong was indeed the high and mighty Tran Phong from the leaderboard, a god-like existence in divine oracle. Her hands trembled as she opened the chat box and sent a message. Brother, Tran Phong, what's wrong, kiddo? You don't even recognize your own brother? Ah! Tu Nam let out a cry of shock, then quickly covered her mouth and typed back. You're really my brother? You're Tran Phong? In Kim Lang City, Ngo Thieu Than shook his head at Tu Ngam's response. It's just the name Tran Phong. Is that really necessary? He immediately replied, Falls. Yes, I am your brother, and I am also Tran Phong. Brother, are you really Tran Phong? The actual Tran Phong. Tran Phong is actually my brother. If VV finds out about this, she'll die of jealousy. Tu Nam was losing her composure. All right, don't get so excited. The fact that I am Tran Phong must not be told to anyone, do you understand? Ngo Thieu Than warned seriously. Yes, I know, brother. I definitely won't tell anyone. Tu Nam understood the gravity of the situation. She knew what Tran Phong represented at this moment. If people found out Tran Phong's real-life identity, she feared they would never have a moment of peace again. Seeing Tu Ngam's reply, Ngo Thieu Than nodded. He then directly initiated a remote trade and sent 10 gold coins. It wasn't that he didn't want to give more, but rather it wasn't necessary. 10 gold was more than enough for her to spend extravagantly in the beginner village. When Tu Ngam saw the 10 gold coins, she froze instantly. This was too generous. Brother, I can't possibly use all of this, Tu Ngam said hurriedly. Just take it. I'm not short on gold, so don't be stingy. Treat potions like water and just chug them while tanking the monsters. You'll reach level 10 in no time, Ngo Thieu Than said. Brother, you should say those things less often, or you'll get beaten up, Tu Ngam teased. Tran Phong. It's fine. No one in the game can beat me yet. Tran Phong. Right, Tu Ngam, what is your talent? Tu Ngam immediately sent over her talent description. Talent. Mana transformation. When using a skill, for every 1 additional point of energy consumed, the skill's effect is enhanced. The effect can be damage or healing. Seeing this talent, Ngo Thieu Than's lip twitched. This talent was far too mana-hungry. Who could afford to maintain this? It seemed that his mana pearl would have to find a new owner. How is it, brother? Is my talent any good? As a complete novice, Tu Ngam naturally couldn't understand the true significance of this talent, nor did she know if it was good or bad. It's good, but from now on, you'll have to learn how to calculate your damage and master your mana management. Task. A noob getting a talent like this. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Tu Ngam listened with only half understanding, and then asked, So brother, which class should I choose? Tran Phong, mag or priest, whichever you prefer. Later, when you assign points, you must invest in both intelligence and spirit. Okay, I got it. Thanks, brother. I'm going to go hunt rabbits and level up now, Tu Ngam said.